Hello, my sexy aliens, and welcome to 2026, and more specifically, your horoscope for 2026. 2026 is a year of power, change, and a lot of excitement. There will be a lot of change in 2026. It is the year of the horse, which starts a whole new cycle. It is a 1 year in numerology. It is a year of a lot of fast-paced, fast-moving change. This year is going to very, very much test how you deal with change, how you deal with power, and most importantly, your place in the world. But starting the year of 2026, we're actually first going to start with the first half of the year, which is going to feel a bit familiar. It's going to feel a lot like remnants of 2025, especially the first part of 2025. We're going to be going back to some things that were started but not completely followed through on or seen to fruition in 2025. And we're also going to be ending some more cycles with the North Node in Pisces and South Node in Virgo. But it's going to be a different flavor in 2026. And as we get to the second half of the year, right around July, August timeframe, everything's going to change. It's going to feel like a whole new year. And this is where the true test really starts. This is where the true change and transformation of the way we see the world, who we are in the world, and the world itself will begin. Change is the name of the game in 2026. Power is the name of the game in 2026. The power of individuality versus the power of a group, and also the power of the individual mind is going to become a very, very, very big, huge theme starting in 2026. I'm going to do a whole separate video on the collective themes of 2026 that we'll all be filling, so I really, really suggest you watch that when it comes out. Basically, the whole underlying themes of 2026 will be in that video, so make sure to check that out once it comes out. But for this video, I'm going to keep it short and sweet so we can get into what this means for your rising sign. Your rising sign is going to be the sign that you want to watch because that is what I am reading. That is the horoscope I'm reading and what I am basing what I am saying off of. Obviously, because this is a general horoscope, not everything will relate to you. Not everything will happen that I say happens. So take what you need, leave the rest, come back to it throughout the year and see if it ended up resonating. That's the best thing that you can do. But also know that I am a traditional Hellenistic tropical astrologer. I use some modern frames of thought in my astrology, but I use whole sign houses. So I recommend you looking at your whole sign house chart with your rising sign, okay? These videos are a lot of work, so if you could please give me a like, a comment, and share this with everybody you freaking know because that would be very helpful. Thank you. And with all that being said, make sure to comment down below. Let me know what you are feeling for 2026. Let me know what is coming to you intuitively or just when you look at the astrology, like what do you think is coming in 2026? It's a very interesting year, full of like a lot of big bang change and a lot of stuff. We're gonna see a lot of change in 2026. So just be prepared. This is where a lot of new things start while we are clearing out some old timelines still a little bit in the background, but for the most part, we are finally moving on to the new. And that can come with a lot of big change, not only in our own personal lives, but in the world at large. Alrighty, you'll find the chapters down below to skip to your sign, and let's get into this bad mama jamma. Alrighty, starting with you, my lovely Aries Risings. How are you? How is 2025? Let me know down below. If you want, you can go watch your horoscope from last year, see if it was accurate or not. But with that being said, Aries, this is a year for you that is a big mother effing deal. You saw some of the remnants of this and some of the start of this in 2025, but this year things are changing. I'm gonna go ahead and pull your chart up on the screen so we can take a look at it together. You should be able to see it now. So as you can see, as an Aries rising, we have a lot going on this year in your sign. Saturn and Neptune are returning to your sign pretty much early on in the beginning of the year, January 26th. Now, what the F does this mean? This means that you're going to go through a lot of growth and lessons over the next few years, and even further than that for Neptune, related to yourself, related to your identity, related to your personality, your body, your vitality, who you are as a person, and the challenges that you have had with that. This year's really going to test your limits on your identity and who you are and your place in the world and what you're doing here, your natural abilities, your capabilities, your natural gifts, your vessel, the body that you are walking around in. But farther than that, let's go back a little bit. In 2025, we had a lot going on in your 12th house, especially at the beginning of the year. Now, this was a huge deal for you because you have done a lot of releasing, probably more releasing, more timelines closing, more chapters closing, more ridding yourself of the old than probably most signs have done in 2025. Like, you probably really understand that this was a year of letting the F go and kind of throwing yourself into the void, having faith, letting go of old habits, old addictions, old cycles that keep you stuck and that go against who you really are and that go against your true nature. Okay, so in a way, Saturn and Neptune returning to your sign can actually help you build more of a sturdy foundation with who you are, be more responsible, and kind of build your vision of who you are in this world. But it will also show you, it doesn't mean it's going to be all peachy, right? This is Saturn we're talking about, and Neptune also has a shadow side. So it will also show you where you've been a bit delusional about who you are, your body, about what you've been doing here. And Saturn will challenge you to do the right thing. It will mean that everything that you initiate could come with a lot more questioning. It could come with a lot more like consequential feelings, like whatever I choose, could come with some kind of outcome or could come with some kind of consequence. But that's any decision. That's anything that you start. That's any action that you take in life. So this isn't really like, that different, but in a way it is. You're going to be feeling that weight of Saturn in some way in your first house. You're going to feel challenged in some ways. You're going to feel like a lot more serious. It's going to be kind of a maturing period, a growing up period, but with Neptune there, likely on the positive side for a really good reason, for a higher vision of who you want to be in the world and who you are and who you want to become and the kind of body you want to have or the kind of vitality and health that you want to have. This can test your patience. This can test your stamina. This can test your capacity to keep up with yourself and your life and your goals and the things that you want to accomplish in this world. Things are going to get very, very interesting for you in 2026 in the sense that you are going to really be contemplating your place on this planet in a huge, huge way. Everybody is in some way or another, but especially for you, Aries, because of just the transits that you have going on in your chart this year, especially as we get through halfway through the year. This is going to be a year where you are really going to start thinking about like, who am I? And also, what is my place in the world? Who are my people? Where do I belong? Where do I fit in? Where do I stand out? Where do I go with the herd or allow myself to be influenced by others? And where do I keep something for myself or stand my ground? And so these are going to be really, really big questions for you this year as we move into 2026. So in the very beginning of the year, January, this is when Neptune and Saturn really move into your first house. So right around January 26th, Neptune moves back into your sign. You'll get just Neptune there briefly until February 14th when Saturn moves in. And the conjunction between these two planets will happen. And this is definitely going to show you more about like basically what this transit is going to be about for you. And like I said, you had remnants of this in early 2025. First, several months of 2025 with Saturn and Neptune in your sign. What are you building for yourself? What is your vision for yourself in your life? And are you living up to it? Saturn can be hard on you, but it's not about beating yourself up or, giving in to feelings of feeling like you're not enough, but it's also not about proving yourself and stretching yourself above and beyond your capacity. Saturn brings limits. Saturn brings limitations. Saturn brings, responsibility, maturity, growing up. So this is going to be a year where you are going to be feeling like you are inspired to become a new version of yourself, and you are feeling very, very pushed to maybe build a new you, reinvent yourself, build a new foundation for yourself. And that may look like you taking on more responsibility. That may look like you stepping into more of a responsible role in your life, especially as the North Node has been moving through your 12th house, and it still will for the first 7 or so months of 2026. With the North Node still moving through your 12th house of Pisces and doing so pretty much all of 2025, you have really, like I said, been releasing a lot of shit, old addictions, old escapism patterns, old self-sabotaging cycles, old unconscious cycles, old timelines of suffering and just going against yourself. And you've likely been called to really get your spiritual woo-woo on. You've been really called to lean into the unknown, to have faith, to surrender, to let go, to release. And likely you're feeling, after cleansing out and detoxing yourself and your life in so many different ways, that you are ready for something new, and that you are ready to build that new thing on something that is more stable, something that is more serious. So for an example, like an analogy or a metaphor or whatever, though, a way that this could have played out for some of you, maybe you let go of an addiction or some other pattern or cycle, right? And now with Saturn and Neptune moving back into your sign, and for good in 2026, you're realizing like, hey, I am a new me. Now that all of these things, I've rid myself of all these things in my life that I no longer wanted and that were contributing to my suffering, I am going to have way more boundaries. I am going to grow up. I am going to find who I am without these things in my life. I'm going to build a new me and a new life, and I'm going to take on more responsibility in my life and stop escaping things so much, or stop getting lost in small details and trying to control everything so much. And so it's like you are ready to kind of anchor in a new vision for yourself and your life. And I really feel like that's what Saturn and Neptune are really bringing in your sign. But again, it doesn't mean that this whole Saturn-Neptune cycle of them being in your sign is going to be like that. It will also show you where you've been bullshitting yourself. It will also show you where you have lost your power, in a sense, because you've avoided responsibility, or where you've been escaping responsibility, or where you've been too scared to take on responsibility, and that's causing you not to rise into your full potential. That's causing you to doubt yourself. And so this transit of these two moving through your sign this year can be really beautiful, but they will also bring up these harder contemplations, these more challenging contemplations of where you have been negating your true potential because of an avoidance of responsibility, or an avoidance of maturity, or an avoidance of adulthood, or acting too fast without considering the consequences, or not acting at all because you're scared of the consequences. It can go either way. So this is like an initiation into a new era of who you are as an Aries rising. Like, this is really big. And I'm not just saying that to be sensational. This is for real. Like, this is a whole new era of who you are, your identity, what you're building for yourself in the world, how you see yourself, your perception of yourself, your vitality, your body, your health, and where you want to move forward, and what you want to build, what you're envisioning in those areas, what's real, what's not. And that is really going to come in this year in 2026, okay? The next big thing that we have happening is a solar eclipse in Aquarius on February 17th. Now, the nodes will still be in Pisces and Virgo, but because they are going to be very close to the end, or to the beginning, I should say, of Pisces and Virgo, the new moon in Aquarius is close enough at the end of Aquarius to be close enough to the nodes, even though they're in different signs. If you don't understand that, that's totally fine. Either way, there's going to be a solar eclipse in Aquarius before the nodes move in. This is a big deal because this is going to give us a massive preview of what's coming in the second half of the year, around end of July, August timeframe. Okay, so this is really going to show you themes of what you may be having come up later in the year, or things that may be coming up later in the year. And so this is going to be a really big deal for you to pay attention to. And likely, like I said earlier, those themes are going to have to do with your place in the world, belonging, and also what you're here to do on a bigger level, the higher good, so to say, of humanity, the friend groups, collective thinking in some way, shape or form, societal systems, different people, institutions, groups, classes, etc., that you belong to in some type of way, people that you relate with or have something in common with, or how you see the world and how you see humanity and what's going on with humanity. This is going to be a year where you are really called to rise up and participate in something bigger than yourself. And you're going to have a lot of questions, though, on if and how you can even contribute to that. It looks like you're going to be overcoming maybe, again, the weight of responsibility with Saturn ruling your 11th house of Aquarius. So the weight of responsibility and what's yours to take on and what isn't, your individuality and your place in the world and what you stand for, versus the direction that the world is headed in, or the direction that those around you are headed in some way, shape, or form. So you may be called to take on a bigger role in humanity, for humanity's sake, or at the very least in your company, or in your, in your local environment, or online, or something like that. There's something higher that you're going to be starting to feel called to right around the end of February 17th, when we have that solar eclipse, that's going to give you a preview of what's to come later in the year. Okay, now moving on from that, because we're going to come back to that and talk about that a lot in terms of the nodes moving here soon. The next big thing that we have happening is March 3rd. We have a lunar eclipse happening in the sign of Virgo. Again, the nodes will still be in Virgo and Pisces at this time. This is your 6th house. This is going to be a lunar eclipse that is a lot about changing or releasing more habits, patterns, areas where you have a controlling or picky or negative nature in terms of your work, your job, your day-to-day habits and routines, your health, your wellness, your, spiritual hygiene, your practical day-to-day stuff that you have to do, your practical errands, your practical chores, your job, your workplace, your work environment, your employment, all of that. Those topics are going to be very, very huge right around March 3rd, and probably like the week leading up to it, maybe even the week after. So with that lunar eclipse in Virgo, it's definitely going to be a time of some kind of change or some kind of release here. Maybe you've been holding on too tightly. Maybe the answer is a lot more simple or practical than you realize. Maybe it's about moving some things around or letting some things go, or really, honestly, truly figuring out what is in your control and what isn't, and stop worrying about what isn't, start worrying about what is, and start taking the practical steps to change it. So that's going to be March 3rd. Then we're going to move on to April 12th through the 9th. This is a really big deal, okay? Because Mars, which is over here in Virgo in your chart, but it's going to be over here with Saturn and Neptune right around April 12th to the 9th, we're going to have a huge triple conjunction of Mars, Saturn, and Neptune in your sign. This is your ruling planet. So if you don't feel much when Neptune and Saturn move back into your sign at the end of January and beginning of February, you will by this point, okay? So this is a really big deal, April 12th to the 19th, okay? What I was describing before in the beginning with Saturn and Neptune, they're going to be in your sign for a long time. But when Mars goes across them on April 12th to the 19th, you are going to be feeling that, because Mars is your chart ruler. So whatever Mars is doing, you're feeling, okay? And so when Mars moves into your first and conjuncts Saturn and Neptune, you are going to be feeling this like fire inside. It's going to trigger the Saturn and Neptune conjunction. It's basically like pushing the red button, okay? So right around that time period, from April 12th to the 19th, you're going to be feeling a surge of energy. You're going to be feeling like it is time to get serious, buckle down, and really go after a vision, or get serious and buckle down with yourself, your identity, your health, your vitality, your body in some way potentially. Maybe you decide to start working out. Maybe you decide to do some kind of new health routine or something like that. Maybe you decide to take on more responsibility and you initiate something. Mars is the initiator. Maybe you're making a big decision, taking a big risk, or taking a big action and cutting something off, which Mars likes to do. Either way, there's something really big here happening or starting for you right around April 12th to the 19th, where I think that you are potentially making a decision to take on more responsibility or take on more work because of a higher calling or a higher vision or some kind of spiritual compass that is leading you to something that you desire or something that you're feeling called to in some way. Okay, this could be in career. This could be, with, a group of people. This could be leading something, stepping into a leadership position. Either way, there's something here where that Saturn-Neptune conjunction with Mars gets triggered right around that time of April 12th to the 19th. So the next date that we have that's really important is April 26th. Okay, Uranus will finally move back into Gemini and out of Taurus for good. And Uranus moving into Gemini is in your 3rd house. So this is going to be a lot of different things. Too many to go over in this video. But overall, there's going to be a lot of change coming in terms of your local environment. Where you live is going to get it's going to get different. It's going to change in some way or another. Maybe you still live in the same place, but your neighborhood around you or your city around you is changing a lot. There's going to be a lot of changes with communication, technology, transportation, potentially, different forms of revolution in these areas, whether it's happening around you or whether it's happening in your day-to-day environment in some way. And that could even include online. You know, maybe you're seeing things online and it's pulling you in, or it's inspiring you, or it's, you know, doing something. But either way, Uranus is a very revolutionary planet. So it's here to revolutionize this area of your chart. It's here to change things up. And also, it's a lot about independence and freedom. So you could find like freedom of speech or independence in terms of communication, or, you know, something that you're working on, a project, or something you're doing in your environment or your town or your city becomes a really, really big topic. And so there could be like protests going on around you, or there could be, you know, a huge change or a huge topic. Maybe, you know, you start working with like AI, or you start taking a new course, or you start learning more about technology or communication in some way, shape, or form because of, I don't know, a skill that you want to inherit, or a project that you're working on, or something that you're passionate about, or something that you're feeling drawn into. So these are some of the different ways that you could feel this Uranian transit. Either way, it's going to be in Gemini for a long time. So you will notice it over the next several years in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, it's definitely going to start a new era in your third house. Now, we did have Uranus in Gemini last year for a bit of time. And so you did get kind of a taste of this last year, but it's definitely going to start revolutionizing your ideas about your community, your local environment, and what's going on around you every day. And, you know, bringing up topics of freedom and independence and change and revolution in some way, shape, or form in this area. So just be on the lookout for those topics there. Now, the next thing that we have to go over here is on June 19th, Chiron, which I don't have on the chart here, will move out of your sign finally, which is going to be great for a little bit, into Taurus, your second house. So Chiron has been in your sign for years now as an Aries rising, and it has demanded you look at a lot of wounds, a lot of, you know, sore spots, soft spots, insecurities, you know, things where you feel not good enough, things where you have to feel like you have to prove yourself, wounds around who you are as a person, your body, your appearance, and all of that. Now, moving into Taurus, it's going to bring a lot of wounding and healing coming up in your second house of money, finances, income, assets, resources, and things that are important to you in some way, shape, or form. Now, Chiron does not stay in Taurus for the whole year. It actually moves back into your sign in September. So you'll have a few months from like June 19th to like September 17th to really kind of get the new taste of Chiron in Taurus. Moving on from that, June 30th, we have our next big dog transit of the year. Jupiter will be moving out of your fourth house of home and family and moving into Leo, your fifth house. Now, this is a really big deal because this is kind of where a lot of things start in 2026. It's kind of like the little mini start. The next thing is the big start. But Jupiter moving into Leo is definitely going to be a time of you having a major focus and asking yourself, contemplating a lot on what you believe about your sense of heart, what you believe about compassion, what you believe about your talents, your abilities, your passions, what you believe about sexuality, dating, children, play, entertainment. This can and would usually be a fun transit, and there can still be fun, adventurous things to it. The issue is that not long after Jupiter moves into Leo and starts really evolving this area of your chart, we're going to have Jupiter opposing Pluto pretty much from the moment it moves in, because they're outer planets and they won't be too far off. So from June 30th until about July 20th, Jupiter and Pluto will be in opposition with each other. And so this is one of the biggest transits of the year. It is explosive. It is very, very big. Both of these planets can deal with enhancing things, blowing things up, making like it's a very big transit. It's a very like extreme transit in a lot of ways. And so this is really going to kind of bring back that preview I told you about that's happening February 17th earlier in the year when we have that solar eclipse in Aquarius, because this is when we really start getting this Aquarius Leo axis triggered here. This is definitely big, definitely explosive. And you're going to be really contemplating, because not long after this, on July 26th, the nodes then move in to Aquarius and Leo as well. And that's the not great thing about Jupiter and Leo, is because the south node's also going to be in Leo. And so we're going to have this kind of tension between these two areas of your chart, your fifth house and your 11th house. So your place in the world in terms of what you love, what you put your heart and soul into, what brings you alive, gives you happiness, like all of that is like really getting explored. And if there's a place for it in this world, if like, you know, I think that this year really looks like a year where, like I said, you're going to be really kind of reckoning with and contemplating your place in the world and what you're here to do and your purpose and your callings and like how you can give back to the world in some way. But you may be feeling a bit like you are not like you may be feeling a bit like your abilities are not good enough or they don't have a place in some way. That's kind of the shadow side. So not all of you may be feeling that way this year, but it may feel like, you know, your talents and the things that you love and your contemplations about what you truly love, about compassion, about, you know, what makes you special, about being seen for your gifts, about what you can offer may really come up this year. And it may feel like other people or the world isn't ready for them or is triggered by them. You know, this is kind of like, you put in your heart and soul into like coloring a picture for your class and you give it to your teacher and your teacher shows the class and the whole class boos, you know, like, now I'm not saying that's going to happen for everybody, but there will be a lot of themes of like rejection and fitting in and standing out and creating from your heart versus creating from ego, needing validation or needing acceptance from other people to be able to shine or be yourself, authenticity, and really finding your place in the world. And so I think the higher version of this is that like you do have something to offer. You are worthy, and that was never even up for question because it never is. You're a divine being. But can you use your heart rather than your ego? And can you continue to shine and shed your ego for the betterment of humanity? Now, this could be happening in your job, or this could be happening on some other level for many of you. It just depends on where you're at in your life. But either way, this is going to be a time where it's like you're really contemplating what you have to offer the world, and if you have what it takes to offer the world something, and your place in the world, and who your people are, and where you belong, and how to help the world, and what's the higher good for everybody and not just you. And so this is going to be a time where all of that really, really starts. You could go rising into some role, you know, for a group of people or for a movement or for a collective or for the corporation that you work at or like whatever. There's so many ways that this can play out here, but you're really going to be, you know, reflecting on your talents, your gifts, how you have fun. Do you play and have fun for you? Do you create for you or and just you only? Or can you give some of the pure stuff that you have to the world without drenching it in ego or without needing validation or without, you know, wanting to be recognized for all that you do, right? Like it's really going to be this kind of dynamic between Leo and Aquarius of like where you fit in, where you stand out, and, you know, potentially like being known for what you love and being known for who you are and being known for your heart versus shoving that all down just to fit in and or feeling rejected in some way, shape, or form. So I think that you will find your place, but you may have to look more than once. You may not find it on your first try or second try or third try. And that doesn't mean that you don't have a place in this world. This may naturally fall into line with some of you because Saturn, the ruler of Aquarius, is in your sign. So a lot of you, this could just naturally happen where you like rise into some position of leadership, you know, at your job or whatever, and you now are leading a collective of people, and there's a push and pull between sharing your true heart and sharing yourself and having compassion versus doing what's best for everybody or being rational about it, more rational and less heart-centered about it in some way. So this is going to be really like the name of the game in 2026 here. And this is when 2026 honestly really starts, is right around that Jupiter-Pluto opposition. You're gonna want to make a big change in these areas of life to do with what you love and what you're passionate about and what's meaningful to you versus the collective whole. Okay, now another way that these houses can play out, a metaphor I use a lot, or an analogy I use a lot to describe them, is like, let's say you write a book, you know, and you put your heart and soul into the book, and then you put the book out into the world, and then it like just completely takes on a thing of its own. Like, you no longer have control over how it's perceived or what people want to do, or the different fan groups that form over it, and how people take it and all of that. That's kind of also 5th, 11th house as well. Like, once you put something out into the world, it's almost like no longer yours. And so, like, taking pride in your creations versus, you know, what's good for everybody, and, you know, who owns it once you put it out into the world, basically, could be a really big topic as well. Okay, here. So this is really when 2026 starts to feel like a whole different year is halfway through. So this is really where we get into a lot of change here. So on August 12th, we'll have the Leo solar eclipse, and this will kind of be that start of, you know, something new happening here, some kind of massive new chapter happening here. It may not be obvious right away. It's a solar eclipse, so it may kind of come in waves right after the eclipse, but there's some kind of new chapter happening here when it comes to your love life, your dating life, your entertainment life, how you have fun, what you put your heart and soul into, matters of the heart, sexuality, children. Like, all of these topics can really come up around that time, and there can be kind of like a reset in this area of starting kind of a new phase in this area of rewiring things in this area with the south node there. So then on August 28th, we will have the Pisces lunar eclipse, with the nodes now in Aquarius and Leo. They'll be close enough to have a Pisces lunar eclipse on the 28th of August. So this will be I'm pretty sure, our final lunar eclipse in Pisces, or final eclipse in Pisces. I can't remember if there's one in 2027 right now or not, but I've just been looking at astrology the last couple of days, so my mind's a little bit frazzled. But this will definitely be another releasing kind of eclipse. So there will be a lot of you letting go of what no longer serves you, a lot of letting go of what you have no control over, a lot of letting go of self-sabotaging cycles, patterns, addictions, habits, you know, really seeing where your subconscious is working against you and really learning to let that go. Moving on, then on October 3rd, we're going to have Venus going retrograde in the sign of Scorpio. Now, I'm not gonna lie, this is not gonna be a fun Venus retrograde at all, like at all. I am not personally looking forward to it, and that is because it is squaring Pluto, and it is going to be squaring Mars, which will be over here in Leo at the time. And so we're going to have a big T-square between Venus, Pluto, and Mars. And it's going to be a very intense Venus, like a lot of things are going to change around this time, with relationships, with love, with like all kinds of things, money, values, you know, all kinds of things, matters of the heart, intimacy, all the Venusian topics. This is happening in your 8th house, and it will retrograde back into Libra eventually. So this is definitely going to be relationship oriented for you in some way, shape, or form. This looks like it's going to have a lot to do with finances, you and a significant other's finances, or maybe some debts that you owe, or some arrangements, commitments, agreements that come back up, and some fears potentially around those agreements, or some, you know, situations around power in those agreements and commitments or financial obligations in some way, shape, or form. This is going to challenge whatever is going on here in your 11th house of other people and whatever it is you're doing in the world, or organizations, institutions, marketing, you know, if you're leading a group of people in the job that you have, if you're leading a class or something, or social media in general, networking, like this is going to have to do with other people in some way. And it's also going to have to do with what you're doing in terms of your 5th house of love, romance, dating, play, entertainment, and again, matters of the heart. And so it's kind of like trying to, like, you're going to be facing some kind of fear, some kind of challenge, and then also trying to figure out what is the fair and right thing to do here. Venus starts retrograding on October 3rd. as she's retrograding back, forms that T-square with Mars and Leo, or Mars and Leo and Pluto and Aquarius. And then she will retrograde back into Libra on October 25th. And this is your 7th house of relationships. So this is going to bring up fairness and compromise and your partner. Could also be your partner triggering some of these changes. It may not be you. Like maybe it's your partner's debt, your partner's finances, or something like that. Your partner's fears, or changes or issues involving power with your partner, and it's now somehow affecting whatever work you're doing in the world, with other people, and also maybe children or intimacy or sexuality, or something along those lines. Now, if you don't have a partner, this could be a business partner or some other person in your life, or a relationship coming back around to kind of haunt you around this Venus retrograde in some way, shape, or form. Like a ghost of girlfriend's past or something, or boyfriend's past, like it's definitely a challenging Venus retrograde, and it will force us to face fear. It will force us to face power dynamics, and it will force us to change and compromise eventually, especially once Venus moves back into Libra. It's going to be more about what's fair, what's balanced, and compromising and the truth, rather than what our ego wants or what everybody else wants, or these different power dynamics that are going on. So that's going to be a really huge thing in fall of 2026 that I think everybody needs to be watching out for, because that is a very crazy time. There's going to be a lot of just really insane things, especially a Venus retrograde in Scorpio, a lot of things being revealed from under the surface, which usually happens anyway with a Venus and Scorpio transit, but a Venus retrograde in Scorpio, it's going to bring up anything that has been boiling underneath the surface for us to really look at and face in some way, shape, or form, whatever has power over us, whatever fears we haven't been facing. Now, Venus will go direct on on November 13th, and she'll start moving forward again and finish her retrograde cycle, I think, in December 16th. And then November 14th, last but not least, Mars will be conjunct the South Node and Jupiter. Right as Jupiter and the South Node are coming conjunct, Mars will come and conjunct with them in the sign of Leo. This is also a really big transit of the year. This will be a lot about letting go of your pride, letting go of your ego for some kind of higher good. This will kind of probably show you where you may have been like repressing a lot of rage, a lot of anger, a lot of selfishness potentially, or where on the flip side of the coin, where you haven't really stood up for yourself, or you've repressed a lot of what you want, or what you want to do, or your ideals about what you love and what's close to your heart in some way, shape, or form. Either way, it's reconnecting you with the heart in a really big way, and helping you to release and rewire whatever is keeping you from that. Could be kind of showing you the walls that you've built up around your heart and how to release them around that time. So, and that is basically it. Those are the big dog transits of the year that I'm seeing for you, Aries risings. This is really big. I put Mars on here in Virgo because right at the end of the year, it's going into shadow, and it will retrograde in the beginning of January 2027, and it's your ruling planet. So it will retrograde in Virgo and then move back into Leo, conjunct the South Node and Jupiter again. So you really do want to pay attention right around November 14th time period, what's coming up from then, because you're likely going to come back around to it in some way. And so anyway, this is definitely a year where I feel like you are going to feel like maybe it is time for you to rise into something that maybe you don't all the way feel ready for yet, or that you are taking on a responsibility or taking on some kind of role or maturity within your identity and personality that, again, you may feel is being very fast-tracked, or maybe you feel like it's not being fast-tracked enough in some way, shape, or form. You're also going to be really questioning, like, what do I truly love? Where is my heart? What am I passionate about? Is that seen in the world and with this greater thing I'm being called to do, or these people I'm being called to lead, or with my friend groups at the very least, the people that I belong to, the crowds I belong with, the, different whether it's fan groups or yoga classes or your niche of people, you know, like maybe you go to specific concerts and really vibe with certain people, like whatever it is, like whatever groups that you feel you have things in common with, it's like you're really going to be asking yourself, where do you belong? Are your gifts seen? Are your abilities seen? Are you seen? Is what you have to offer seen? Are your talents seen? You know, this is going to be a question most of us are really asking ourselves this year. Where are you performing creativity rather than it coming from your soul or from authenticity? You know, where are you kind of putting your heart on the back burner to go along with the crowd? And some of you that may be exactly what you're meant to do. Like maybe this year, especially the second half of the year and into 2027, you may be like, I've got to put my own shit, what I want on the back burner because I've got to go along with something here. Like I've got to be logical, I've got to be rational about it. But there's going to be a balance to it, you know, because if we put our heart aside too much, we become cold and calculating and not compassionate, unempathetic. And so basically this year is going to be a lot about change in terms of who you are, what you love and find pleasure in and passion in, and, you know, dating, sexuality, romance, love, but also your place in the world, going along with people, going along with something for a greater good, or finding your group of people in some way. So that is what I'm seeing for you, Aries Risings. Let me know down below if you stayed till here. Comment down below, sexy Aries Rising. Let me know if you feel like this and will end up resonating with you and what you think some of these things may be hinting towards for you. I'd really love to hear your feedback down below. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you'd like anything else from me, I do readings and I do have a membership. See the description below. And we're going to move on to the next. Alrighty, my lovely Taurus Risings. Welcome to your horoscope for 2026. How are you? How is 2025 for you? Let me know down below. Also, go back and watch your horoscope for 2025, see if it resonated. And we are going to go ahead and bring up your chart here for good old 2026 for our lovely Taurus Risings. So basically, 2026 Taurus Risings is a big year of change. There's definitely some things that are kind of, you know, replaying from 2025. But for the most part, we are definitely going to be experiencing a lot of new change in 2026. And so that's the name of the game. This year is definitely a lot about change. So you will notice some overlapping things from 2025, but especially as we get about halfway through the year, around July, August timeframe, it could potentially feel like a whole new year just started. And so this is definitely a huge, huge year. So number one, we're gonna have Saturn and Neptune re-entering Aries, which is your 12th house. Now, Saturn and Neptune were here for most of 2025, pretty much, you know, from, I think they moved in around like February, March, could have been May, and then retrograded back like September and October, I want to say, but they were there for most of quite a few months in 2025, I guess I'll say. And this definitely was a preview for you of what's to come, because they're going to be chilling in your 12th house for quite a long time. Saturn for the next few years, Neptune for way longer than that. And so this is definitely going to be a time that is going to be a lot about your subconscious need to surrender. It could be surrendering to things that you cannot control, that you do not have any control of, or it could be surrendering to yourself. And with Aries, you know, in your 12th house, it could be surrendering to your own sense of individuality. And I think that's going to be a really, really big topic in 2026 with Neptune and Saturn and Aries, individuality. Not only with that, but also the Aquarian placements we're going to have, the Leo placements we're going to have. There's going to be a huge, huge collective theme of individuality, whether it be an individual separate from a group or a bunch of individuals in a group. There is something here to be said, especially for you looking at your chart with Aries in the 12th and Saturn and Neptune there. There's going to be this huge theme of individuality and separating yourself, but also what needs to be surrendered, what karmic cycles, karmic baggage, needs to be surrendered. This could definitely be a year where you get a lot more spiritual, but maybe in either an active way or in a way of going inside of yourself. This could be a year where maybe you kind of where you move, like you move away in some way, shape, or form, or you end up traveling more, or you end up doing something to get to know yourself more inside rather than just on the outside. And so either way though, Saturn and Neptune in your 12th is going to bring a lot of karmic cycles to a close, a lot of karmic chapters to a close. The 12th house can be the house of self-undoing. So it's like what you think you have known about yourself will be tested throughout 2026, and starting pretty early on, because Neptune moves back into Aries in January 26th, and then Saturn moves back in a couple weeks later on February 14th. And so these two planets will be coming back around and will be there for all of 2026 this year. Neptune in your 12th is one thing, definitely spiritual hygiene, spiritual surrender, mysticism, really kind of upgrading and evolving your spirituality and your connection to other realms, your connection to sleep, your connection to subconscious cycles, your connection to escapism, addictions, habits that you need to rid yourself of. Saturn there can almost kind of represent sacrifice. Both actually, Neptune and Saturn can represent sacrifice, but consequences, responsibility, a heaviness, weight that you feel, karmic weight that you feel subconsciously or from the past. And so with Neptune there, and with it being in the 12th house, there's going to be a lot of you realizing maybe certain subconscious things that have been causing your suffering, that have been causing you to potentially go against yourself, that have been causing you to sacrifice in some way. Or you could notice areas where you do need to sacrifice more of certain things to heal, to let go, to surrender, to, fall into more of an allowance. And so, they're really kind of cleansing out and detoxing this 12th house for you in a lot of ways. And you're going to see that all throughout 2026 this year, whereas last year you only saw it for, quite a few months there before it retrograded back. So the next big thing that I want to talk about here for you as a Taurus rising is that on February 17th, we're going to have the solar eclipse in Aquarius. It's going to be the first one, and it's going to be before the node even moves into Aquarius. So the node will still be in Pisces, the south node will still be in Virgo, but we will have a solar eclipse happening on February 17th in Aquarius. This is going to be a massive preview for what's to come in this really huge area of your chart. Your chart is getting lit up this year as a Taurus rising, and it's really coming around to what you want to do with your life, your place in the world, what you're here to do, who you're here to help, and like where you belong in your people. This could come in the form of a career. This could come in the form of a school or educational venture. This could come in the form of, getting out there and protesting or something, either way, this is some kind of really big futuristic, calling that you're going to have to do more for the world at large rather than focus solely on your little personal life, And so that's going to be huge. And so pay attention right around February 17th, because that's going to be the start of it. And we're going to come back and talk more about this area of your chart later, because it's a big deal this year. So I'm not going to go too much into it right now, but right around February 17th, there's some kind of massive new beginning with a lot of clues coming in to what the rest of this year is going to have in store for you with that Aquarius solar eclipse. Then on March 3rd, we're going to have a Virgo lunar eclipse in your 5th house. Now, this is definitely going to bring up something to do with what you need to rid yourself of, what you need to let go of, what you need to release. Maybe control tactics or perfectionistic tactics around creativity and your creative process, or projects you're working on, or parenting and children, or your intimacy, your romance life, your partner, your dating life. Maybe this is getting back to the basics and using practical ways to kind of fall back in love with your partner around this time, or using practical ways to kind of reignite your creative spark or to finish a creative project you've been working on. But either way, right around March 3rd, we're going to have that lunar eclipse in Virgo. So that's going to be bringing up those themes really karmically for you of what else needs to be released in your Virgo 5th house. And again, we had these eclipses happening here throughout 2025 as well. So this is kind of almost finishing out that Virgo chapter of your chart. So moving on from April 12th to April 19th, we're going to have Mars conjunct Neptune in your 12th house. This is definitely going to be a big deal. So if you didn't really feel Neptune and Saturn move in and at the end of January, beginning of February, then you're definitely going to be feeling this. Mars is going to come across that conjunction and really light it up. So right around April 12th to the 19th, you're really going to be feeling this strong Mars initiation, motivation, energy to finally make some kind of change in this area of your life, to finally let something go, to finally rid yourself of something, to finally release some kind of burden, to finally cut off some kind of pattern or cycle or addiction. This is going to be really, really huge around that time. So moving on April 26th, we're going to have Uranus finally moving out of your sign, Taurus, for good. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it moves back in 2027. I'm pretty sure it's I've been looking at astrology the last couple of days and my mind's like all boggled with, I keep like mixing up things, but Uranus moves out of your sign, I'm pretty sure for good, and moves into the sign of Gemini, your second house. This is going to be really big. Uranus has been pretty much in and out of your sign, but mostly in since 2018. So you've had a lot of reinvention with who you are, Taurus, your identity, like how you see yourself, what you like, what you don't like, your personality, like your body, your health, all of that. There's been a huge reinvention happening with Uranus moving through your first. So now with it moving in Gemini, it's really going to bring out a lot of your innate abilities, a lot of your innate skills, and a lot of your own resourcefulness. Like you're going to find out how resourceful you are. You're going to find out, like, in a lot of ways, how your brain works to really actually help you and give you the skills that you need to create things for yourself, or to create resources for yourself, or to create money for yourself. Uranus is going to revolutionize this area of your chart to do with money, resources, assets, things that you have, things that you keep, things that are important to you, or things that you like feel like you need to survive in some way, shape, or form. Like Uranus is really revolutionizing, upgrading this area. It can also bring a lot of sudden change. May not happen right away. It may more so happen during certain Uranus triggers or transits, but it will be here for a long time. Once it's in Gemini for good, it'll be in Gemini for like the next decade or so. So it will definitely be in there for a long time. So with that being said, you're going to, notice this massive change, a lot of massive change happening. Some of them could be kind of like curveballs. Some of them could be like, maybe you lose a source of income, but then that somehow leads you to an opportunity to make more income. And so there's, Uranus is about freedom and individuality and independence. And so you may find that you really start getting into like independent resources in some way, or creating more freedom for yourself with resources, like working smarter, not harder with your money and resources in some way, could be really, really, really huge around this Uranus and Gemini transit for you. Chiron, which is not here on the screen, but it's going to move from Aries to Taurus starting this year. It will move back in September, so it won't be there too long. But from June 19th till about September 17th, Chiron will briefly move into your sign. And so this is definitely going to bring up a lot of healing in terms of who you are, your identity, your body, your health, and your vitality. It's going to be having you really look at the places where you have insecurities, where you have old wounds around who you are and how you see yourself and your body and your identity, and really how to work through some of those Chiron wounds as well. And heal yourself, like you're going to be basically becoming a self-healer once Chiron moves in there for good. But again, that happens only for a few months from June 19th to September 17th this year. So you'll get a little bit of a preview of that. On June 30th, Jupiter will move into Leo. And not long after Jupiter moves into Leo, on July 20th, basically from June 30th to July 20th is when 2026 really starts. And Jupiter will be in an opposition with Pluto. And this is really one of the big dog transits of 2026. I mean, this is huge. It's explosive. It's super powerful, super transformative. It's like big impact, some kind of big impact. Like, it's like a bomb, like, now I'm not saying like literally, like, although can't necessarily rule that out, but this is like that kind of power, like that kind of change. Like Jupiter expands things, Pluto can expand things. Pluto is very powerful, transformational, intense, and Jupiter's opposing that, and it's just expanding it. And so this is like a really, really powerful transit here that you're going to be feeling from your 4th to your 10th house. This is, I think, really, really calling you to rise into some kind of powerful position regarding your career or what's going on in the world and the legacy you want to leave behind. How you want to join forces with or be a part of the bigger, larger dynamics happening either in the world or in your community or in your career and your job, whatever the case may be. This is like really calling you upwards of that. But there is still this like kind of pull downwards as well, because again, the nodes will be changing into Aquarius and Leo shortly after this opposition, right around July 26th. So this is going to be a really big deal. There's some kind of explosive change happening here that either, that can really affect your home life, your family life, your personal life, and what you prefer to do for you personally versus where you're needed to make a larger impact in a bigger way. Okay, so again, for some of you, this could be your career in a company that you work for. For some of you, this could be a business that you're running. For others of you, this could be like, I want to go out in the world and just make a difference and whatever. So you're really struggling with like being known and being special within your family and within your life versus putting yourself out there in the world and not really being all the way seen for your efforts, like going along with the crowd or going along with something bigger than yourself that you're a part of, but you're not like, oh, look at me, I'm recognized. Like you're not necessarily like maybe, I mean, you could be leading the pack, but not like, it's like you're contributing, but you're not like the face of everything. Okay. And the reason that I say that is because that's Aquarius. Aquarius is like, you're a part of something bigger, like you're a cog in the machine, but you're not like the face of the machine. Like that would be more Leo, right? Like Leo's like, look at me, I'm on the billboard. And Aquarius is like, no, you're just part of a greater whole. And so, yes, there's differences. And with Aquarius, there can be differences. There can be things that stand out. But it's like this matter of, am I special? Am I not? What am I here to do? Like deeper philosophical questions, especially with Jupiter and Leo, about being seen and mattering, about consciousness itself, life itself, love, family, especially for you. It's like where you come from versus where you're going is going to be really, really big this year. Your past and being like, recognized in terms of your home and your family and like where you're from or your past or your childhood or the people that know you, the people that are close to you. Like, it's like you're going to be called to something where, yeah, you may not be the authority. You may not be like the shining bright light, but you're one of many shining bright lights. Like this is going from the sun, Leo, to like the constellation, Aquarius. Like you're part of something bigger than yourself rather than just being one sun that stands out and rules over everybody or that everybody loves and flocks to and whatever else, right? So anyway, so this is going to be a really, really big deal. It's basically when 2026 starts, like right at the end of June and moving into July and August, like there's some kind of huge change here. Maybe you get promoted in a job that kind of follows some of these themes I've named off, where you become part of something bigger than yourself, but like you have to work on it like as a group, like with many other people. Maybe, and that means that you've got to move or you've got to change your family or you've got to, or maybe like your family is expanding in some way. Like, maybe, especially with the South Node being in your 5th house for this past year and then part of this year, 2026, like maybe like you know, had another baby or something, your family's expanded, but now you're being called to like, you know, go and do something that has a greater purpose or for the greater good or for all instead of just one. And so, but you are maybe needed at home, or maybe like you're really important in your home or family dynamics, like maybe you play a big role there. And so it's like, well, this is going to take me away from that. So there's this kind of tension of like, you know, wanting to grow and evolve your family and the legacy of your family, but also being called to the legacy of your life and your career and the legacy of something greater that feels like greater than yourself. And so there's kind of this push and pull here that you're really going to feel with the nodes moving into Aquarius and Leo. And you know, you're going to be called to like really face things like certain contemplations about like, do you matter in terms of your home and family? Like, how much do you matter? Do you matter in terms of your career or in the world and where you're going? Have you been truly authentic with home and family members, or are you performing? Are you playing a role that doesn't even feel like you? Where do you fit in terms of your career? Do you stand out? Is it where you belong? What do you want to do with your life? How do you want to, like, where is your place in the world? The South Node in Leo is going to force you to get real with yourself in terms of your heart, with your family and, you know, your home life and all of that, like where your heart truly is. And the North Node in Aquarius with Pluto there is going to really force you to face change and power dynamics within the world or within your career or within something that you're feeling called to that feels bigger and greater than yourself. And so that's going to be really, really big this year for you Taurus risings. I mean, some of these themes will be big for everybody collectively, but they'll especially be big for you in your areas of, you know, home and family versus career and, you know, your future and what you're here to do in this life. Like what kind of life are you creating here? And so this is going to be really big. The South Node can bring up things from the past, you know, things where, you know, it's time to kind of let go of certain things, especially related to ego, especially related to selfishness, especially related to unhealthy pride. And it's like, okay, well, I have to go do something else for the greater good, or because I'm being called to, or for my career or whatever, and face maybe a fear with that, or face some kind of change with that. So there's a lot of different ways that can play out. But that's going to be kind of the gist of it for most of you. So moving on from that, we will then have the Leo solar eclipse, August 12th. That's going to be a massive new beginning again in home and family, and kind of start this shift of really untangling and rewiring the past, your family, where your heart is, where your home is, where you're from, and those close to you, those that you live with, you know, like your role in the family, if you've been following your heart there, if you feel it's authentic to you, if you feel you're in the right place, you know, what you love about this here, like all of that. And then after that, on August 28th, we're going to have the Pisces lunar eclipse. I'm pretty sure this is the last one. I don't think we have any more in 2027, but I can't remember right now. So the Pisces lunar eclipse on August 28th will be in your 11th house. And, you know, Jupiter is the ruler of that. So there definitely is going to be some kind of also like releasing of maybe social groups or interactions, social things that you've been a part of, events, etc. This has already been something you have been doing since 2025. There's been a huge focus on your networking area, meeting new people, crowds of people, groups of people, places you feel you belong to. Maybe they're spiritual groups or creative groups or compassionate groups or like charity groups or like whatever. With the lunar eclipse happening on August 28th here, there could be a lot of focus around that, a lot of change here that's happening, or something being released here as well. So that is going to happen. And then on October 3rd, everything changes because Venus goes retrograde in Scorpio. And this is so huge for you because this is your 7th house. And I'm not going to lie, this is a challenging transit, okay? Venus in Scorpio retrograde would be challenging on its own. But at the time, Mars will actually be in Leo. So Venus will be squaring Mars and Pluto in Aquarius, forming a T-square. as she goes retrograde pretty much, and then goes back and forms the exact T-square again. So this is going to be a very challenging transit. This is really, like, I think not only do we have that Pluto-Jupiter opposition earlier in, you know, right around the end of June and into July, but this is like almost a whole different side of that. It's like it's coming back in some ways, but with Mars now, and Venus is really, really triggering some shit and bringing some shit up. And for you, it's definitely going to be about relationships, as she's going retrograde in your 7th house. This could be a relationship from the past or a current relationship or partnership that you're in that ends up really challenging what you want or what you're trying to do, or what your partner wants in terms of home and family. It could really make some huge changes. So maybe some of this, you know, whatever happens between this 10th and 4th house for you this year is starting to now have some kind of impact on your partner or on what you want and expect from your partner. Because I mean, Venus is your chart ruler, so she rules you as a Taurus rising. So this could also be that you are creating some of this change as well, or controlling some of this change with your partner. But either way, there's definitely going to be about relationships and how those relationships are playing into this greater thing that you're doing with your career and or the world at large, and this focus that you've been having versus your role and your part in your home and family. If you're being authentic there, this could be the start of maybe you realizing that, hey, I haven't been all the way authentic with my family, or maybe I have been just playing a role but not really being myself and not really being authentic, and maybe I need to change that, you know. Maybe my heart and my heart's desires, maybe I haven't been real about them. And this could be the start of you realizing that somehow it's impacting your relationships or your relationship with another person, your partner, etc. And then Venus will, she starts retrograding on October 3rd. She will retrograde back into Libra, on October 25th. So then there will be a shift from your relationships to your relationships at work. So, and compromising with your work, your job, your health, things like this could really, really come up here. It has to do with like your career path, your future goals, and all of that in general. So it definitely could bring in, there could be like a massive work topic that's happening here, work conversation or challenge, difficulty. Maybe your partner is pissed about how many hours that you're working and you're not at home, you know, and then when you're at home, you're not really yourself, you're not being authentic, you're kind of like, you know, a robot. And so your partner's like, you know, what the F? And, you know, it's like you've got to compromise something to be able to change this. You know, there's some change going on at home that you're not really there for, that you can't really participate in, and that your partner's having to pick up the slack with, especially because Mars will be in Leo and Mars rules Scorpio, where Venus is going to be. And so it's like maybe your partner's having to do a lot of the housework or the stuff at home while you're focusing on this big career thing or a big goal or vision thing for your future and what you want out of life, and your partner's fed up, and you know, and it kind of boils over. And so anyway, but those are just some random examples of what this could all be. There's other ways this could play out as well, but yeah, I think you get you get the point. I would definitely you know, just now that you know about it, you know, do your best to just kind of prepare and know that the beginning of October and fall of 2026 is definitely a dramatic, intense, and very, very, very intense time. It's a potent time that's changing a lot. So it was like the middle of summer, but definitely fall. Okay, it's going to be pulling at our heartstrings big time, and there's going to be some intense eruptions that happen, that boil to the surface, that we can no longer look away from, that we have to face. Okay, so moving on from that, basically Venus goes direct on November 13th and will become the morning star in Libra. And then she will no longer be, or she will be out of this whole retrograde cycle by December 16th. So by December 16th, that should all be kind of completed, done, worked out, let go of, whatever. And then on November 14th, last but not least, we will have Mars conjunct Jupiter and the South Node in Leo. So just as Jupiter and the South Node are finally conjuncting, Mars, of course, will be moving across them. And this will definitely, I think, shed some light on everything we just went through with that Venus retrograde as well, and whatever was going on with the home and family environment at that time. It will likely be like a surrender of sorts of pride and ego. It will likely be something to do with like a surrender of anger, rage, kind of putting down our sword out of honor and respect, and in some way, shape, or form. So, or somebody else doing that, you know, for you, especially with Mars ruling your 7th house anyway. It could be your partner doing that, like, okay, look, I was wrong, or I don't want to fight anymore, or like, I realize I've been being a bit selfish, or whatever the case may be. Or it could be like, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I've got to do me. You got to do you, whatever. Now, I'm not saying all of you guys are going to break up, so don't go freaking out if you're in a relationship. I'm just saying, not to say that that's not a potential, but I'm just saying that it's a very hectic time for relationships, especially for you. And it's happening in your 7th house. So it's definitely for you and Aries. It's definitely a hectic time for relationships. And it's going to be for me too. It's not happening in my 7th, but it's squaring my 7th. So I'm a Leo rising. I'm a fixed rising sign too. So it's happening in, you know, some difficult houses for me as well. I'm not looking forward to it. So that is basically it, Taurus risings. It is a huge, huge year for you to level up in powerful ways in your career and with what you want out of your life and future. That's what you're going to be thinking about. Like, how does this contribute to where I'm going? How does this contribute to my future? But there's going to be a test of not losing your heart and the things that you love and that are close to you and that are, you know, authentically aligned with you on your conquest to complete this said mission in the world or with your career. So there's going to be this push and pull between your heart space and the warmth and the affection of your home and family and the role that you play there with this kind of very more detached, less emotional, less heart-centered mentality that you're going to need to, you know, be a part of something bigger than yourself. Okay, so, and you can do both. You know, you can do both. I totally believe that. That's really what the nodes, I think, teach us. And, you know, they balance out these two areas of our lives. So anyway, let me know what you thought about all that down below, Taurus. If you can see some of this stuff happening and you already kind of have a feeling, you might know what it's referring to, definitely let me know down below. Comment down below, sexy Taurus rising, if you watched until here. Make sure to send this to everyone you know. I would really appreciate it. And we are going to move on to Gemini Rising. Hello, Gemini Risings. Welcome to your 2026 horoscope for the year ahead. When I look at your charts, I see fame, fortune, glory, all to be yours this year, darling. I'm just kidding. Not saying that it can't be necessarily. Anyways, let's bring up your chart here and look at what is happening for you in 2026. So basically, for you this year, Gemini, there is a lot going on, not only at the bottom of your chart, but also at the top of your chart. And right away, also Uranus in your sign. So right away, I see that this is a year for you, Gemini risings, of reinvention of your identity, how you see yourself, your appearance, your personality, like your body. Like, this is going to be a year where you may have a lot of questions about who you are and who you've been in your life. And if that resonates, this is going to be a year of experimentation. And I want you to remember that. Okay. I want you to remember that big time. This is going to be a year of experimentation. You are going to change so much. Like, you're going to be like a shapeshifter this year. And I need you to just embrace that and give yourself permission to try on whatever you need to try on. Okay, like try on whatever identities, personalities, clothing, style choices, whatever. Like, try on whatever you need to try on, because that is how you're going to get to know yourself the most. Okay, so that's going to be really huge for you. But not only that, what also really tells me this is that you're going through a massive change this year in what you believe about your place in this world and, in general, like why you're even here, what you're doing here. Are you from another planet? Are you not? What your religious beliefs are, what your spiritual beliefs are, your educational beliefs, your philosophical beliefs, like going through major changes right now. You may start seeing the world very differently. This could be a huge, huge year of awakening for you. Huge year of awakening. You could find, especially also with Uranus in your first house and these Aquarian placements, you could really find that maybe you start like having a lot of weird experiences that don't quite make sense or that don't quite fit in with the norm or with what is accepted or what you've been taught is generally accepted in society. And so this could be really huge. And I want to tell you this because I feel like this is really important for Gemini risings to remember. Just because those around you may not believe you, or because you can't always explain what you're going through or what is happening to you, does not mean that it's wrong or does not mean that it's bad. And it definitely does not mean that you should repress it. Okay. I really feel like for Gemini risings, when I look at this chart, and this is more of an intuitive thing coming through right now, that you are going to learn a lot of things that kind of come from different places, that come from inside of you. Maybe like the universe is communicating with you through things and people and signs and symbology and synchronicities outside of you as well. But you may like channel things, or you may feel like a lot of electric, kind of downloads like just coming to you out of nowhere, or just maybe psychic abilities or like whatever. But like you may feel like because of how you grew up, or because of your education, or because of your beliefs, or because of what you see going on around you, or what you see as accepted by the general public or the general society, or your local environment and your family, or friends, or the groups that you belong to, or whatever, it may feel like you're not necessarily sure if it's something that you want to keep doing. And so I really am just getting this feeling that many of you may try to repress it to continue to fit in. And that conversation is going to be really big this year anyway, with the North Node moving into Aquarius and the South Node moving into Leo, where we sacrifice ourselves and our hearts and our authenticity and our own individuality and our own individual thinking to fit in with what is going on with others or in the world or in society, because we're scared of rejection. But if we're having to repress who we really are, or what we really think, or what's really happening to us to fit in, do we actually fit in? No. Like it's like we are trying to wear a mask of something that we're not. And Uranus being in your first is going to be a lot about like, hey, it's time to be authentic. It's time, you're going through a revolution of identity, okay? Which is why I said you're like a shapeshifter this year. Give yourself permission to experiment and explore. You don't need something definite all the time, okay? Give yourself permission to change this year. This is a year of change, especially for you. Give yourself permission to just change however you want to fucking change, and don't put pressure on it. And if people don't like it, like, you will likely have seasons of people along the way. Like, when you change and you're changing within your own identity and within your own self and within your own, personality and within your own style and your own beliefs, you are going to have some people that align with that and some people that don't. It doesn't mean it's always going to be like that. It doesn't mean like you will never align with people that no longer align with you right now. You may change back, okay? Like, some of you guys may do something crazy and out there and change like everything about yourself, and then by the end of the year you're like, okay, well, that was fun. I'm changing again now, I don't believe that anymore. And that's okay, like, and I think just give yourselves permission to experiment. And I know it can feel hard because, you're going to have Saturn in your 11th of like groups of people and friends and stuff, and then the South Node in your 3rd. So this is definitely going to be a really social year this year for you. And I think that your social life can feel very consequential this year. Like, you can be very aware of what you want from your social life and from people around you, but you may not always feel like you get it. Okay. And that's, with the South Node and Leo, especially halfway through the year, it may not be like that the first half of the year, but the second half of the year, that's likely where you may feel that a little bit more, and into 2027 as well. So I think right now it's like Give yourself permission to be weird. Give yourself permission to believe what you want to believe this year. Give yourself permission to experiment this year and change things up and allow change to happen. And don't put a bunch of pressure on it. Allow people to come and go. Like, just, vibe. Vibe, Okay, so let's actually get into that. That just all kind of randomly came through for you. So the first part of this year, January 26th, we're going to have Neptune moving back out of Pisces and back into Aries for the final time. And then Saturn's going to join Neptune as well on February 14th. So within a few week period, both of these big dog planets move back into Aries, where they kind of gave us a preview last year in 2025 from around spring to fall 2025 of what was coming. And this is your 11th house. So this is an area of groups of people, the different people, events, places, networking, stuff that you belong to, whether it's a book club or a yoga class or different genres of music or different fan groups you belong to or different political groups or spiritual groups or whatever that you belong to. It's really kind of finding your people in the world and finding who you relate to and who you don't. And, with your 11th house being Aries, sometimes you could maybe feel like a bit of a lone wolf, or you could feel like you don't always see the types of groups or people or opportunities, social opportunities that you wish you could. But with Aries here, I think for a lot of you, it's likely because you're meant to be the one that starts it. You're meant to be the one that initiates what you envision. And that could be what a lot of this is like you starting to structure your own, groups that you envision or that you wish there were more of. You starting to kind of almost create or initiate your own opportunities, your own social opportunities, instead of just looking around for them and not really feeling like they're there in some way. So a lot of networking, marketing, social stuff is going to be really, really huge this year with Saturn and Neptune moving into your 11th house for good. And I probably went over that a bit more in depth last year in 2025. So if you want to go back and watch that, you can. But either way, this is definitely some kind of new era starting here in this area of life for you. So the next big thing we have happening is February 17th. We're going to have the first Aquarius solar eclipse right before, months before the nodes move in those signs for good. So the North Node will still be in Pisces, but it'll be close enough to the beginning of Pisces that the new moon at the end of Aquarius will be very close to it. And if you don't understand all that, that's fine. Basically, you're going to have a huge new karmic beginning happening in your 9th house of Aquarius. And it's really important that you pay attention around this time, around February 17th, to this solar eclipse, because it's giving us all a big, nice preview for what's to come in the second half of the year when the nodes change into Aquarius and Leo. And so this is going to be really big for you. And I think that it's going to start some kind of new beginning of you really contemplating and thinking about, or feeling called to or pulled to, worry more about the collective, or worry more about belief systems and educational pursuits and learning pursuits and travel pursuits and basically higher thinking pursuits that somehow affect the collective. This could also be legal, political, religious as well for some of you. Now, this could mean like getting involved in, protest, or getting involved in your kind of in a bigger way in school or educational kind of like rights or something, or laws, or getting involved in politics in a bigger way, or getting involved in some kind of belief system that you have or that you feel would make the world better in some way. Something along those lines, or some kind of learning pursuit that you feel, would be better for most people, or something like that, right? Aquarius is about the higher good for everybody, but sometimes it can leave out the individual or not always consider what the individual wants. And so with the solar eclipse here, though, it's giving you a preview of what's coming later in the year. And we're going to come back more to the nodal shift here soon in a minute. So, okay, on March 3rd, we're going to have the lunar eclipse in Pisces, which is your 10th house sector. So this is going to be a big change right around the beginning of March. So April 26th, is when Uranus will officially move into Gemini, your first house, and start really changing things up for you, giving you some curveballs. So this is going to be definitely a time where you start learning a lot more about yourself, or where you start feeling that, you know, shapeshifter energy I was talking about, where you start feeling all that change, where you start feeling that kind of electrifying, sometimes maybe unstable feeling of like, I need to do this, or I need to jump out of my skin. You could find that you start really just wanting to feel independent, or set yourself free, or break free, or liberate yourself in some way. You could find that you really, again, want to start changing up your style, your appearance, your identity, like so many things about yourself, you know, like you could just find that you start feeling a lot of like really crazy change, you know, a lot of really crazy curveballs. And so this is going to be really big. The one thing I will say about this is that you want to make sure that in your venture for finding yourself and finding your truth, which is the ultimate form of liberation and freedom with Uranus, is like the freedom to be yourself, the freedom to live your truth, the freedom to, you know, be authentic. You want to make sure to find that in that quest with Uranus in your first house, that you don't do it from a place of trying to rebel against either who you used to be, or against what other people said you couldn't be, or other people from your past, or society itself, or your parents, or whatever. Like, you don't want to be a rebel without a cause. And I think that's really, really huge for you when I look at your chart. Aquarius, 9th house placements, you know, Leo, 3rd house placements, Uranus in the 1st. You don't want to be a rebel without a cause. And the reason why not is because, like, number one, as you grow older, you realize all the cliches are cliches for a reason and are definitely true. And the whole term rebel without a cause, I've done so many readings now on people, and I have the rebellion archetype within me. And so this is how I know this. This is how I've seen this play out in other people as well. When you become a rebel without a cause, you tie your identity to the very thing that you're trying to separate yourself from, okay? So let's say you are trying to separate yourself from a toxic parent, okay? And like growing up, they made you feel boxed in, and you're like, I just want to release myself and unbox myself and break out. And you do that, and doing that isn't necessarily the problem. It's then creating an identity out of the whole breaking out of the box thing, and literally just doing things to like completely piss off your parent and to show them, you know, your whole identity at that point just becomes a reaction to your parent. It basically your identity is tied to your parent and not actually to you and who you are and what you desire and what's going on with you and what your truth is. Like, and that's the crazy part that you realize through healing and through awakening eventually, is that most of the things that we think our identity is really just a reaction to something that happened to us in our lives and not really who we really are. And so it's like the crazy thing is really thinking about who you are without that. Like, who would you be without it? Who are you when that no longer possesses you? Who are you when that no longer triggers you so much? Who are you when that no longer angers you? So I would say, do it out of true curiosity in the Gemini spirit. Do it out of true experimentation, not out of like hatred or anger or fear or this show them kind of thing, right? Because that a lot of the time ends up, you know, it can be a part of the healing process, I guess. So I'm not necessarily saying it's wrong. So if you do end up doing that, I'm sure you'll learn things from it. So I'm not telling you like stay away from that. Don't do that. It's bad. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that, you know, just some advice, just some advice, because the way your chart's set up this year, I could definitely see you guys needing to hear some of these things. And so that's why I'm saying that. But anyways, with Uranus moving into your first house, you're going to be even more curious than you already are. You're going to be like a kid in a candy store. Can I touch this? Can I wear that? Can I do this? Let me try that. Let's do this. Let's try that. Like, it's going to be on, you know, it's going to be like, you're going to have a lot more ideas. Your brain's going to be way more just all over the place. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of things that you will need to try and that you will need to experiment with before you likely find your thing. And then even once you do, it may change again. And I think that as long as you accept change this year into your life and, you know, you allow yourself, like I said, to experiment and stay curious and not get too anchored into one thing because you feel like you have to be there, because you feel like other people want you to be there, or like whatever, like I think that you're going to be fine. I think that you are going to be like a constant butterfly being reborn this year and wanting to travel and go on adventures, in terms of like a butterfly metaphorically. I mean, not saying you won't want to travel and go on adventures, but this year is going to be a lot about finding yourself and breaking out of your shell and breaking out of the old boxes, the old mental boxes, and like, perceptions that you've had of yourself, or that you've placed on yourself, or that you feel society has placed on you in some way that you've just kind of accepted but didn't really question. Like this year, you're going to be questioning a lot, and you may not have all the answers. You're definitely not going to have all the answers by the end of this year, but if you don't have all the answers, it doesn't mean you're lost. It doesn't mean you're confused. None of that. It just means like it's part of the process. You're unwrapping yourself, and you may not get all through that wrapping paper by the end of the year, and that's okay. Like, stick to what you have learned, stick to what you have answered, and don't be too hard on yourself about it. So anyway, yeah, that's Uranus moving into your first house. And then, and it will be trining, Pluto as well once it moves into your sign in Aquarius. So again, creating this huge change, like groundbreaking change in the way that you see yourself, the way you think about yourself, the way you carry yourself, who you think you even are, and what the hell you're even doing here. Like it's like, this is like a huge awakening within your belief systems, like, things that you may have thought you believed your whole life, sides that you thought you were on, or what you thought about the world. So many things could just really come apart this year, and it doesn't have to be scary. Like, I think it's actually exciting if you can lean into it. It's like, and you may have already had some of this happening in 2025, so I'm not saying that can't be the case as well, but there's definitely really kicks off this year. And I think the more that you can just embrace it and allow yourself to change and transform and allow things to change, like, you're gonna be fine. So anyways, moving on, the next thing we're gonna have is right around June 30th, Jupiter is gonna enter Leo, and on July 28th, it's going to oppose Pluto, and this is explosive. Okay, this is one of the biggest transits of 2026. This is a very explosive transit. This is where I think, like, with Jupiter moving into Leo, your third house, this is like literally what you know, and the ninth house is like what you believe beyond that, or what you believe about the world at large, or what you believe about bigger societal systems, what you believe about religion or philosophy or the government or whatever. And Leo in the third is like what you know, what you think you know. So with Jupiter moving into the third, opposing Pluto, again, I feel like this is some kind of like huge explosive kind of awakening that's like expanding and evolving what you thought or knew. Maybe you travel around this time and you realize, like, holy crap, there's so much I've not seen, or that I don't even know, or whatever about the world that we live in, or maybe something happens that makes you feel that way or think that way. But literally, like, not long after this is when the nodes also move into Aquarius and Leo, and we start the nodal transit of Aquarius and Leo, North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo. So this is going to be the theme for like the rest of the year, and also into 2027, where we have these themes of you really figuring out like what you know and what your role is in your day-to-day life and environment, and what you feel comfortable with there, versus your role on a bigger scale. Your role, in the world, or your role helping other people, your role teaching or learning or traveling, or how you are contributing to something bigger than yourself. Okay. And so that's what really Aquarius in the ninth house is. Like, how are you contributing through your beliefs, through your learning endeavors, through your travel endeavors, through your teaching endeavors, through your educational endeavors? How are you using those to contribute to something bigger than yourself that you believe in, or that's good for everybody, the greater good kind of thing? Whereas Leo in the third is like, what are you doing on a day-to-day level personally to, like, cheer up the people in your life and be known around your town and have fun and stuff, you know what I mean? Just being you and it being all about you, versus, what are you doing about everything else or everyone else? So this isn't like you need to carry the world on your back. And I would just remember that this year, Gemini Risings, like this isn't about you needing to carry the fate of society on your back, because it may feel that way sometimes for some of you, maybe not all of you, but some of you. But this is where 2026 really starts. This is where it really starts to feel like a whole new year and a whole new era. And so, yeah, this definitely going to be a year where you are like, you know, kind of like heart versus mind, heart versus belief, where you come from versus where you're going, what's known to you versus what's unknown to you, and really kind of diving into that, you know, where you're kind of scared of change, or where you're focused on power dynamics in the world or with people or in educational systems, or, you know, whatever the case may be, with foreign lands or whatever. But there's a lot here where I think that there's like a lot here about individuality, independence, humanitarianism, and also separateness, like being your own person. And there's going to be a lot of lessons with that in 2026. So be on the lookout for that. And the next big thing that we have is the Leo solar eclipse, which is going to happen again in your third house of Leo. First Leo solar eclipse will have a massive new beginning, really planting seeds here in your third house of Leo and bringing up those third house Leo themes of your environment, where you live, your kind of day-to-day environment, the people and places and things that you interact with and hang out with on like a day-to-day basis, transportation, short travels, communications, skills, talents, and your own kind of personal life and lifestyle, and, you know, all of that, like what your own kind of personal schedule and personal things that you're doing. And that's going to really, really come up here. So if you have been performing in any area of your life, or not being true to your heart, or not being truly authentic, that is definitely going to be something that starts coming up. It's like you wanting to be known or seen or special within your realm, or within your, you know, your kind of corner of the world, versus doing or being part of something bigger than yourself, where you may not be necessarily special or known or seen all the time. You're just part of what everybody else is doing. And so that's going to be really huge. And again, that Leo solar eclipse is also going to be kind of a new beginning with those third house Leo themes. So then we're going to have the Pisces lunar eclipse shortly after that on August 28th. And this is definitely going to be, again, some kind of huge change, something along those lines. I think, didn't I already talk about this? Oh, no, that was the Virgo eclipse. I think I missed the Virgo eclipse and I called it a Pisces eclipse. So, okay, back up for a second. The lunar eclipse in Virgo on March 3rd. I called it a lunar eclipse in Pisces and messed myself up, but there's going to be a lunar eclipse in Virgo on March 3rd. So backtrack to then, and that's actually your 4th house of home and family, not your 10th house. Okay, so that's going to definitely be a lot more about releasing things from your past and things to do with your home and your family, and releasing tendencies of control and perfectionism, and being too detail oriented. Then back to where we were on the 28th of August is the Pisces lunar eclipse, and that's what's going to be about your career, your fate, your long-term goals, your path in life, trusting your path in life, trusting where you're headed, and you know, having faith in all of that. Basically could bring up kind of a closing chapter to do with your career or your long-term goals or your vision for the future around this time. Or it could be something that is realized and integrated, or it could be something that's released. And then everything really gets crazy in October, because on October 3rd, Venus is going to go retrograde, and she's retrograding in the sign of Scorpio, where she does not like to be. And this is going to be a really, really challenging retrograde cycle. She's going to square Pluto in Aquarius and Mars, which will be in Leo at the time. And so she's going to be in a T-square between Pluto and Aquarius right around the time she goes retrograde. And so this is causing massive change, massive transformation, a lot of frustration, a lot of repressed emotions, fears, and matters of the heart that come to the surface around this time, power dynamics, and basically what we want and what we want to do versus things that we are powerless over and have to do. And this is going to be going on in terms of your work, day-to-day routines, health, you know, your job on a day-to-day basis, area of life in the 6th house. So Venus is going to retrograde in your 6th, but she's going to square your 3rd and 9th. So this could be a clash of your beliefs, your perspective, your opinion, a clash maybe involving communication or documentation or rules, legalities, or morals, or something along those lines right around the beginning of October that really makes you start contemplating or second guessing your job, or maybe a health routine or a doctor or something along those lines. Venus will eventually retrograde back into Libra on October 25th, which is your 5th house. So then there will be more going on about your matters of the heart, relationships, dating, sexuality, children, love, romance, and the things that you find pleasurable will really be brought up into question and contemplation once Venus goes back into Libra. But it will be a bit easier once Venus goes back into Libra because Venus rules Libra and she will be out of the T-square with Mars and Pluto. And so once she moves back into Libra, it will go a bit smoother. There will be more of a contemplation around what's fair, around compromising, around making decisions, and truth will be the themes around that time. Venus will go direct on November 13th, and she will be done with the whole retrograde period by December 16th. So for October and pretty much November and halfway through December, we are dealing with the Venus retrograde period that is very intense. So just be prepared for it because there's definitely some intensity. I would say that, you know, having it in the 6th house is not the greatest, but having Mars and Pluto in the 3rd and 9th is probably a better place to have that, at least. But it definitely is kind of a time where it's like, you know, you may need to change things up, or you may have been repressing a lot when it comes to work, or when it comes to health-related issues, lifestyle issues, chores, errands, responsibilities in some way. And Venus could really bring up some uncomfortable truths here that really make you kind of contemplate your beliefs, your opinions, your views, your schedule, what you want out of this situation, what you're powerless over, your fears, etc. So that is really going to be the theme around fall. Now, the next and final thing of 2026 that we'll go over is basically on November 14th, Mars will come into a conjunction with Jupiter and the South Node in Leo. And so it's going to be a very fiery, potent, explosive transit as well. And that's happening in your 3rd house. Again, so this could be, maybe you're deciding to move away from where you live. Maybe you're deciding to change locations. Maybe you pull the plug on like a short trip or a short, you're changing something to do with either your local environment, your day-to-day environment and lifestyle, your day-to-day interactions with other people, how you're going about something, your opinions. This could definitely be a huge lesson in what you know or what you thought you knew. This could be a huge lesson in kind of coming back to your heart, coming back to your authenticity, coming back to what's true for your heart, or being more compassionate rather than selfish, or something along those lines. But there's definitely some kind of big change that's kind of happening here in that 3rd house area, right in the middle of November. So anyways, and that is basically it. That's all we're going over for 2026. Those are the big transits I wanted to talk about with you today. Let me know down below, Gemini Risings. Comment down below, sexy Gemini Rising, if you made it this far. I appreciate you so much. And let me know down below if this was helpful, what you got from it, but also if you could see some of these things happening in 2026 and what you feel like they may be hinting towards for you. I'd really, really love to hear your feedback down below. And come back and watch this throughout the year. Go back and watch your 2025 horoscope. Let me know if that resonated on that video. And I have more to offer down in the description below if you'd like readings or if you'd like to join my membership. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Cancer Risings, welcome to your 2026 horoscope for the year ahead. Hopefully 2025 turned out to be quite a year for you in some way, shape, or form. With Jupiter moving through your first and all the other exciting stuff that we've had. 2026 will have some remnants of 2025, especially within the first 6 to 7 months. And then after that, the year will change and feel like a whole new year has just started and that we are in a whole new era. So it's going to be a very interesting year, full of change, full of power dynamics and themes around power and what power truly is, and so much more. So let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to pull your lovely charts here up on the screen so that we can have a look at it together. Okay, so as you can see here in your chart, there is definitely a focus on your 10th house this year, just kind of like 2025, with Saturn and Neptune moving back into Aries in early 2026 and staying there for the rest of the year. So we're definitely going to start that whole saga again that you experienced from around spring to fall of 2025. And so there's definitely going to be a lot of change occurring in your career and in your future goals and in what you want out of your life, your future, your legacy, and the things that you're building in the world. You're really buckling up and, getting responsible and maturing in terms of your career and really wanting to truly go after your vision, your dreams for your life. I think that with Saturn in Aries, the challenge here is going to really be about limitation, responsibility, and maturity. Where are you not allowing yourself to start on the things that you really, truly desire, truly want to do? Where have you been procrastinating or holding yourself back because you're scared to take on more responsibility? Or where are you charging forth and going at it, but not doing something or building something that is sustainable? So either way, you could fall on either side of those coins, but I think that for the most part, you are buckling down and getting serious this year about your dreams for your future, your dreams for your life, your dreams and your vision for what you want to accomplish while you're here on this earth and what that looks like. So big career topics for you, facing challenges in career, which will definitely make you stronger. I would almost look at your career and your lifelong goals that you're really going to be focused on this year like a video game. Like there's going to be challenges, there's going to be monsters at the end of each level. Maybe not all levels, but at the end of most levels, and you're going to have to face them, but you can't move on to level 2 till you face the monster in level 1. And so I think that if you look at this year as kind of like an up-leveling year in terms of your career, it can really, really help you move through it. If you can have faith, if you can see the bigger picture, and continue to be responsible and buckled down, I think that it could be very, very beneficial. You have to have some kind of calling or like spiritual urge in terms of this to really feel like you are accomplishing what you're setting out to accomplish. So that's kind of the first thing that I want to talk to you about. And Saturn and Neptune both move in very early in 2026. So Neptune moves into Aries on January 26th, and then Saturn moves into Aries again on February 14th. So within a few weeks of each other, first couple months of 2026, both of these big dog planets move back into your 10th house and kind of start this huge new era for you with your career path, where you're going, and the legacy that you want to build in this life. So if that's been a topic of confusion for you, I'm not saying it's going to get 100% better right away, but I do think there's definitely going to be a lot that comes up with it this year that's going to help you to move forward, or at least try to initiate new things in this area of life. On February 17th, we're going to have a solar eclipse, our first solar eclipse in Aquarius, and this is really big. This is your 8th house of finances, resources, your partner's finances, debt and karmic obligations, agreements and commitments with other people, soul contracts, things like this. Fears and power dynamics as well can sometimes come up here. So with that first solar eclipse happening, this is giving us a preview February 17th of what's to come when the nodes move into Aquarius and Leo later through the year. You really want to pay attention right around February 17th because it's going to be really showing you this kind of new beginning that starts to occur, this karmic, fated new beginning that really starts to take place in your 8th house of Aquarius, which really can bring up themes of business, like I said, contracts, agreements, debts, and not even just monetary debts, although those can come up too, but anything that you owe, anything that you want to rid yourself of, anything that you want to make right or balance out or face or whatever, like wherever your energy is draining, because maybe you're not facing something, can also be the eighth house, can also be like, you know, if you're wanting to start a business that you've been putting off, or if you are really wanting to get involved in something financial like crypto, or if you're really wanting to start, you know, something to do with like investing or something to do that's very like taboo or different, but it helps people in some way. You know, Aquarius can deal with decentralization. And so with it being in the eighth house, which is definitely can be a house of finances, something could be connecting there. But either way, that solar eclipse happening for you right around February 17th is a really big one, and it's a preview of what's to come later in the year, so pay attention to that. On March 3rd, we're going to have a lunar eclipse in the sign of Virgo, which is your third house. And so it could definitely bring up maybe the ending of a chapter in a location, or the ending of a chapter regarding siblings, friends, relatives. It could bring up short travels, something to do with your environment, your local surroundings, your city, your town, something like that as well. A short trip could happen around this time, or you could be trying to get your schedule in order, your lifestyle in order in some way. So be on the lookout for that around March 3rd. And then on April 26th, Uranus will move back into Gemini and out of Taurus. And so with it moving into Gemini, this is your 12th house. This is definitely going to be a time of you freeing yourself from any patterns, habits, cycles, addictions that no longer serve you and that make you feel limited, or that lead to self-sabotaging behaviors, or that lead to suffering subconsciously in some way, shape, or form. And so the 12th house is really what's going on behind the scenes in your subconscious, and where you kind of work against yourself without realizing it. It could really open the door to, you know, other realms, psychic gifts, psychology, the mind and mindset, meditation pursuits, or spiritual pursuits. But it could really also help you break free and liberate yourself from anything that's making you feel trapped mentally or subconsciously in your life. And so this can be a really beneficial transit for that. But Uranus is somewhat of a trickster and can also throw us curveballs, surprises that we're not always expecting, or that we don't always find delightful. And so, you know, with this being in your 12th house, this can definitely also, you know, throw out some things that you were not expecting to do with your psychological state, or to do with your mental state, or to do with, you know, someone in your life's mental state, or to do with, you know, kind of breaking free from those limiting habits and behaviors, but maybe in a way that you weren't quite wanting to, or maybe in a way where it wasn't necessarily your choice in some way, like something like that. And I'm not saying that's going to be the case for everybody. I'm just talking about some of the different possibilities with this transit. So that is Uranus in Gemini. June 30th, we're going to have Jupiter entering the sign of Leo officially, and Jupiter in Leo on its own would be amazing, but it's going to be joined there by the South Node not too long after, about a little over a month after. And as soon as it moves into Leo, it's going to start making an opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. This is a very, very powerful, intense, explosive transit, okay? There's a lot of amazing, incredible good that it can do, but it can also have a shadow side, just like everything. And so this is a transit of really big change can be made in a very short amount of time, where we can literally feel unstoppable, or where we can feel superior in some way, or where we can feel so powerful and so able to live up to our potential in some way, shape, or form. It can be a period of awakening. It can be a period of facing fears and darkness and taking risk, or death and rebirth, or, you know, so many different ways that this could play out. And this is happening in your second and eighth house of finances and resources. So what you give, what you share, what you receive, all of that is going to be really, really huge with this. So you're going to want to expand your resources, and you may find a way to change something, or make a very big dramatic shift to do that, or face a fear to do that. You may have the courage around this time to do that. This could be like when you are officially like, okay, I'm starting this business, or I'm starting this, you know, financial project or job, or whatever the case may be. I'm starting this thing that I feel very called to do, or this could be where the calling really happens and hits you and where you feel like you need to act on it in the near future. But either way, something happens here that really creates an explosive energy in our lives, in all of our lives in some way, shape, or form. But it really creates a big explosive change and an energy shift. Some people could feel this internally. Some people could feel this from the outside, where like something outside of them changes and causes this. But either way, it's like you're wanting to evolve and expand your resources, your finances, what you have to offer, and you're trying to find a way to do that. Maybe that's not always been talked about. Like Pluto can be like hidden things. So in your 8th house as well, like maybe you're trying to find a way to do that that's been kind of hidden from the public, or maybe you're trying to find a way to do that that would change a lot of things, or maybe you're trying to find the way to do that by kind of teaming up with someone powerful that can make that change, or whatever the case may be. But there's something really, really powerful here happening financially around July 20th. And this is really where 2026 starts. This is where the year really shifts and it starts to feel like we're in a whole new year and a whole new era. And right around July 26th, so only 6 days later, is when the nodes officially move into Leo and Aquarius. And this also creates a whole new dynamic to, Jupiter and Leo and Pluto and Aquarius. There's a lot of power shifts happening here. There's a lot of like authority and superiors and powerful people versus ordinary people or groups of people or whatever with this, with this nodal axis. And so you may really be getting into something that is like, I want to do something for the greater whole. I want to do something that feels like it's going to better the world or better people's lives. I don't want to like make money just for myself. Like I want to actually, make money while doing something that is good for the collective or that is good for the world. Like you could be in like a sales job, or you could be in a job where you exchange services or exchange something, especially with this 8th house energy. And Saturn being in Aries in your 10th, it's like really bringing up like where you want to do something that is good and beneficial for most people, if not all people. And there's going to be this push and pull and this tension between doing good for yourself and having that notoriety and having the nice things or having the resources and the money and the finances to yourself versus doing something beneficial. Some of you guys could be taking your own resources to do something beneficial, right? So there's so many different ways this can play out, and there's a blending of both of them that can happen as well. So either way though, but this is going to be like a huge topic in 2026 once the nodes shift. Like what is good for everybody? What's the greater good? What is going to benefit most people? Rather than look at me, like this benefits me and I don't care about you. There's going to be kind of this resistance to doing things out of ego or doing things out of being like super prideful or selfish or whatever, and more of a pull towards humanity and humanitarianism and helping multiple people or many people, helping the many rather than the one, shining for everybody rather than shining for yourself. And I think that also goes to say sometimes we have to shine for ourselves first and then we can shine for everybody else, right? So there's so many different layers to this. There's so many different dynamics to this. Not that one's bad and the other isn't. It's just more so like the different characteristics we're going to see with Leo and Aquarius. And I think that you are going to be working on something financial this year, maybe within your career or for your career, or working on, moving your way up in your career and how that's affecting you financially. But you are going to have a choice this year to do the more honorable thing or to face some kind of change that you feel it's like head and heart kind of thing. Like what's your head saying versus your heart saying? What feels truly aligned and authentic to you versus what feels kind of not great or selfish or egotistical or even cold and detached, Both of these signs have shadow sides, and both of those shadow sides can be present. And, it just really depends on how it's playing out within our lives at any given moment. But this is definitely a year where you are wanting to do something to create some kind of powerful change that not only affects you financially, but can hopefully maybe spread to others as well. And I could definitely see that being a thing. Now, for some of you on a very basic level, maybe you're not, you have no plans of doing anything like that, and that does not sound like it would be accurate for you. Maybe it's more about your partner's finances or your partner's job. That could be it as well. You sharing and dealing with resources and finances with your partner, and a lot of change there and how that's going. So, but either way, those are a lot of the themes that we'll be seeing for you as a Cancer rising, with it all being in your 2nd and 8th house. It's kind of like what's really important to just you that doesn't always, that may not always work for everybody else, versus collaboration and what can work for everybody. So especially like if you're in a relationship, Cancer risings, like you may find that like, I don't know, like you're wanting to like do things your own way and spend your money your own way, but it's starting to kind of hurt your partner and maybe family, household collectively, and it's putting everybody else in a really shitty position because maybe you're like just over here going Great Gatsby with your money, and everybody else is like, like what the hell? So you end up, having to compromise and having to do what's good for everybody rather than just what you want to do. Now, I'm not necessarily saying you're doing that. I'm just using that as an example. With Leo in the 2nd house, it's definitely like what's important to you, what resources, assets, things that you feel you need to have that are really important to you because you like to show them off, or you identify with them in some way, or you have fun doing it. Like it can be for simple reasons, but in some way this year, you're going to be really pushed, especially as the 2nd half of the year starts to kind of dive more into what's good for everybody. And it'll kind of happen naturally, but yeah. So anyway, so moving on from that, on August 12th, we'll have our first Leo solar eclipse in the 2nd house, really kind of starting off and kicking off that 2nd house Leo South Node theme of, kind of rewiring, unraveling, and letting go of any selfishness or self-centeredness around things that you have, or your money, resources, finances, letting go of even maybe doing things with finances that are just not authentic to you. Okay, like for some of you, this may not even be that you're spending your money on yourself. Maybe you are spending your money on other people and you don't have enough for the things that you actually want, and that's what feels authentic to you, to really kind of make sure that you're taking care of yourself too. And that could also be a lesson for some people, so anyway, but that Leo South Node solar eclipse happening on August 12th will definitely kind of kick that off. And then on August 28th, we'll have the Pisces lunar eclipse, which is happening in your 9th house. And, we've been having eclipses here since pretty much the beginning of 2025. So it's kind of closing out this area of life for you, this chapter of you in a lot of ways, of your belief systems, faith, spirituality, trusting and letting go and believing in something bigger than yourself, your educational pursuits, your learning pursuits, travel pursuits. It's kind of been a huge theme since 2025. And so this Pisces lunar eclipse will be either like closing a chapter out there or showing you something, changing something, bringing in revelations with that. And then everything really, really changes on October 3rd. Venus goes retrograde in the sign of Scorpio, which is your 5th house, dealing with love, romance, sex, desire, play, fun, entertainment. And so those things will really, really be at the forefront around the beginning of October and for the next couple months after. Venus going retrograde in your 5th house definitely signifies to me there may be some trust issues, some relationship issues, some love issues, some desire or attraction or sexuality issues that really come up around this time. Whether you're single or with another person, there's definitely going to be maybe a lack of trust or a mistrust or potentially even a kind of change in what you're wanting or what you're receiving or what you're desiring from a relationship. And if you're not in a relationship, this could more so have to do with people that you're dating, or this could do with your creativity, children as well. things that you're doing for entertainment, toxic ways that you're having fun that are not really aligned with you anymore. And it's really starting to become clear around this time. So those are some of the ways that can play out. But the reason that this Venus retrograde is so challenging, other than for the fact that it's in Scorpio, is that it's going to create a T-square with Pluto in Aquarius and Mars, which will be in Leo at the time. So it's creating this huge T-square with Pluto and Mars in your 2nd and 8th house. So again, bringing up all of those new intense financial themes that we just talked about. Venus really is like, oh no, like there's more to reveal here. There's more to go over here. So we're going to bring all this up again. This looks like a massive scenario going on here, a massive situation happening here between what you want, what you love, what you're attracted to, maybe the things that you do to entertain yourself, maybe the romance, the chemistry, the attraction, or the sex, the intimacy within whatever relationship that you're in. And the trust within that as well. And it's somehow being challenged by these really big financial matters and karmic financial questions with the nodes there of what we do for ourselves versus what we do for the greater whole. Are we, spending money more in the short term to keep ourselves happy and to have fun versus saving for our future and being serious and rational? And so, those are other topics that could come up here. And so, but this causes a lot of strain, it looks like, on your intimacy life, on your love, romance, entertainment, play life in some way, where you have to really start reconsidering how you've been going about the Venusian themes in your life, whether it be love, romance, relationships, play, money, etc. So Venus will retrograde back into Libra, though, where it rules, and will be a lot smoother in Libra because it will be out of that T-square, and it's at home in Libra on October 25th. So when she retrogrades back into Libra, which is your 4th house. So there will need to be some things that get straightened out and rebalanced out first in the home department, to do with truth, compromise, harmony, basically balancing things out with Venus and Libra in the 4th house. So something will need to be compromised within the home and family life to bring things to peace, or to make a decision about whatever this, situation is that's coming up, and to be able to move forward from there. Venus will be done retrograding on November 13th, and then she will leave shadow and be done with this whole retrograde cycle on December 16th. So basically, this is like a whole 2.5 month thing from October to mid-December that we will be dealing with in 2026. And so just be prepared. I would really, I think communication is going to be key, not keeping anything repressed, not keeping anything under the rug, like being honest, being truthful, being vulnerable on the lead up to this Venus retrograde, and even, all the time, really, as much as you can. But I think that that's like the best policy with this, because Venus in Scorpio usually does always dredge up things that have been simmering underneath the surface that we have not wanted to face or look at in some way. And so if we are repressing a lot of things around this time, likely those are the things that are going to come up. And if we're not communicating, with our partner or whatever, we're not being honest with ourselves, that's going to really, really be likely what this Venus retrograde will be about. And it's a difficult one, squaring Pluto and Jupiter. This is about facing a lot of fear and facing a lot of change, and needing to really surrender to the unknown and things that we're powerless over, and face certain power dynamics and control dynamics within our lives and fears within our lives. So Mars, last but not least, Mars will conjunct Jupiter and the South Node right towards the end of the year on November 14th in Leo. So it'll also be a very explosive day, but one where we are also releasing and rewiring and repatterning a lot with the South Node there. So it's kind of like, to me, I think this is where we really decide that we have changes that we need to make, or that you have changes you need to make in terms of the things you find important to you, like what's closest to your heart. Is it your resources and your things and your assets and objects and things that you think you need, or is it something else? And this could be a really huge change that occurs with that here. So that is what I am seeing for you, Cancer risings. Let me know down below how that ends up resonating with you. If you feel like you can see a lot of these things happening or what you think they might be about, let me know down below. Comment down below, sexy Cancer rising, because you are. I appreciate you guys so much. And if you would like more, there's more stuff down below. I am offering readings right now, and I also have a membership if you'd like more. So see that down in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Oh my god, my lovely Leo risings darlings. Welcome to 2026. I am so excited. Finally, I am to my own rising sign. I'm a Leo rising, in case you didn't know. So hello, everybody. I'm so excited to do this because last year in 2025, I was so unhappy with the way that our horoscope came out. I was so mad. I was like, out of all of them, why did that one have to come out so bad? I was like, I got sick right around that time, and Cancer and Leo's horoscope was just not great. You could tell I was very unenthused. I was sick. I just did not have the energy and the fire and the vibes to go along with that. So I am here doing our horoscope for 2026, and hopefully it comes out so much better. Okay, we all we can do is hope over here. Pray to the Leo gods, the sun gods. Okay, so Leo risings. There's so much I want to talk about with you guys. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Can't wait. Okay. Leo, my fellow Leo risings, this year, let's back up. Last year, 2025, was a year. It was a fucking year, am I right? But it was a year, okay? It was a year of closing out a lot of soul contracts, karmic contracts, ridding ourselves of old habits and addictions and cycles. And honestly, like, I actually just put this together because I've been saying this because I got rid of so many habits and cycles in 2025. Like, it was insane without any consequences. Like, I got rid of habits that I thought were going to be so freaking hard to get rid of, like vaping nicotine, which I've been doing for years. Like, I thought that was going to be so hard to quit, and it was not. And Jupiter moving through our 12th house, I think granted us some miracles. Okay, granted us some miracles, and it's still there. All right, so if you weren't aware of this, if you're a little late to the party and didn't realize that you could quit some habits right now, and likely it turned out very miraculous and not as easy or not as hard as you thought it was going to be, you can still do that. All right, you can still do that. I quit so much this year. Like, took care of so many things I needed to take care of with my body, my health, like just all kinds of stuff. Like, and I just was so shocked because it all went so smoothly, and there were so many things I thought for sure like it would be hard or whatever, and it was not. Nothing was. Like, it's shocking. It still shocks me. But that is Jupiter in our 12th house. Okay, so 2025 was a huge year of releasing so much, like releasing timelines, letting go of timelines, subconscious reprogramming, healing, chapters closing, karmic chapters closing. This was a year of like really us just doing a lot of water stuff, with our 12th and 8th house activated, so activated in 2025. It's like we've been going in the depths and releasing. It's been a very emotional year, but I think very healing. But it's been a very healing year. Like, there was never anything I went through that felt like, I don't know why this is happening. Why is this neat? Like, everything kind of made sense in terms of like, this needs to happen. I can do this because I can just feel that like, this needs to happen, like it's for my greater good. It's like for the greater good. It's a healing thing. And yeah, so that was 2025. Now, in 2026, we are moving from water, and we are really moving into fire and air this year. And so if you've been wondering, okay, because I know I've been wondering since about 2023 or the beginning of 2024, where the fire has been, okay, because I'm fiery. I'm a Leo rising, and I love when I feel that fire. And so, but it's been a little bit out, we've had a lot of water, haven't really had much going on in fire signs. And so if you've been wanting to find your fire again, but in a mature and healthy way this time, 2026 is your year, okay? 2026 is going to be a lot about, for us Leo risings, there's so much going on that we're going to go over, but it's going to be a lot about morality and honor, integrity, purpose, potential, higher intellectual pursuits, It's gonna be a lot about us finding, I think, the truest version of ourselves underneath anything that is inauthentic. Okay. The South Node will be moving into our sign. It is going to be a time where we are not going to feel completely like our usual Leo selves. We are going to feel a little bit out of our comfort zone in that arena, but Jupiter will also be in our sign. And so I feel like it will help. I do feel like it will help. And I also feel like we effing got this, because we always do. Okay. So, but anyways, Saturn will be in our ninth. And so it may kind of slow us down in terms of like, taking action because of, fear related consequences, or fear of consequences, I mean. But I think that overall, like, we're going to be really focusing on our purpose, our greater sense of purpose and our place in the world and who we belong to. Like, we're going to be wanting to help the world and those that we care about. We're going to be wanting to help the collective. And, Saturn's going to be in Aries, and Saturn rules our 7th house of Aquarius. So this is definitely going to be a time where we are really focused on how we can help the world. And it's likely going to be through a educational learning pursuit kind of lens. Okay. So maybe teaching, or, maybe learning ourselves, like things like this, maybe traveling. But either way, I think that like there's going to be a huge focus as well on our heart, our authenticity, and what is truly authentic to us. And this 7th, 9th connection here is really also going to bring in this huge topic of relationships, and the destiny of our relationships. Like, are we making a difference? This is going to be like, I really think a lot of Leo risings are going to want to band together with whoever they're with whoever they're in a relationship with, and make a difference in the world with your partner instead of just on your own. It's going to be about collaboration, not doing things on our own so much. And I think if we can really like release into that and trust in that, we're going to be fine. But if we're trying to do it all on our own, if we're trying to be the one that is recognized and validated and the one that's seen, if we fall into our Leo insecurities, like, it's not necessarily that it's a bad thing. It's just like, that's where we're going to have lessons this year, is where we fall into the shadow side of Leo, where we fall into the South Node Leo themes of like, I need to be seen. I need people to see me, which doesn't mean that you belong. At that point, it just means that you stand out. And so it's like, do you want to stand out, or do you want to belong? And not just belong to anybody, or not just belong to people that you really aren't your people. I mean, belong to the people that are your people. Okay, so that's what I mean when I'm saying belong. I'm not saying like just try to fit in, wherever you are, like, and you don't even like those. Like, no, screw that, right? Like, we're gonna see two sides of this coin. We're gonna see like, okay, what is our individuality? What are our innate gifts, talents, and personality traits, and authentic, good-hearted nature, our honorable, moral, integral selves? Like, who is that? Who is that version of us? And how can we take that and use that for everyone, and not just for ourselves, or not just for what we want, or what we, not just to be seen, not just to be validated. And so this year is going to be a lot about that. And it's going to also be a lot about how you and your partner fit into the world. Do you and your partner fit? Do you guys fit into the world, and also your beliefs, your values, your virtues, do you guys have the same morals, the same vision? It's also going to be a very social year with Uranus moving into Gemini, our 11th house. Like, very social year. 7th house is activated, 11th is activated, our 3rd will be activated when Venus goes retrograde back into our 3rd later in the year. This is a very social year about like, who are our people? Where do we belong? Are we all making a difference with each other? Are we all contributing? Where do we make it about ourselves? Where can we take our own like innate gifts, talents, like Jupiter and Leo, like Jupiter in our sign? I'm so glad that it's going to be here. I don't like that the South Node's going to be here with it, but I guess I'd rather have Jupiter in Leo with the South Node than just the South Node in Leo. But either way, I really feel like Jupiter in Leo is going to be about like our natural gifts and abilities, and realizing that like we've always been worthy. We don't need to prove it. Okay. Like, if we're trying to like prove our worth and prove our value and prove how good we are and prove, like, we don't need to. And I think that it's like this is about realizing that we're truly worthy from the inside out, and because we are, so is everybody else. And like, yeah, you know, so I think that this is a year where it's not really all about us. Like, it is, but it's not. Like, we're gonna have times where it is, where we feel like it's all about me, and it's personal, and no one likes me, and do I matter, and can people see me, and, you know, all of this. But then it's like, no, like, it's not about that. Like, it is about that, but it's not about that. Like, you're worthy no matter what. You don't need other people to see you to be seen. Like, sometimes we can't see the sun because it's behind clouds, and that's okay, you know, or because it's nighttime. That doesn't mean that it's not worthy to be the sun anymore. And so we're going to really, as Leo risings, we're going to be really learning what to do when all eyes are not on us, and who we are when all eyes are not on us. And if we can find that light within without needing other people to light it for us, and then we can take that light out into the world and light everybody else's light with our light, you know, like, we shine for everybody, not just for ourselves. And this is what this year is going to show us, where we only want to shine when other people are, when we're getting something for it, when other people are applauding us or recognizing us, or when other people are telling us how great we're doing, or whatever, versus when we're doing it because we're okay with who we are. We know that we're worthy. We know that we belong. There's no belonging police that, like, officially states whether you belong or don't belong. And so like, we are already it, you know. So anyway, this is going to be about us using our natural abilities for good. And like, when I was like really thinking about this, I was thinking about like Boromir, I think is what his name is in Lord of the Rings. He's the one that, like, he wants to do good with the ring, but the ring's power is like possessing him. And so it's like kind of making him do things that are a little bit like questionable, or making him go against the group. But in the end, he does the right thing. Like, that's kind of this year, basically, especially once the nodes move into our sign and our opposite sign of Aquarius, which won't be till halfway through the year. But it's a big deal. That's why I'm talking about it so much. So, but that's kind of like our year. Like, we're going to be shown where we are doing things not out of a moral, you know, nature, not out of integrity, not out of honor. And like, you know, can we still be honorable and noble and in our integrity behind the scenes when no one's watching? And can we keep that with us even when people are watching? Or are we putting on a show? Are we performing? Like Leo South Node, where are we performing in our own lives where we don't need to be? You know, where do we need to take off the mask? Where are we acting and not actually living or being authentic? Where we, you know, this is about truly getting in touch with our heart and allowing ourselves to feel open-hearted for others. That's when you kick ass with this nodal transit. Because here's the thing, then you take both sides of it, both of the beautiful sides of this transit. Because if we're too in Aquarius, we can become cold and detached and way too intellectual, and we lose our hearts. And it's easy to become corrupt. If we're in Leo, we can become too egotistical, too power hungry, too overly conceited, superior, and have an inflated ego, and then also lose our hearts and become corrupted. But if we can keep our hearts and our head and allow ourselves to, like, consider other people and work with other people and not make it all about us, and then we kick ass. So anyways, this is going to be a really, really, really big year for Leo risings. So let's go ahead and officially start knocking out these dates here. So pretty much right in the beginning of the year here, we're going to have Saturn and Neptune moving back into Aries within a couple weeks of each other. So Neptune will move in on January 26th, 2026, and Saturn will move in on February 14th. So this really starts this new era of learning and educational pursuits, also our beliefs and what we believe about the world, what we believe about religion, politics, you know, philosophy, all of those things, travel. It's going to be a whole new era here, and we're going to be really kind of rebuilding, rewiring, reinventing this area of life for quite a while. But it really starts this year. We got a glimpse of it last year in 2025 from about spring to fall. So what did we notice going on in our lives back then? Something around from that time frame may come back around, but overall, there's definitely some kind of huge new era starting here with our vision for our life, our purpose, our future, our potential, what we want to learn, what we already have learned, and what we want to put out there, what we want to teach, what we want to evolve into, what we want to know more about, where we want to travel to, what our beliefs are about the world. And I really feel like now with Saturn and Neptune, you know, in Aries, especially our 9th house, we may be a bit confused about some of that. We may be a bit like foggy, you know, like we went through a lot of really big belief changes in the last several years, because we have had a lot of Aries transits in the last, you know, several years. So we've likely been through a lot of changes within our beliefs and our worldviews and how we see the world and like all of that over the last several years. So now with Saturn and Neptune and Aries, it's like, okay, I don't even know. I don't even know, man. Like, I don't even know anymore. I'm just going to do me. And like, honestly, that's the best thing because it's Aries. So it's like, I'm going to be independent and my own person with what I believe and not get too caught up in, you know, some other thing right now. And yeah, like that's a good place to start with this. But either way, we are kind of almost building a new vision for ourselves and for what we want out of life and for the things that we want to learn and the experiences we want to have and all of that with Neptune and Saturn in Aries for the whole year this year. So moving on February 17th, we get the first big dog preview of what's going to come the second half of 2026. We're going to have a solar eclipse in Aquarius in our 7th house. This is going to be a time we really want to be paying attention to as Leo risings because it is going to show us precisely some things that may be coming back around later in the year, okay, and in 2027. So the solar eclipse in Aquarius is basically previewing the nodal shift in Aquarius before it happens. And there's going to be some kind of fated karmic new beginning that is really taking place here to do with our relationships and partnerships and the dynamics and the social dynamics within those relationships and partnerships. So definitely a huge topic will be your relationship life, your significant other, what's going on with them, where you have been too maybe self-absorbed or consumed, and it may be time to collaborate, or they may need your help, or it may be time to kind of work with them or do something with them, or maybe time for you guys to do something together. This could also be a time where you're starting to look at people in general and the world differently, where maybe you are focused on helping more people, or maybe you are focused on networking more, or getting some kind of message out there, or maybe you're meeting a lot of new people around this time through potential learning endeavors, because again, Saturn is the ruler of Aquarius and will be in our 9th house. So there's this new era forming with our beliefs and what we're learning or wanting to learn in the world, while there's also this like all this shit going down in our 7th house of Aquarius ruled by Saturn. So basically, it looks like, we could be starting to feel directed towards a new vision. We could be directed towards a new vision around this time, or a new learning endeavor, learning pursuit, learning collective or class, or something where we connect with new people, or something that we're doing with, someone else around this time. Either way, it's definitely going to be the start of some kind of new karmic beginning, new fated beginning in terms of our relationship life, and where we may need to come together to start doing something a different way and not seeing ourselves as not being so dramatic and not being so self-focused around this time. Moving on from that, the next big transit that we have is a lunar eclipse in Virgo on March 4th or 3rd, March 3rd. We have our, I think, final lunar eclipse in Virgo, and at least for 2026, we have our final lunar eclipse in Virgo happening on March 3rd. This is our 2nd house, so this could be more releasing, change, repatterning, epiphanies, something going on here with attachments and things we're attached to, things that we hold dear, that it's time to let go of. This could also be rearranging how we've been going about things in our lives, rearranging our finances, correcting certain things regarding our finances, our resources, things like that, like maybe finally paying a bill that we've been meaning to pay, or maybe rearranging some financial matters in our lives in some way. But either way, right around March 3rd, there's definitely some kind of closure happening in terms of our finances, attachments, money, and the things that we value in our lives, really coming up here. So then moving on from that, on April 26th, Uranus is going to finally leave Taurus and enter the sign of Gemini. And this is really exciting because we've had Uranus and Taurus for quite some time, since about 2018. So Uranus finally moving into Gemini. It did dip in last year in 2025 for a few months, but now it's finally moving back into Gemini. And so this is going to be a massive shift and revolution in our social lives. So things that may get very, very interesting socially. We may feel more connected to people, or we may start connecting to people more. We may be networking more. We may be finding ourselves a part of a lot of different types of groups and niches and, categories and, like relating with a lot of different things. We may find ourselves, for some of you guys could start doing YouTube videos, or start networking online, or doing some kind of content or something like that. Learning network marketing or something. That'd be a very, Uranus in the Gemini 11th house thing. But either way, there's a lot of networking, social stuff going on here with Uranus in the 11th house. It's really revolutionizing the way that we do things with groups of people, our social lives, how we connect with other people, the interests that we have, and the groups that are surrounding those interests that we have, all of that. So it's going to be a big networking time for the next several years with Uranus there. And, Uranus in our 11th is going to help us achieve goals that we have with that as well, and any aspirations that we have, like meeting the right people at the right time, like synchronicities and stuff as well. So then on the 30th, we're going to have Jupiter moving, or not the 30th, sorry, June 30th, we're going to have Jupiter moving into the sign of Leo and out of our 12th house of Cancer. So you have about until June 30th to finish that Cancer, Jupiter and Cancer transit. If there's any things you need to quit, let go of, rid yourself of, like this is definitely the time to do it until June 30th. Because then Jupiter will move into our first house. And this is where we will start noticing a lot of those Jupiterian themes coming to life through ourselves. So I think at first, without the South Node there, it's going to feel very great. It's going to feel like, like maybe we have that spark back, or we feel like a bit bigger than life itself, or we feel like we have this kind of potential all of a sudden, like this fire brewing inside of us, and we are feeling more optimistic about who we are and what we're capable of, and life itself, and our identity, and how we see ourselves. Like, I think after Jupiter moving through the 12th house of Cancer, it really kind of, is letting go of a lot of the things that have been weighing us down in the background and potentially causing us to have a negative view on who we are in our life. And with Jupiter, I think once Jupiter finishes that transit and moves into our first house, it's kind of like we have this newfound, refreshed view on who we are in our lives, and we see it from a bigger perspective. We see ourselves from a bigger perspective. And we start really contemplating a lot of like deep philosophical questions about consciousness and life and love and who we are and why we're here and our potential and our purpose and, being seen. And all of that is very Leo stuff, because it's like Leo really in its heart wants to to stay light, to go on and on and on. Because it's consciousness. And so in a way, it wants to matter. It wants to feel like this isn't just all for nothing. That's kind of it's kind of what Leo really tries to avoid a lot of the time, because it's like, oh, this is just and I think that's where on the other end of Leo, Aquarius can get as well. This is all for nothing. Science explains it all. none of it matters. Like, it's all what you can see, feel, touch. It's all logical, rational. That's it. Like, that can be a side of Aquarius on the opposite end. Whereas Leo wants there to be some kind of theatrics, some kind of, you know, drama, some kind of like, give me a good, like, give me some meaning behind all of this, you know, especially again, because it'll be trining the Aries 9th house transits that we're having of Saturn and Neptune. So it's like, what are we doing in our lives? Like, what is the main character of us doing? What's the adventure we're going on this year? And what meaning are we giving it? And it's like, we've just released ourselves from giving ourselves a lot of false meanings, giving our past versions of us a lot of false meaning in life, like shaming past versions of ourselves or past time periods, or releasing guilt and remorse and heaviness or whatever from past time periods. And so it's like, now there's just this sense of like a freshness, I think, when Jupiter first moves into Leo. It makes us feel like anything's possible. It makes us feel like, you know, like there is some kind of higher purpose, that we do have some kind of higher meaning. And I do think that's why it's a good thing that Jupiter's moving through Leo and with the South Node there, because not long after Jupiter moves into Leo on June 30th, from about that time till July 20th, Jupiter will be opposing Pluto in Aquarius. And this really makes for a very explosive transit. So right at the end of June and first half of July, it is on. Like, it is explosive. This can play out in a lot of really beautiful ways and a lot of really dark ways. So this can be like, I feel fucking unstoppable and I'm taking over the world. Like, I don't care. And this could be like, I feel unstoppable and I'm gonna do something evil because I really don't give it, like, I really don't give a shit. Like, watch me. You know, like, this can be corrupted power or not. This can be a huge death and rebirth. This can be a huge awakening to our own power and what we're really capable of and who we really are. This could be a huge change within us that then ripples and causes a huge change within our relationships. This is huge, though. This is like like an unstoppable force kind of thing. Like, this feels very big. This feels very like I'm ready to to make a really big change in my life and not look back. But the thing is, we will somewhat be looking back, which we'll get into here soon. So what's really important about this, though, is that right after this, right after they finally start to move away from the opposition, the nodes then enter Leo and Aquarius. And this is where it's a little bit more tricky, because the North Node in Aquarius is like, it becomes more about, you know, your relationship or the collective or collaboration and everybody. Like, it's not just about you, you know? And we all want to belong and we all want to be a part of something. That's true. But I think many people also want to feel like they matter individually as well. And I think that that's the tension we're really going to be feeling in 2026. The last time that we had this, the nodes here, was actually in, I believe, 2009 time frame. Maybe started in 2008 until about, I think, midsummer 2009. So that was the last time that we had the nodes, the South Node in Leo and the North Node in Aquarius, exactly like they'll be this coming year. So if you think back to what was going on in your time or in your life around that time, the South Node in the first can cause us to lose ourselves and feel a bit unlike ourselves, or feel like our normal ways of doing things don't work. The best way you can deal with this is to be on some kind of healing journey. I have seen it time and time again. Transits that are supposed to be really difficult, when you know that they're coming and you're on a healing journey and you're into self-development, they are way less freaking difficult. Like, a lot less difficult when you really are open to them and you really are like, okay, like, I'm gonna get the most out of this and I am gonna do what I know that I need to do because of the astrology, you know what I mean? Like, I've talked to so many Virgo placements and Pisces placements, honestly, over the last, you know, year now, and because of this, the nodal axis and their signs. And I've seen a lot of Virgo placements really struggle with this. And I said from the very beginning of the year for Virgo placements, like, You're going to want to let go of some of that control that you're holding on to. You're going to want to have to trust more. And I know it's uncomfortable. I get it. But the more that you trust, the smoother it's going to be. And the Virgo placements that did that, like, had a whole healing journey because of it, you know, like, and so same with, you know, the Pisces placements that I've talked to. But the nodes can be difficult at times, but they can also be so healing. I have healed so much with the South node. Like, it's not all bad. It's not like, you know, some people may feel like they lose themselves a bit, or may lose a sense of really just their ego's version of who they were, you know, which really wasn't the real them. Like, this is a chance to find the real us, like, underneath the mask that we wear, underneath performance, underneath needing to look a certain way, be a certain way, to be accepted. Like, this can bring up old childhood stuff, old childhood wounds, but it can be such a beautiful and healing experience. And I get it. Like, we just did a lot of healing in 2025. I'm not necessarily the most happy about doing a bunch more healing in 2026 too, but I'm open to it because I know that that's what it's going to bring. Like, I was so worried about the South Node moving through Libra, which is where my sun is, and it going over my sun. That ended up being the most wonderful time for me. I learned so much about myself and actually felt the best I'd ever felt in myself in my life. So I don't think that it's necessarily like all bad, or that we're completely going to lose ourselves and have to just like join a cult or something, you know, like, and deny us who we really are. That's not what I'm saying. For some people, it will be reclaiming who they really are and denying following along with something they've not really belonged to in the first place, you know, because if you have to fit in, then you don't belong in the first place. And so but it's going to bring up this tension between Leo and Aquarius of, you know, who am I and how do I shine? How am I seen? Versus Aquarius of, like, you know, going along with everything, and versus standing out. And it's just like rejection and, you know, all of that. I think that when we're coming from a place of truth, and we're coming from a place of having compassion for ourselves and others, like, that's the best thing we can do. Like, our heart, there's nothing wrong with being in our heart. There's nothing wrong. Like, it's not that we're supposed to deny our heart here, or that we're supposed to, like, deny who we are, deny our identities, you know, like, that's not it. And so I think that this is going to be a very healing time for our identity, a very healing time for who we are, and what we are capable of, and our innate talents as well. I think we're going to really get in touch with, like, our innate abilities that live within us, that we've maybe forgotten, or maybe pushed down, or repressed, or pushed aside. Like, I think it's really going to be a time of, like, you know, the South Node gets rid of all the falseness, all the bullshit. And I think it's really just a time of us, you know, being shined. It's like, you know, shining something into what it really is. Like, that's how I kind of see this. So, anyway, so that's what I have to say about all of that. It's definitely going to be a huge time for relationships too, obviously, because this is our 7th house of Aquarius. So basically, like, are you in the relationship you really feel like you belong in? Are you in the relationship that you feel like you can make a difference in the world in? Are you in a relationship that feels truly aligned and authentic, and that aligns with your values, your virtues, and your vision for your life, and where you want to go, and that aligns with maybe your visions and dreams for travel? You know, again, ruler of the 7th and 9th, like, are you in a relationship that really aligns with your plans, your desires, your vision for your life, and who you are? I think that's going to be really, really huge this year. And a lot of Leo risings are going to actually become more focused on their relationships. They're going to become, you know, more focused on collaborating with their partners, doing big things with their partners, like owning businesses, or getting into, you know, giving back, or doing things for other people with their partners, like spiritual development or self-development with their partners. Like, there's more of a futuristic vibe here with your relationships this year, of like, not only what do I want right now in my relationship, but what do I want for my future with my partner? Like, that's going to be really big this year. So anyways, let's go ahead and move on from all of this lovely stuff. So the next big thing that we have is August 12th, we'll have the first Leo solar eclipse, which is again happening in our first house. So right around August 12th, we'll get that first solar eclipse, South Node solar eclipse in our first, really lighting up again our first house of identity, vitality, where we feel the most like us, our bodies as well. That's another thing. Like the South Node moving through our first house is really going to show us like where we may be out of alignment with our bodies, or where we may be out of alignment with, you know, our health or our vitality in some way, and how to really correct that. And so the, you know, solar eclipse in the first house here on August 12th is really starting some kind of really big new karmic beginning of this unraveling and repatterning and kind of reinvention of the self, and getting down to this rewiring of the self, getting down to like, okay, what's me? What isn't me? What's no longer me? Where have I not been true to myself? Where have I not been authentic? How can I take the mask off, etc., etc. So then on August 28th, we will have the Pisces lunar eclipse. And this is happening in our 8th house. This is definitely going to be another massive transformational lunar eclipse in our 8th house, really helping us clear out any leftover fear, stagnant energy, issues with finances, you know, issues with debt. Like it's really helping us kind of release and clear out anything else in there that needs to be clear out any karmic baggage, karmic, you know, contracts, agreements, etc. And then on October 3rd, everything changes and Venus goes retrograde in the sign of Scorpio. And this is a very challenging Venus retrograde because she's going to square both Pluto in Aquarius in our 7th and Mars, which will be in Leo, our first house, being squared by Venus as well and opposing Pluto. So this is a very, very explosive, like dramatic Venus retrograde. This is like, you know, shit changes, a lot of challenges in relationship and at home. All of a sudden, something that was under the surface comes to light. What we want, but then also how we're acting and what we're doing are not in alignment. Mars in our first house is creating a lot of anger and frustration and potentially pride and ego with us personally. What we actually want for our home and family is being now contemplated. And there's a lot going on in terms of our relationship or whoever we're with at the time. A lot of change, transformation, power dynamics, and facing of fears. So this looks like it could be a potential fight with a partner that affects the home dynamic and decisions revolving around the home and home life. Venus, you know, retrogrades back into Libra, the 3rd house, where things will cool down a bit, and balance, compromise, and truth will become more of the focus around that time, and communication. So things could get resolved, or at least we will make a decision that feels more true to ourselves or the other person or other parties will. And then Venus will move forward right around November 13th. So from the beginning of October until November 13th, Venus will be retrograde in both Scorpio and then Libra, causing a lot of havoc and chaos to do with self and relationship and home and family. And Venus will be completely done with the retrograde period on December 16th. And so by that time, things will either be decided, resolved, or let go of. And yeah, but be on the lookout. Now, I'm not saying everyone's going to break up or anything. It could literally also be that something happens in the family. You know, a family situation happens that is maybe scary or that causes, you know, some panic, and you and a partner are not seeing eye to eye on how to go about it. This could be also something comes back from the past, you know, with Venus in the 4th and Scorpio, something comes back from the past, or buried emotions come up, you know, that haven't been sorted through or talked about or dealt with in some way. And so, and it kind of throws a wrench into whatever's going on at that time, and causes a lot of conflicts between you and a significant other, or, you and family members or them and family members. Like, it's just, it looks like a lot. So I would just prepare. I would definitely tell the truth and not leave anything secretive or, you know, repressed underneath the surface on the lead up to that. I would definitely, you know, air everything out and don't have anything built up, and just do the right thing, you know. And I think that, you know, it may go smoother for those that do that, because if you keep secrets or hide things or repress things or let things build up in the background, and that looks like something coming through and just exploding, and it all looks really challenging after that for a bit. So okay, so last but not least, the last thing is Mars will conjunct Jupiter and the South Node in our sign right around November 14th. This is also a very explosive transit, and it happens right after the day after Venus goes direct. So it looks like Venus goes direct, and whatever, like, kind of bossy, frustrated, angry, or kind of overconfident energy we had with Mars there in the T-square when Venus went retrograde, it looks like now with Mars on Jupiter on the South Node, we are gaining some kind of wisdom and realizing maybe some kind of like past pattern with this, and releasing it and allowing ourselves to let that go. Or for some, it could be like realizing where you haven't truly stood up for yourself or been authentic to yourself or whatever. And so that comes into the mix. But either way, there's something really powerful here happening as these three planets align. Well, as these two planets with the South Node align, and kind of call into question like a karmic pattern and releasing of a karmic pattern, maybe making the decisions or cutting something off from a place of wisdom and integration with Jupiter there. So it'll be really interesting to see how all that plays out. But with that being said, Leo Risings, we are finally done with your horoscope for 2026. Comment down below, sexy Leo Rising, if you made it this far. I really, really appreciate you. If you did, you are a rock star. And also let me know down below if you could see some of these things happening for you in 2026 and what you may think that they will be about. I'd love to hear your feedback. What do you think some of these transits are going to bring up for us or you down below? You know, I'm still like mulling over them myself. So, I mean, I'm not completely 100% decided yet either. So I'd love to hear your feedback down below as always. And make sure to send this to everybody that you freaking know, because you're awesome and you want to do that. So I do have readings open right now, and I have a membership if you're interested in that. Everything's linked down below. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Virgo Risings, welcome to your 2026 year ahead video. I hope you guys are doing well. Let me know how 2025 was down below right now. Also, tell me I was right in your horoscope for 2025, because I know it. I could feel it. Yours was one horoscope that I did. There was more than one, but still, yours was like one of the strongest ones. One of the strongest ones, probably the most strongest one that I did for 2025, where I was like, this is going to be right. Like, this is going to be accurate. And I swear, every single one of you that have gotten a reading with me in the past year, it was accurate for. I was like, this is insane. Like I could just feel how accurate it was going to be. And it was so accurate. So go back and watch and see how that all turned out. Okay. Anyways, let's go ahead and pull up your chart for this year and go over what is coming for 2026 for you loves. Okay. So first off, there's a lot going on over in this part of your chart and some stuff going on over in this part of your chart. So that tells me right away, looking at this as you guys are Virgo risings, that there is a lot going on this year with others still, which is a theme that's kind of still playing out from 2025. Like 2025 was a year that really, really, really was a lot about relationships, but also a lot about trusting other people, letting things go, having faith in other people, and not needing to control them or control every little thing or have all the details or have a plan or have it all together all the time. Like 2025 really was a year that likely taught a lot of you guys to trust and have faith in other people's ability to do things, but also just in other people in general, and to how to receive from other people. Because, you know, as a Virgo rising, you guys are so well at giving to others. You guys are so well at doing for others. You guys are so oftentimes, obviously not always, but so well at fixing other people's problems and problem solving, you know? And this was a year that 2025 at least was a year where you weren't able to do that in your normal way. You weren't able to just be the problem solver. You weren't able to be the one that figured it all out all the time. You had to be the one that leaned back some. You had to be the one that trusted more. You had to be the one that let go, that had faith, that allowed others to take care of you, or allowed others to give to you, or received from other people or other companies, institutions, whatever, in some way, shape, or form. That was huge. Now, on top of that, you know, your health was a really big topic in 2025. That is also continuing in the year 2026. There will be less of a focus on relationships as we get halfway through the year, and there will be more of a focus on your health, your job, your day-to-day kind of like routines and lifestyle and schedules and what you do on a day-to-day basis for your responsibilities, your work, etc. But there will also still be a focus on you releasing a lot of attachments, patterns, addictions, karmic cycles, and timelines that are no longer serving you from the past. And so this is a year that is more about you and about other people still, but once we get halfway through the year, it'll be less about other people and it will be more about really healing. Like, this is a really big year for healing, and a really, for you especially, but a really big year for letting go of the past and letting go of some old attachments, I feel like, that you may have from maybe childhood, or from where you felt not good enough or not seen or not noticed, or whatever the case may be. So we'll go over all of it though. And let's go ahead and start. So right at the beginning of the year, we have Big Daddy Saturn and Neptune finally moving back into Aries, your 8th house. They visited Aries for the first time last year and gave you a bit of a preview of what's to come from about spring to fall 2025. So now they're moving back. Neptune's moving back in on January 26th, Saturn on February 14th, so a few weeks apart. But by February 14th, they will both be all snuggled up in Aries in your 8th house, starting a brand new era for your finances, karmic contracts, soul contracts, agreements with other people, and anything financial, you know, financially related, debts, etc. So there's been a lot of karma cleared in this area of your life as a Virgo rising over the last several years. This will be a time where now it is about starting a new era, building a new future for yourself financially, without creating or going back to the same patterns and habits that you did before, basically. Like, not repeating the same financial habits or mistakes or whatever that you had completed in the past, potentially, for some of you. So this is going to be a time where it is going to be about you being more discerning with your finances and seeing through bullshit, seeing through illusions, while also maintaining a stable, realistic, yet higher vision for yourself and your finances. So it needs to be something that isn't completely unattainable and, you know, completely out of the picture, that makes you feel like you're taking too big of risk, or that you are, you know, never living up to it. Like, something that feels maybe like, you know, a bigger goal and then short-term goals to get there, but something that feels attainable, something that feels like relevant and like you are able to do it, not something that feels like it's so big you don't even know where to start. Like, that's not this energy, right? Like, Aries is a cardinal sign. It's short, it's quick, plus Saturn wants to build something for the long haul. But in Aries, it's like we've got to do that in short doses and kind of stack each one brick at a time here. And Neptune's like, okay, like, Neptune is the creative one here. Like, okay, let's create something new in this area. So Saturn's the builder, Neptune's the creator, and Aries is the one with the energy initiating it, right? So it's like, this is what I mean with this new era starting in your 8th house. Like, this is a time to rebuild from the ground up what you want to see in your financial world, to be more responsible and mature about your finances, and also to have maybe more of a realistic foundation plan set up, you know, kind of, idea for how you want to move forward financially so that you don't fall back into the same traps or patterns that you were in previously. You've gotten a certain level of independence financially, or you've gotten a certain feeling of, being able to move forward in some way financially, but how can you sustain this without completely, losing stamina, losing energy, or burning yourself out, or by creating something that's almost impossible to achieve or feels overwhelming, right? It's like you've got to create something realistic and have short wins to keep it going. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Moving on from that, the next big thing I want to talk about here is the solar eclipse in Aquarius happening on February 17th. The nodes will not have moved in to Aquarius and Leo yet, but this eclipse is close enough by degree, not by sign, to be a solar eclipse. So it's giving us a preview of what's to come later in 2026 around August. So this is a time that you want to pay attention to, because this solar eclipse in Aquarius is definitely previewing something that's going to be going down later in the year and in 2027 as well. So this is a solar eclipse that's starting some kind of karmic new beginning, fated new beginning in your job, health, and day-to-day routines. So this is like the physical karmic stuff that you are responsible for in your day-to-day life. Like, you're responsible for your job, you're responsible for your pet, you're responsible for, like, your schedule and your appointments and going to the dry cleaner and your physical health and your body and routines and taking care of your body and your mental state. And so, like, especially with Aquarius here, so with this solar eclipse happening in Aquarius, these are the things that are really going to come up around this time. There's some kind of new beginning happening in this area of your life. So for some of you, this could be you're getting a new job that maybe you're not sure about at first, but like it feels like out of nowhere, where you are doing something that is giving back to the greater good, or you're working and collaborating with other people in some way, or maybe you're working in tech, or maybe you're working in AI, or maybe you're working in some kind of new, technical space or something. Also, with this solar eclipse here, this could be a, new kind of change within your health, a new diet, new eating habits, a new, way of basically taking care of your body in some way. For others of you, this could be like a change in your job that happens right around this time. So you really want to pay attention to February 17th, because that's definitely previewing what's to come here. So let's see. The next thing is the lunar eclipse in Virgo, your sign, happening on March 3rd. So this is I'm pretty sure the last lunar eclipse in Virgo that we'll have. Definitely that we'll have, before the nodes change. But this is really huge for you as a Virgo rising, because it's happening in your rising sign, So this is definitely about what else you need to release, again, involving your health, with both eclipses happening, and one happening in your 6th, the other one happening in your 1st. This is definitely going to be about your health, not only your mental health and how you organize and go about things mentally in your day-to-day life, but also your physical health, your body. Like, how are you actually physically taking care of yourself? And this lunar eclipse in Virgo is definitely going to be a lot of shedding, a lot of showing you what needs to change with your physical routine of taking care of your body, yourself, your identity, what you need to integrate or change. Could bring some stuff to life, give you some epiphanies, or help you release or let go or integrate something, okay? So that's going to be really big. Both eclipses seem to be signaling something around health-related things, or how you're using your body, whether that be for work or routines or whatever. And then also, the very next thing that we're going to have is Uranus moving into Gemini on April 26th. And so this is also really big. So we had Uranus dip into Gemini last year in 2025 as well. So we got some previews of that. Now it's officially moving back in. So this is your 10th house. Also really interesting, because your 10th house deals with your career and your path in life, your long-term goals. And like I said, that really connects with what we were talking about with the 8th house and what we were talking about with your 6th house earlier as well. So there's a lot of connection here that shows me that you are really getting serious about creating more freedom, revolution, independence, liberation for yourself in your job, in your career, in what you're doing. So I think that, like, there's a lot of job, career stuff changing this year. and a lot of health, wellness stuff changing this year as well, where it's like you're really getting on top of things. You're really going about things in a different way. You're learning your body in a different way. Maybe you've learned like, okay, it's one thing to just cover up like symptoms. It's another thing to actually heal the thing or fix the thing that's causing the symptoms or something like that, you know? Because I've just seen with like a lot of Virgo placements, and I have Virgo placements myself, like we have like a lot of band-aids for things, like a lot of quick little fixes for things, but it's like, okay, we need to like really fix this so we don't keep having the thing, you know? And so anyways, but Uranus moving into Gemini in your 10th is really, really setting you up for a lot of change in your career. It could feel a bit confusing at first. It could feel like I don't really know my direction in life anymore. I don't really know what I want out of the world and what I want to build and my legacy and the career I want to have and my future long-term goals. Like I don't even know that anymore. And with Uranus there, that would be totally normal for you to feel that way. Some of you may all of a sudden feel like the way you've been going is no longer feeling good. Like you're ready to break out. You feel trapped. You feel like you're stuck in a box and you're like, I need to get out. I need to break free. And so you go through like a life crisis and change everything, you know? For others of you, it may just be like, I want to evolve. I want to upgrade in the career I'm already in and go even farther, or I have new innovative ideas on how to improve, or I have, you know, whatever. So either way, there's a lot of change and curveballs coming in the career, life path, future, long-term goals department. So you're going to definitely be feeling that in 2026, and Uranus is going to be trining Pluto in your 6th house. So this is also going to relate to the work and job that you have on a day-to-day basis. I think that overall what I'm seeing here for Virgo risings that aren't retired and that are still working or doing something, I think a lot of you are going to really feel pulled towards making a difference in the world with the work that you're doing. You want the things that you're doing to lead to somewhere or to make some kind of difference or to liberate either yourself or more people, or like you're wanting to be of service in some way, whether to the company you work for, to the job that you work for, the employer that you have, or to the world, or to customers, or to a certain group of people, or like whatever, right? It can be on a smaller scale or it can be on a larger scale, whatever. Take this however it lands, but there's definitely like wanting to get more involved, or whatever you're doing in work, wanting it to feel like it's for some kind of greater good, or you know, it being maybe at least it being more technical or more, you know, electronic in some way. Like there's some kind of work there that feels very much like that. So anyway, moving on from that, the next big thing here that I want to go over is the Jupiter Leo saga. So Jupiter will move into the sign of Leo right around June 30th. And this is going to be really huge because as soon as it moves into Leo, it's going to start opposing Pluto from, again, about June 30th till July 20th. And this is where 2026 really effing starts. Like this is where this whole second half of the year feels like a whole different year because it gets really big, really explosive, really dramatic, really intense, really crazy, really fast. So, and that's basically what Jupiter opposite Pluto is. Like explosive ideals, explosive beliefs, whether in self or in something that you feel you're here to do or the potential that you have. Like this is like some kind of explosive change that we're all going to be feeling collectively. Like big deal change. It's like intense, powerful, dramatic change that has been amplified by 1,000. Like, and so, but with this being in your 12th house, this probably will be potentially a bit subdued for you, where you may start feeling like something behind the scenes, or you may start feeling something kind of subconsciously, like something's coming, or you have this feeling, or you have this intuition about something, and then something happens, like something does change. So this could cause a change in your job, or a change in your position, or a change at your employment, or even a change in your health. This could also really help reveal the meaning of certain changes to you, or potentially show you a higher perspective on maybe some changes that happened in like 2025, or some, you know, deep stuff or whatever that you've went through since the beginning of 2025. So either way though, there is some kind of change happening here to do with your habits, addictions, attachments, cycles, health, job, responsibilities on a day-to-day basis. There's something really big here that kind of changes or that really blows up right around June 30th till July 20th. This is again where 2026 really starts, and only 6 days later on July 26th is when the nodes change signs and move into Leo and Aquarius, and this is when shit gets really crazy. So there will definitely be an unraveling of past patterns, past, you know, attachments to confidence or to superiority or to ego or to feeling special in some way, or wanting to matter, wanting to be seen, where you've been subconsciously kind of performing in your life but not truly authentic, where you've maybe been hiding your heart, hiding your sense of compassion and love and authenticity. And, you know, Pluto over here could really be exposing this with this Jupiter opposition as well. And the North Node in Aquarius is like, you know, with Pluto in your 6th house, it could definitely create this sense of like wanting to work more or lose yourself or lose your mind and work. But then how much of that is healthy and how much of it isn't? Like, you don't want to do that so much to where you become robotic and cold and detached and impersonal, and where you stop caring about the things that matter to you, or where you've shut down your heart. This is also going to be a time of you really releasing a lot of habits, addictions, and cycles. Anything that feels unhealthy, any cycles or habits or patterns or addictions to do with pride, to do with ego, to do with, again, superiority or thinking that you're better. To do with, you know, mental cycles, like having more power and control of your mind could definitely be a really big thing here with Pluto in Aquarius in your 6th house. I think that you're going to deal maybe as a Virgo rising with like a lot of hidden secrets and old longings for recognition or appreciation that maybe you never got. And it's going to be likely brought forth from you being put in a position, maybe at work, or maybe with something that you're passionate about that's health related or something, where you really get into doing something or studying something or joining forces with others or something else for some kind of greater good, or for collaboration, or for something that you really believe in. But it's also going to mean that you face those old insecurities of recognition or worthiness or superiority or wanting to be seen. Now, for some of you, maybe you just truly never have really been recognized or seen, and you've just gotten used to it. This could be a year where you are granted that, but maybe it's a test of not allowing it to get to your head and continuing to be able to, you know, not allowing it to, you know, make you, you know, into some, like, make you make corrupted choices or something like that, right? There's a lot of different ways that this could play out. But with Leo being in your 12th, I feel like there's a lot of subconscious stuff here to do with recognition and being seen and belonging versus rejection, and like where you've also maybe cut yourself off so that you don't have to face rejection, or so that you don't have to deal with your insecurities. Like, this could be a year that kind of puts you face to face with some of these topics and some of these themes so that you can finally address them and heal them. Okay, so other than that, moving on, the next big thing that we have happening is August 12th. We are going to have the Leo solar eclipse again in your 12th house. This is starting a massive new beginning of 12th house karma being cleared out for the next few months, of you really starting to realize like where you hide yourself, or where you have hidden, you know, subconscious stuff or patterns to do with, you know, being seen or recognition or whatever. childhood wounds, etc. So this is you really rewiring all of that, healing all of that, releasing all of that, and integrating all of that. So the next thing that we have is the Pisces lunar eclipse, which is happening right around August 28th of 2026. And I believe this is our last eclipse in Pisces, at least for this year it is. I don't remember if it is for next year, but I'm pretty sure this is it. And this happens in your 7th house. So this will be the last kind of big round of heavy relationship hitting stuff or stuff to do with other people. And so this lunar eclipse is definitely bringing some kind of cycle, chapter, change, you know, something like that, an ending to potentially a relationship, or some big revelations around a relationship at this time, or maybe some kind of change to do with your partner, significant other, another person in your life, how you see relationships, the healing of past relationships, etc. could really, really come up right around this time. So the next thing is where everything changes, and that is Venus going retrograde October 3rd. And she retrogrades in Scorpio, where she is in detriment. This is a very, very ugly looking transit. I am not gonna lie. Venus retrograding in Scorpio and her detriment is one thing, but she's gonna be squaring Pluto and Mars, which will be in Leo at the time. And so we're going to get a nice big T-square from Venus retrograde in Scorpio to Pluto and Mars. And this just does not look like anything pretty to me at all. So, but for you, you know, Venus retrograding in Scorpio is your 3rd, so not a bad place to have that, honestly. This could definitely be a reconsideration of where you live, your local environment, moving, something along those lines. If you're a Virgo rising, where you're comfortable at, where you're not comfortable at, some deep-seated feelings or emotions regarding family members, siblings, friends, or people that are in your day-to-day life really coming up to the surface here. Intense conversations around trust, you know, could be coming up to the surface here as well. Some issues. I definitely want to plan a trip from around this time. There definitely could be a lot of issues with that if that happens. But it's definitely a challenging Venus retrograde, and she's going to be squaring Pluto in your 6th house, and you know, Mars in your 12th. And so this is definitely going to be likely something going on to do with, like, maybe there's something going on at work, there's a big change that's happening at work and you are really against it, but maybe you're repressing how you feel about it, and it all kind of comes out, or it all kind of comes to a head, or you get provoked, or there's something to do with communication or documentation, or like your morals or what you believe is right, or rules that really comes up here. You know, there could be a lot of different ways that this could play out. You could also be in the process of really facing a lot of fears around habits, addictions, health, and work at this time as well. And Venus could be coming in to somewhat try to ease that process and ease your mind and help you feel through it and feel your emotions and kind of get your emotions and mind right about it. She will retrograde back into Libra on October 25th, and this will be a period of cooling down once that happens. She'll still be retrograde, but at least she'll be in her home sign and she'll no longer be in that T-square with Pluto and Mars, so which will help a lot. So once she moves back into your 2nd house, it'll be really a matter of sorting out finances, making decisions, relationships, compromising, all of that to do with money, resources, finances, and what's truly important to you, what you truly hold dear, and deciding on that before you move forward. Venus will go direct November 13th, and she will be done with the whole retrograde cycle on December 16th. So from about the beginning of October till December 16th, that 2.5-month period at the end of 2026, there definitely is some kind of challenging situations that could come up regarding the different themes that I kind of named off there. So just be prepared for that. And, you know, I think it's really going to be a test of what we really want, and if we're in situations that we actually want to be in, and that if they're truly aligned, if we're truly following our heart or not. So the next and last final transit I would like to talk about is that Mars will be conjunct with Jupiter and the South Node when they officially conjunct, which will be right around November 14th. And so they'll all be 3 conjunct together. Mars will be joining Jupiter and the South Node right as they come into their conjunction. Of course, in your 12th house, this is also a very explosive transit. With it being in your 12th house, though, likely a lot to do with releasing, purging, letting things go, dissolving things from the past, coming back into your heart, integration, releasing kind of karmic cycles, addictions, and, egoic fights or fights that are coming from an insecure place. And I think this is really important because we're going to come back to this in a lot of ways. So Mars is going to move forward and move into Virgo not long after that. But then in January of 2027, it's going to retrograde in Virgo in your first house. So we'll have a Mars retrograde in your sign very shortly after all of this at the end of 2026. And it will come back and join the South Node and Jupiter. So you really want to pay attention to that first round of it passing the South Node and Jupiter and conjuncting them around November 14th and like the week or 2 leading up to that. And what goes on around that time, because it will be coming back around there in its retrograde cycle. So it is a really big deal to watch out for. So that is what I'm seeing for you, my lovely Virgo risings. Let me know down below, please, if this was helpful, if you could see some of these things happening in your year ahead, any hints to what you think some of this stuff might be. I'd love to hear your feedback down below. Also, comment down below, sexy Virgo rising, if you watch till here. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. If you want any more from me, I do readings, and I do have a membership. See my description down below, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Libra risings, let's knock this out. We are halfway through this mofo. We got this, okay? We effing got this. How are you guys? How is 2025? Let me know, and in a short way, how your year was down below. And also, like, go back and watch your 2025 horoscope that I did last year and see how accurate it was. Let me know in the comments of that video too. Gonna go ahead and pull your chart up on the screen so we can look at it together, darling. So 2026 looks like a year for you. That is very, very interesting. You are realizing a lot this year, Libra. Not only about yourself and, what you want out of life, but also about what's true for you and what's not true, and how to basically embrace the things about you that not everybody's always going to like, and that's not always going to win a popularity contest, and that is okay. Okay? And what I mean by that is this is a year where everything changes. Relationships, time to grow up, time to mature. It's time to stop being possessed by the past in relationships. This is a whole new era starting in relationships with Saturn and Neptune returning to Aries very early on in the year in 2025. This is your 7th house. So this is a time where a new era is starting, boo. Like, it is Saturn here alone is like, look, where have you been limiting yourself in relationships and with what you want in relationships? And Neptune's like, yeah, what do you really want anyway? What are your dreams? Or have you been under rose-colored glasses about relationships, or about what you thought was possible, or about what you thought you wanted, or about who you thought you needed to be with? And now an awakening of sorts is happening, and you're realizing that may not be exactly what you thought you wanted. For others of you, this could be establishing a relationship that you've already been in even farther. Relationships, and I know you're going to hate to hear it, but because I know they have already been the name of the game for you for the last several years, but they are the name of the game for you this year, boo. And in a lot more ways than one, okay? Your Aquarian 5th house is getting nice and lit the F up, especially towards the second half of the year. So enjoy the first half of the year when all you have is your 7th house really lit up. And pretty much the first half of the year is very similar to the first half of like 2025. So you're going to be, it's fine. But as we get to the second half of the year, and you're going to have previews of this in the first half of the year, so it's not like, completely only in the second half of the year, but for most of it comes in the second half of the year, where it is going to be so much more about your relationships, but not just like committed relationships, not just like your marriage or your life partner. That will be important too, but it's going to be so much more about what you are actually, truly in love with. Where's your heart? What is your passion? What are you here to create with your heart on this planet that is for other people? You may find that you start wanting to be in a relationship for some kind of greater good, but more so for the greater good of your own heart. More so because you are less interested in doing what's popular or winning a popularity contest with the Leo South Node stuff up here, or looking a certain way or appearing a certain way, and you're more interested in something real. You're more interested in something that may be a lot different than what you're used to. This may be a year where you start really experimenting and exploring your weird quirks and desires. Like, you may feel like I have some weird itches that I have to scratch that may not quite go along with like looking the part for something that you've been trying to look. Okay. And when I say weird, it could be weird, or it could just be unconventional. It could just be like, okay, that's not something you see often, or is a little bit against the grain in some way. And for some of you, you could realize where you actually have been going with the grain, where you've actually been trying to fit yourself into like a perfect shaped box to look like everybody else, or to do what everybody else is doing, or to act like you love what everybody else is doing. Or maybe you actually do. Maybe you just want something very normal and boring and not so flashy and not so out there and not so like obviously unconventional. Maybe you do want something boring. There's so many different ways that this energy can play out. But either way, this year is about the progression of your heart and how that is impacting your relationships and the people you choose to have in your life. And if you're really in alignment with your heart's desires, no matter how weird, unconventional, different, or even normal they may be, if you're really in alignment with them, or if you are just worried about how something may look or trying to show off in some way, shape, or form. Okay. So that is definitely going to be kind of the tea of this year eventually. You'll have some remnants of that in the beginning of the year, but it'll definitely progress throughout the year. So, in 2025, 2025 was a lot about your spiritual hygiene, your job, your health, your wellness, and really doing a lot of trust and faith and letting go. And letting go of old habits, addictions, cycles, things that no longer serve you, old ideals or addictions to perfectionism and control, subconscious needs to control that keep you stuck or trapped or procrastinating on the things that you really want. It's been a time of really learning how to purify yourself from the inside out, like maybe detoxes, cleanses, like really more spiritual, mystical health rather than physical health, creativity and creative projects, etc. And 2025, like I said, was also still about relationships a lot. But it was definitely a year about a lot of releasing either way. So as we move into 2026, right in the beginning of the year, Saturn and Neptune is going to move back into your 7th house. Right around January 26th, Neptune moves in. February 14th, Saturn moves in. They cuddle up there in your 7th and are going to be there for the rest of the year, the next few years for Saturn, next several years for Neptune. So you're going to be starting a brand new era of relationships. Now, you got a taste of this in 2025 from about spring to fall. But this is when the era really starts. It's really like, okay, buckling down if you've had challenges or limitations or a lot of heaviness or a lot of karmic stuff in relationships, or you've had a lot of relationships that maybe were really hot and fiery, but really short and didn't live very long. This is going to come in and really put a spotlight on that so that you can figure out what relationships you want and what relationships are actually going to stand the test of time. Now, if you're already in a relationship, this could definitely show you what you either want more of out of that relationship, where you need to set boundaries, or where your partner sets boundaries. Maybe your partner starts going through more or carrying more responsibility. Maybe you become more committed or need to commit more to the relationship. There's so many different ways that this can play out. This can be really beautiful and growth oriented too with Neptune there though. Like, I mean, this can be some of you guys getting married or making a commitment or really committing to the vision that you have with the person that you're with. And then, you know, it's going to be different for different ones of you. But either way, this is starting a massive, massive new era in your relationship sector for the following years to come. Now, the next big thing that we have happening this year is the first solar eclipse in Aquarius. This will be before the nodes move in, though. This will be right around February 17th. This is going to be the first preview of what's to come for you for the rest, or for later in the year and into 2027 for you Libra risings. This is going to be a solar eclipse in Aquarius in your 5th house, really shining a light on, like, what do you love? What are you passionate about? Is it weird? Is it not weird? Does it really even matter? Where does your heart belong? What does your heart belong to? What is your heart craving? What is your heart? What is the compass of your heart? What do you feel like you're here to create in the world? You know, the 5th house is about creation, passion, hobbies, entertainment, dating, sexuality, fun. So the solar eclipse could definitely be bringing up those topics for you, but also asking, like, maybe where you hold yourself back with some of these things because they're weird or they're different or they're more human or they're more, I don't know, for some of you, conventional or unconventional. Like Aquarius can be both, you know? And maybe you have certain stories around that. And so, but this 5th house solar eclipse can really start bringing in that energy and showing you what's starting here right around February 17th. Okay. So moving on, we then have a lunar eclipse in Virgo on March 3rd in your 12th house. So to me, this eclipse cycle is going to be like, what new beginnings are you bringing in with fun, pleasure, your heart's desires, your sexuality, your dating life, your entertainment life, your play life, like your heart's desires, creation, children maybe as well. Like for some of you, for a lot of you, this could even be about children. And then what is going out or being released or being let go of or needs to be let go of from behind the scenes, from your subconscious? What other self-sabotaging patterns, cycles, habits need to be let go of for you to release and move forward to the things that you desire? So that is what that looks like to me. Now, moving on from that, April 26th, we're going to have Uranus moving back into Gemini finally, where we had like a little bit of a taste of it last year in 2025. Now it's moving into Gemini again officially, and this is your 9th house. So this is really revolutionizing, changing things up in your learning endeavors, travel endeavors, like educational pursuits, your beliefs. You are going through a revolutionary time with what you believe, your world views, and how you think in a whole new way. You're going to want to learn a lot of different things. You're going to have a lot of different ideas about the things that you want to do in the world and the things that you want to teach or learn or, you know, experience. This is going to be a time for experimentation with all of that. And it's going to really revolutionize your mind. This is going to be about independence, freedom, and liberation of the mind in so many ways. You could find yourself a lot more passionate about certain learning endeavors that you know, maybe completely never even thought of before, or travel pursuits that you normally would never do, or like, you know, learning different topics or even teaching on different topics that, you know, are out of the box or different, but that bring a lot of information. You may start being more of a messenger in your life of communicating things and, you know, learning about new messages. You may change your major. You may change your educational path. You know, you may like change where you live. You may move, you know, out of country or something. There's so many different ways that this can play out, but it's definitely revolutionizing this area of your higher mind and getting outside of your normal comfort zone with your mind in a lot of ways. Okay. So now, June 30th, Jupiter will move into the sign of Leo and out of your 10th house of Cancer, where it has been since summer of 2025. So Jupiter's been in your 10th house of Cancer, definitely expanding your path in your career, evolving your path in your career and in life and in your long-term future goals with what you want to do in the world, how you want to care for people, how you want to support people, how you feel emotionally about the career path you're on, etc. So Jupiter will then move into Leo, like I said, on June 30th and start expanding and evolving this part of your chart, your friendships, your network, your the different, you know, social groups that you belong to, how you interact with others, inspire others, network with others, what you gain from others, what they gain from you. Definitely a really fun time for events, festivals, doing social things, social outings. This is right basically almost in the middle of summer as well. So it's going to be a lot going on likely with a lot of people, and you may even start to feel a lot more popular. You may start to feel a lot more seen and recognized and heard, and all of that. You may start putting yourself out there more and all of that. But shortly after Jupiter moves into the sign of Leo, it's going to start opposing Pluto in Aquarius, which this is a very explosive transit, one of the biggest transits of 2026. This is really bringing a big, huge, explosive change in our lives in some way or another. This can be a very beautiful, inspiring change that really fuels us and gives us a ton of potential and helps us to see a bigger picture and makes us feel just on fire and like we can do anything and take any risk and face any fear. Or this could be a bit destructive in some way. This could have us, crumbling in the face of fear or becoming corrupted or doing something that's out of character, out of fear or insecurity or whatever. So either way, there's something going on here with the other people in your life. And again, what is true for you and what's on your heart, what your heart's desire is. This is a lot about you versus the crowd, you versus other people, all of that. This could definitely be like, you starting to feel very popular and liked and social. But then, this fear of rejection for what you really like or your heart's true desire or what your heart truly wants really comes in, and you don't know how all these friends in your social circles are going to take it, or if they're going to actually be there for you or support you through it. Something like that could really happen. Maybe you're dating someone new and you're really concerned about how your friends are going to take it, or maybe you want to do something in terms of your love life, or maybe you want to have more children, but you are really enjoying this era of popularity and being seen right now. And so it's like this tension, this push and pull with an opposition. And right after that, on July 26th, the nodes are going to then move into Leo and Aquarius as well, adding to this axis and this polarity of the chart. This is really going to change things, because then it's going to become less about being noticed and being in the spotlight and being popular, and a lot more about doing what feels like the greater thing to do. It's going to be more about following your own heart, no matter how weird, unconventional, or unpopular it might be. It's going to be more about doing what you want to do, or doing more of your purpose, which may not be you may want to do it, but you may also want something else. That it's like these two things may be in conflict with each other in some way. Maybe your significant other is, I don't know, taking on more responsibility. But you guys want to have more kids, but you're kind of enjoying your moment in the spotlight, and then the South Node comes in and you realize there's some kind of pressure maybe put on it, where it's well, if you don't hurry up and fulfill your desire to have kids for some reason, maybe there's a time limit on it, or maybe there's a fear with it, and you really truly feel like you're meant to add to the collective, add to the population in some way and be a part of that. And so, something like that. Now, for others of you, they're there's no way I'm having kids. This could be that you are in a unconventional relationship and that you are scared to tell your friends about it, or you have an unconventional interest or passion, and you're scared to put it out there. Maybe you work in the spotlight already, and maybe you find that you're having to keep up appearances and perform a lot more, but really authentically, you just want to chill and be normal and not be this super extraordinary person all the time. There's so many different ways this could play out. So let me know down below, please, Libra Risings, how you could see this playing out for you as you're listening to this, or what feels like it may be more true for you, and how you've noticed that Aquarian 5th house playing out for you anyway over, the last several years as we've had transits through there. So moving on from that, right around August 12th, we will have the first Leo solar eclipse in your 11th house. And so this is going to be kind of that first karmic new beginning starting here of your friends, your social groups, your social life, you know, all of that. But also where, like, I think a lot of Libra risings could find this year that, like, and I hate to say this, maybe not all of you, okay? So please don't take offense to this, but I feel like a lot of you guys could find that a lot of your social life could feel fake all of a sudden, or it could feel inauthentic, or you could start questioning, like, are these people really my friends, or are they just with me for some superficial reason? Are we just friends because it's just like what we're supposed to be because we work together, or because we're in the same yoga class, or because we live in the same neighborhood? But, like, do we have anything more in common than that, you know? Or you could start to see that, like, you know, maybe your social life or your social media life is also not feeling really authentic. Maybe you're performing, or maybe you're trying to keep up with the Joneses, or maybe you're trying to keep up with what you think people want from you. There could also be, like, a lot of, like, false idols, false, you know, celebrities, like people that you used to look up to or be inspired by, that you start kind of seeing through, or you start kind of realizing they're not what you thought they were at all. And it really causes you to kind of rethink again, like, well, what is real to me? What do I really like? Rather than who do I want to be like, and what are the kind of groups I want to hang out with? Like, let's first start with who I am and what I like, no matter how weird or different or interesting or conventional or unconventional it is. And then maybe I'll find people that relate to that and that we have more in common with than just maybe superficial friends or fake friends, or people that are only with me because of superficial reasons, or people that start drama and talk shit behind my back. Like, there can be a lot of drama in friend groups as the South Node moves into Leo and as Jupiter moves into Leo as well. Like, it could just feel like everything's theatrical, everything's dramatic, maybe there's a lot of rumors, and you're just finding that you're starting to have less in common with other people. And there could even be a sense of feeling somewhat lonely in your interest and in the things that you do care about, in your hobbies, in the things that you want to create in the world. Like, you could feel a little bit lonely for a while. But I think that what this could be is also with Jupiter and Leo, this could be you learning to put yourself out there with your true interest, rather than, and attracting people that way, rather than trying to fit into places that you don't belong. Or sharing your true interest with, you know, your partner or your family. You know, Saturn rules Aquarius, Saturn's in your 7th, Saturn rules Capricorn. Like, sharing your true interest and hobbies with those closest to you, and bringing them into them. You know, if you're feeling a bit lonely, I think you're going to realize that you don't have to have a full-on, like, group or a ton of friends around you this year, or a ton of people paying attention to you all the time, to feel like you matter and to feel like you're seen. And I think that's going to be huge. I think you're going to feel the most seen when you can really lean into the differences you have inside of you that maybe you try to repress or ignore, or the differences you have inside of your heart, or the things that you really like or are interested in that may seem somewhat weird or quirky or different to others. I think when you can be seen in that by the right people, like, yeah, maybe not everybody will think that it's cool. Maybe not everybody will support you. That doesn't mean that what you're doing is wrong. And that's what matters here. Like, it doesn't mean that you should go back to trying to fit in and be popular. Like, it just means that you just haven't found the right people. Those aren't your people. So that's what I have to say about all of that. The next big thing that we have is the Pisces lunar eclipse, which happens on August 28th. I'm pretty sure it's the final Pisces lunar eclipse we have. I can't remember if there's another one in 2027. I don't think so, though. I forget right now. But we have the final Pisces lunar eclipse, at least of this year. Which, I mean, I guess there'd only be one anyway. So, but anyway, you know what I mean. So we have the Pisces lunar eclipse in your 6th house of health, your spiritual hygiene, wellness, your job. So there could be some things coming up around August 28th with this, some change, integration, releasing, chapters closing, letting go, epiphanies, revelations, all of that. And then everything changes, and this is a big deal for you. Venus goes retrograde on October 3rd in the sign of Scorpio, where she does not like to be. She is in detriment here, but what's also not cool about this Venus retrograde is it will be making a giant T-square to Pluto in Aquarius and Mars, which will be in Leo at the time, and Mars will be opposing Pluto and squaring Venus retrograde in Scorpio. So this is going to be quite the disturbance. Likely with Venus and Scorpio, it will have something to do with your finances, resources, something important to you, maybe some trust issues, some attachments that you have to things that you feel you need to survive in some way, some things that you want or like or feel comfortable with in your survival. And for some reason, this is triggering some kind of potential disturbance, challenge, or almost like it kind of looks like a fight. I mean, it is Mars opposite Pluto with either friend groups, your social life, and people in your life, and potentially, again, what you want, what your heart's desire is. It could also be, you know, your own love life, your children, or, you know, something along those lines. So I think that this is definitely going to be a time where you are going to have to really reevaluate what you truly love, what you truly want, what truly matters to you, what's truly close to your heart, regardless of what everybody else thinks, wants from you, or whatever. Venus will retrograde back into your sign, Libra, on October 25th. This will cool things down because she'll no longer be in the T-square with Mars and Pluto, and she'll be at home in your sign. This will definitely be a time where the retrograde then kind of turns into you recontemplating what you want and who you are and how you want to act and respond to this, and compromise, truth, and decisions will be the big topic for the second half of this retrograde. And it will really change the way that you're relating to and feeling about yourself, what you're comfortable with, what you're not. This may be a time where you have to start setting more boundaries in your life, or where you have to start getting honest about what you want and no longer hiding it, and where you have to start speaking about what is truly on your heart, what you truly want, what you truly desire, what you truly like, and stop, you know, like if people don't like it, then they don't fucking like it. Let them not like it, you know? And I think that's where you're going to be at by the end of this retrograde. You're going to be really reevaluating giving and receiving in your life, what you're giving to others versus what you're receiving, and vice versa. What you really are, you know, what you really want from others, what's really important to you, and also what you want for yourself. And I think that's going to be huge. So that's going to be basically the whole fall season of 2026, starting from the beginning of October. The retrograde period officially ends on December 16th. So Venus will no longer be, like, Venus will be out of shadow at that time and ending that whole retrograde cycle by that time. The last thing that we have here is that Mars will conjunct Jupiter and the South Node in Leo right around November 14th. So this is going to be a really explosive transit as well. That is really, I think, going to kind of shift everything for you with the people in your life, your friends, your social circles, the different crowds and social groups that you belong to. I think this is really where you are going to maybe have to let go of maybe some things over whatever happens there with that Venus retrograde, where you're going to have to change some things up. But I think it's also going to bring in a certain level of wisdom and integration. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be, like, it may be somewhat challenging. Mars is there, but with Jupiter there, I think you're going to see the bigger picture. You're going to know what you need to do by that point. And yeah, so that is basically it for 2026. So really, really, really crazy, big, interesting year. Let me know down below, Libra Risings, how you felt about all of that. If you could see some of these things playing out for you and how you could see that happening, let me know down below. Come back throughout the year and watch this. Keep up with it. Let me know if it ends up resonating. Comment down below, sexy Libra Rising, if you watched until here. I appreciate you guys. And thank you guys so much. I am taking readings right now for a short period of time. If you'd like to book, see the description below. below. And I also have a membership if you are interested in learning further or going farther and really blending astrology and soul development together. See my membership link down in the description below. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Scorpio Risings in the his house. Welcome to your horoscope for 2026. I hope you guys are ready. It is a powerful year of change, babe, and change is your name of the game. So this is definitely a year that is bringing in a lot of new and big stuff to the table. So let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to go ahead and pull my charts up on the screen so you can see it, darling. Okay, so basically, as we start off 2026, we are really starting off with a bang with Saturn and Neptune finally returning to Aries. And that is happening pretty early on in the year. So January 26th and February 14th. By February 14th, both will be back into Aries, cuddling up there in your 6th house arena. This is starting a whole new era for your work life. Not just your work life, but your health, your routines, your wellness, and how you take care of yourself, your body, and your energy on a day-to-day basis. So with Saturn and Aries, or Saturn and Neptune and Aries in your 6th house, this is really kind of bringing up this sense of like, okay, are you going to take action on the things that you need to take action on the things that are important to you? Saturn here can bring up some limitations, some doubts, some heaviness, some consequential vibes of like, if I do this, what if this and this and this happens, and so you will have to deal with some of that. Like Saturn's not always the nicest planet, but with Neptune there, it's adding this dreamy, creative, visionary spirit to Saturn, which is really helping you look at like, what do I want to take more action on in terms of my work and the work that I'm doing on a day-to-day basis? How do I want that to feel? How do I want to structure that? What's truly important to me here? What is truly important with the work that I do on a day-to-day basis, whether it's for my employer or whether it's for myself, right? The 6th house is also you getting really, really clear on your habits and your health that needs to change and that you want to mature on. Like this is definitely a maturing and evolving, leveling up kind of energy here in the 6th house. So you're definitely going to feel somewhat challenged and tested on like, okay, what do I want to do for my health and for my job? And am I willing to take action? Am I willing to be patient? Am I willing to accept little wins at a time? It's not about running up the mountain, and I think that's the issue here with Saturn and Aries is that Saturn and Aries, like with Aries having Saturn, it can kind of feel like I'm used to getting my way and getting my way like really fast. But with Saturn here, it's like, it's taking time, and if I don't get my way right away, it means I've failed, and that's not the case. So you have to look at it as like, like you're leveling up, like each level is a new evolution, and not get too bogged down because you missed one level a few times. Like you can always repeat the level, so you're going to be fine basically, so this is really what I see for you with Saturn and Neptune and Aries. I think that you're getting a lot more dreamy and serious about what you are creating. You want to create a vision that's realistic in the world, and you want that vision to be something that you do for work or with your job or with your health and with your routines. And that is going to be really big for you over the next year. Now, the next big thing happening in 2026 is we have our first solar eclipse happening in Aquarius. This is going to be before the nodes move in. This solar eclipse is happening on February 17th, 2026 in your 4th house of Aquarius. And so this is definitely going to bring some kind of new fated karmic beginning to your doorstep, quite literally. So it's going to be like, something going down here in your home and your family and your roots. And you really want to pay attention to this because this is going to give you some hints on what's to come for the second half of 2026 and into 2027. So whatever goes down on February 17th, whatever hints or themes really come up for you, you may see coming back around later in the year. So just keep that in mind. But this can be a very powerful eclipse that is starting some kind of new karmic fated beginning in your home life, where you have maybe felt, I think, you know, we'll talk more about this later when we go over the North Node moving into Aquarius. But basically, pay attention around February 17th. March 3rd, we're going to have a lunar eclipse in the sign of Virgo in your 11th house. It's going to be about what you may need to release regarding your friend groups, your social life, certain aspirations that you're no longer really aligned with. Certain people you're no longer really aligned with. Either way, this is going to be kind of a time where you may be releasing some social circles or releasing some groups, or you may be reconnecting with certain groups, certain social circles. You may be realizing some things, changing the way that you're going about your life socially in some way around this time. So the next thing that we have after that is on April 26th, we have Uranus moving into Gemini. I'm not sure why it's all the way up here. I think that's an accident. It's supposed to be like right here. But Uranus will be moving out of Taurus and into Gemini in your 8th house. And this is really big. It's going to revolutionize the way that you are utilizing your 8th house, okay? So this your finances, your debts, but also your karmic contracts, your karmic arrangements, agreements with other people, your fears, sometimes power dynamics, anything to do with the energetic exchange with you and another person. That can be monetary or not. But either way, this is what Uranus is going to be really pinpointing here for you in Gemini in your 8th house. It's going to be really a time where you may get more into taboos. You may get more into like mind control or reprogramming your mind, or psychological, like psychology, you know, like shadow work, like things like this, but also maybe newer or revolutionary kind of methods as well. This could definitely be a time where you start finding that you want to learn more about finances, or learn more about money, or learn more about wealth or power or control, or you know, the mind and mindset and all of that. This is definitely a time where you are changing up the way that you do finances and the way that you view and see money and what you want to do with your money, with your wealth and all of that. You could be looking into other options. You could be looking into bringing in new sources of income, new sources of, new resources in some way. This is definitely going to upgrade that area of life for you over the next several years as Uranus moves through Gemini. So the next thing is we have Jupiter moving into Leo, and where it will immediately pretty much start opposing Pluto in Aquarius. So from June 30th till July 20th, we're going to have Jupiter basically forming its opposition with Pluto. This is a very huge, explosive, powerful effing transit, okay? This is huge. This is like massive explosion. So you're going to have this evolutionary, higher vision, higher frame of mind around what you want to achieve for yourself and career around this time, your potential, being seen, putting yourself out there. You're going to have this kind of higher vision for it. Pluto in the 4th house is going to be kind of like potentially certain fears or things from the past, skeletons in the closet, things that are having power from you, like things that have power over you from basically down under, from your home life, your family life, your past, maybe family members. Like maybe you start putting yourself out there and you're like, you know, being seen or accepting being seen, but now you're worried what your family's going to think, or now you're worried what your friends from high school are going to think, or now you're worried about, you know, your past coming up or being judged for it. Or this opposition can also give you an extreme sense of facing fear, an extreme sense of rising to your potential, taking risks, seeing above and beyond your fears from your past. And so this is a very powerful transit, depending on what you do with it. It can be very invigorating, very empowering, very like larger than life, I can do anything kind of thing. Can also be very destructive, depending on how we're feeling it, how we're using it. So we just want to kind of be aware of that around the time. But what's also important about this is that the nodes will then move into Leo and Aquarius. And this is a really big deal. The North Node moving into your 4th house is going to be a time where you are feeling this pull to either be more alone, or be at home more, or connect to your roots, connect to your family, collaborate with your family on something, worry more about the greater good of your family or starting a family rather than goals or aspirations or personal adventures to be seen or to be known. Now, this is the polarity, though, of Leo and Aquarius. Some of you may not feel that way. Some of you may feel like the South Node in Leo and Jupiter in Leo helps you to start facing and unraveling fears that you have around being seen, around your own individuality in the world and your career and putting yourself out there and, you know, all of that. But that happens likely through some things happening where you may feel rejected or not seen completely or not understood, or where your family doesn't understand. And this is something that, I mean, this can play out in so many different ways, you guys, but like these are different ways these dynamics can play out for you. The North Node in Aquarius could have you really facing a lot of wounds from childhood, a lot of things from the past with like being the black sheep in your family, or feeling like you need to belong, or maybe for a long time you've felt like, F my family, I'm gonna do me, I'm gonna go after what I want, all the accolades and all the gold and all the you know, fame and fortune and whatever. And now I am no longer feeling that way. I feel like I've been really selfish and I kind of understand more things about my family than I used to, and I kind of made my rebellion against them my whole identity here, and so let me like actually, you know, try to change things. But there's so many different ways this can play out. I'm just giving you guys random examples, but like this is definitely a time where there's going to start to become a lot of change in your family, home life, and personal life versus your public life, your public persona, who you want to be in the world, your goals, your aspirations, your future, you know, future goals, your future dreams, your career, your accomplishments in the world. And so I think that if you're wanting to do things just from an egoic place of like, oh, I just want to be known and be seen and like whatever, and your heart's not in it, it's just like, I just, you know, want to just be out there and be known and be famous and like whatever, get my picture taken. If your heart's not in it, it's not going to feel right. Your heart's got to be in it. And this is where you can kick ass with this nodal transit. If you do things from a place of your heart being in it, not needing the validation, not needing all the fame and the fortune and the to be seen in the spotlight, like you don't need the spotlight. You're doing it from a place of your heart. And you're also finding ways to collaborate with your family or people that feel like your family. This could be creating your own damn family, whatever it is. You're finding the people that feel like family. You're finding your nest, your foundation, your home base. That's really what this is going to be about, and where you belong, and also potentially where you're from, you know, with the North Node in the fourth house. This could be a lot of ancestry work, tracking back your ancestry, your bloodlines, etc., where you come from, you know, all of that. So either way though, you're learning how to belong more with yourself at home or with your family. And you're also unraveling and rewiring a lot around who you thought you needed to be in the world to get attention, who you thought you needed to be to shine, who you thought you needed to be to get love, to gain love, to be liked, you know, to do things from your heart. And you're realizing that a lot of it was a lie. Some of you will realize that you know, some of the people that you may have idolized in the world, like some celebrities or whatever, it may not be what it's all cracked up to be, especially with Leo in the 10th. Some of you may realize that, you know, the path that you've been on has not been completely authentic to who you are, that you've not been following your heart and your career or with your future goals, and that you've been more so performing and acting than actually being true to your heart and to your heart's desires. And so it's time to, you know, let that go. It's time to shed that skin, or it's time to shed the role that you've been playing for so long in your life or in your career or whatever. And so this is so much what this is about this year for you as a Scorpio rising. You really are, there may be like a lot of family stuff that you uncover. There could be a lot of, you know, stuff that you're dealing with from your past, from your childhood, but it's like almost like setting you free in a way, or it's almost like exactly what you feel you need to be doing. So, but it's going to be a really interesting year. So, yeah, anyways, moving on to the next thing. On August 12th, we're going to have our first solar eclipse in the sign of Leo in the 10th. Again, your 10th house of career, your life path, long-term goals, achievements, all of that, recognition, etc., etc. So with the solar eclipse happening here on August 12th, it'll be a south node eclipse. So a new beginning that is also centered around kind of releasing karmic things or karmic things from the past, karmic patterns, unraveling things, healing things to do with the ego, to do with being seen, to do with, you know, worrying about if you're worthy or not, or if you matter or not, etc. So it's definitely going to be a new beginning for that. And then on the August 28th, we're going to have the Pisces lunar eclipse in your 5th house. Again, is what you're doing in your career really fulfilling your heart, really fulfilling you creatively, really fulfilling, like, is it filling up your cup? Is it filling your soul? Is it feeling like, you know, or are you acting? Are you performing? Are you, you know, going along with it because it's the popular thing to do, or it's how you feel, the only way you feel you can continue to gain recognition, or the only way that you feel you can continue to, you know, be seen in some way or noticed in some way. And so this is going to be huge for this eclipse cycle, you know, that you're going to be looking at here. So moving on, the next big thing really changes everything and flips everything on its head. Venus goes retrograde in your 1st house, Scorpio Risings. And this is like a psycho unhinged Venus retrograde. Like, this shit is so intense. If you are not in a relationship, I would literally not get into one until after this Venus retrograde. If you do, you're likely gonna find that there are troubles in paradise around this time. Most people will, okay? So Venus will retrograde in Scorpio. She does not like to be in your sign, okay? No offense, but Venus is in detriment here already. So this is just not a good mixture as it is. But on top of that, Venus will square Pluto and in Aquarius and Mars in Leo, which will be right around here in Leo, and be in a big old T-square with Mars and Pluto in Leo and Aquarius. Okay, so us fixed signs are really getting the shit end of the stick here with this one. So yeah, this is happening in your sign, which may mean that you start the drama, that you start all the chaos here. Could definitely be a possibility. But Venus goes retrograde in your sign and will have you really recontemplating what you want, what you like. Do you trust yourself? Do you trust your heart? Do you trust, like, where you're going right now? Do you trust the things that you're doing? Venus will then, like I said, square Pluto and Mars. So also this will be about you really facing fears or things that have power over you, power or control dynamics going on with your home life or family. And then also, you know, Mars and your 10th house of career, long-term goals and achievements. So also facing some kind of conflict, challenge, or, you know, decision or difficulty within where you're headed and where you're going. And so it feels like this is kind of like a cornered moment of, like, a, you know, whatever it's called, like, you know, cornering a dog or whatever kind of moment, where it's like everything that's been kind of boiling has came to this point, and it's like, what do I want? I can't decide. What do I want to do here? Do I trust myself? Do I not? You know, maybe my family thinks I'm crazy and my boss is yelling at me, and what do I do here? Or maybe I have this big fear because I don't know what my family's going to say, or I have this big fear about my home and what I'm going to do and where I'm going to live or whatever, because maybe, I don't know, maybe you're considering relocating or changing your home or traveling or whatever. But then I also have all this conflict about, like, my future and my career and, like, what I'm going to do. And so this is really, like, pushing you in a corner and being like, what the fuck do you want? Like, be real with yourself. Be vulnerable. Don't keep performing. Don't keep putting on an act. Don't drive it in harder or make it worse on yourself by continuing trying to perform and putting on an act. Like, it's time to face this. Venus will retrograde back into Libra on October 25th, which is your 12th house. This will be where things calm down a bit because Venus likes to be in Libra, it's her home sign, and she will no longer be in that T-square with Mars and Pluto once she moves back into Libra. So things will calm down around October 25th and for the next, couple weeks as she's in Libra. But then it's going to turn into more of what is fair, what is balanced, where you need to compromise, or where you're subconsciously compromising too much or not compromising enough, or where you have certain fears around compromising, where you've been self-sabotaging yourself and not trusting in your truth, and the truth of your heart and the truth of what you want. And so Venus will go direct on November 13th, and she will be completely done with this retrograde cycle on December 16th. So that is when everything, I think, will, kind of move forward and shift. But this is a very dramatic kind of fall. And so if there's anything that you've been keeping from other people, because that's usually like very Scorpionic, and Venus in Scorpio usually brings up trust issues and brings up things we're kind of keeping on the DL or suppressing or whatever. So like I would just try to be as out there and open about shit as you can up until that transit, because it's going to bring it all out if you're not. It's a very scandalous transit. I'm not saying that to scare you. Like, I don't think you're going to get through it. It's going to be fine. We're going to survive. We got this. But like, it's just very dramatic. It's a very dramatic transit. And I think overall it'll be helpful because it'll force you to really get clear and honest and vulnerable about what your heart desires, and no longer pretending for your family or for the world or for your career or for whatever, but like truly getting honest about what you want. And it will help you feel more in alignment with yourself. And I think that is worth all of it, honestly. And so anyway, but she does rule your 7th house of relationships. So like I said, if you are in a relationship, it could bring relationships into the topic of relationships in there, or past relationships. So just be aware of that. And last but not least, the final transit that we are talking about is Mars conjuncting the South Node and Jupiter in November 14th. Another very explosive transit. Definitely you're going to be feeling this. This is really bringing up some kind of massive karmic change within your career, your long-term goals, your accomplishments, your path in life, and your future in some way, shape, or form. This is really changing things. This may be a point where you're like finally cutting something off. Maybe you're leaving behind an old dream, or you're leaving behind maybe an old you that you thought you had to be to do what you wanted to do. Or maybe you're leaving behind an old career, or maybe you are finally seeing the bigger picture. Alrighty, Scorpio, thank you guys so much for watching. Comment down below, sexy Scorpio rising. If you stayed till here, let me know what about 2026 sounds like a blast to you. Let me know what you're feeling for 2026. And also if you could see some of these things happening and what you think they may be hinting towards for you in your life. Thank you guys so much. I am open for readings right now if you'd like to book some. And also I have my membership linked down below as well if you would like to go deeper into astrology and soul development all in one. So make sure to check out the description below. I love you guys. Bye. Sagittarius risings. Woo! I cannot believe I got through this many signs in one sitting. Wow, this is blowing my own mind. Okay, blowing my own mind over here. So let's go ahead and get into what 2026 is looking like for you, Sagittarius. I'm gonna go ahead and put my chart up on the screen so you can see it and I can see it, we can all see it. Okay, so basically 2026 is interesting for you, Sagittarius. We really start the year with Neptune and Saturn moving back into Aries, into your 5th house, really solidifying a new paradigm and a new era happening in your 5th house sector. What you love, what you enjoy, what you like, what brings you pleasure and enjoyment in life, your basically, divine creative energy. And so this is really solidifying a new era here, and like what you want to bring to life, what you want to create in the world, what feels good for you, but also your dating life, sexuality, children, play, Entertainment can also come up here too, like your hobbies, your passions, things that you do for fun, you know? So this is really going to be a time where you're really solidifying and like trying new things, trying new interests that you have, new hobbies that you have, new ideas that you have, new things that you want to kind of try out that may be a little bit different, odd, quirky, and unconventional. Okay, so this is really gonna be kind of the name of the game for the next few years, but definitely starting this year. So this starts basically from February 14th on. Neptune moves back into Aries January 26th, Saturn February 14th, and these two cuddle up in Aries in your 5th house for the rest of the year. This will likely bring up a topic of like, what do you truly desire in love? What do you truly desire with kids? Saturn Neptune can be a bit of like a, bursting your bubble moment as well, though. Like anywhere where you've been somewhat delusional or not seeing things clearly, it can really get clear for you with this about what you want, what you don't want, what you need to start taking action on. So the key with this is being both like creative and a visionary, but being realistic about it, being mature about it, not completely just like, oh yes, anything for the vision. Let me just sacrifice everything I have for the vision. It's more so like, okay, like let's be real about it. Like let's be mature about it. We don't have to give up everything in our lives for this vision that may be short-lived with it being an Aries, so anyways, this is definitely a time where, like I said, solidifying a new paradigm with love, romance, dating, and love not even just with other people, although it can be that too, but love with the things that you love, whether they be hobbies, creative pursuits, projects, things that you do for fun, I will say, and I mean, Saturn will probably make sure of this too, if you're having a little bit of too much fun, okay, if you're escaping a little too much there, partying a little too hard, like Saturn may like lay down the law on you, okay? Like Saturn may lay down the law. So you do just want to be careful of that. Saturn may make it to where there are consequences and they suck, So just be aware of that during this time. But that is how we basically start off the year. The first half of 2026 feels a lot like the first half of 2025 in some ways. There's a lot of similarities. Saturn and Neptune moving into Aries. The nodes will still be in Pisces and Virgo. Jupiter will still be in Cancer. Uranus will still be in Taurus at first. There won't be too many huge changes just yet in the first half of. The main change that we'll have the first solar eclipse in Aquarius, but the nodes will still be in Pisces and Virgo. They'll just be close enough by degree to make the new moon that we have in Aquarius at the end of Aquarius season a solar eclipse. So we will have a solar eclipse in Aquarius, which will be a preview of what's to come the second half of the year and coming in 2027. So this solar eclipse is a big deal to pay attention to. It can show you and preview a lot of what's to come. This is happening in your 3rd house of your environment, your local town, city, the places, people, and things that you're around on a day-to-day basis, what you do on a day-to-day basis. What is your day-to-day basis like mental processing routine like? What places do you frequent? What people do you see? What routines do you have? Like all of that can really come to life here in the 3rd house. So with the solar eclipse happening here, this could really put a huge spotlight on what is going on around you in your actual day-to-day life rather than what is going on in the big wide world. So there will be more of a focus on creating change and creating some kind of, something that feels supportive for maybe a particular group of people or certain types of people or your environment at large in terms of your day-to-day routines. And so that's really what you're going to be noticing. Like there could also be themes of siblings, family members, extended family members, what's going on in your city or your local town. Anything that's going on there could really be coming up around this time and could start right around this Aquarius solar eclipse on February 17th. So that will be a preview for what's to come. Then on March 3rd, we're going to have the Virgo lunar eclipse, and this happening in your 10th house. So definitely some kind of chapter closing out here to do with your career, your long-term goals, your accomplishments, where you're going in the world, what the F you've been up to in the world, your visions, your long-term vision. So there could be some kind of work task or work project, really big work period in your life that you're completing, or a chapter closing here. Or this could be something that you are now releasing, or something big that you're realizing about your accomplishments and your path in life and your career and where you're wanting to go with all of that. So that's going to be really huge. It's really this time of like, how can you use your organizational skills to benefit you and to move forward with what you want to do? And then also with the solar eclipse happening in Aquarius a couple weeks beforehand, it's like, how can you use your communication skills? The third house can also be learning new skills. So this could be really kind of changing the way that you've been going about your work, or maybe changing your work routines, or maybe changing like your setup in terms of work, or maybe changing the structure in which you work, or learning new skills to add to your career in some way. Either way, with the eclipses happening in these two signs, for eclipse season and, the end of February and into March, you're definitely going to see some themes of these two houses really coming up, and they may end up kind of connecting in some way, where you're kind of starting something brand new in the third house, maybe learning a new skill, or really considering how you're communicating and how you're getting your message out there and what you want to communicate, what you want to do to help your local environment. If that's it, maybe it's something online that you're becoming interested in, but there's something here where you're wanting to get a message, I feel like, to people, or you're wanting to get information out there in some way, or maybe create content, like however you want to put that. And I think this lunar eclipse in Virgo is also you kind of really having a light bulb moment in your career, or a chapter closing in your career, and it may kind of connect in some way. And so anyways, the next big thing that I really want to go over here for you, Sagittarius, is we have Uranus finally moving out of Taurus this year and moving into Gemini. Now, it did step foot in Gemini for a few months last year, but this is definitely a big deal. This is moving into your 7th house of relationships. So there's definitely going to be a revolutionizing of your relationships happening in 2026. Definitely a lot of change, definitely a lot of curveballs, things that you didn't see coming. If you're not in a relationship, you could definitely very well be surprisingly in one by the end of 2026, or you could be noticing a lot of changes in the relationship that you're now in. Uranus, either way, is about freedom, liberation, and independence. So these are themes you could really, really notice coming up within your relationship sector in the year ahead, whether with your partner or whether with yourself. Either way, one, if not both of you, one of you, or if not one of you, if not both of you, is wanting to break out of your box, liberate yourselves, and be free, be more free, try new things, experiment, change things around. Really, kind of revolutionize the way that things are being done. And so this could really, really change the game with you in relationships. You may start really realizing there is kind of this desire for intellectual stimulation, intellectual intimacy, intellectual conversations, intellectual flirtation, like more mental stuff going on in relationships that is connecting you with other people, but also just this sense of like wanting to try new things out, wanting to experiment, wanting to do things in a different way, and maybe not go about things in the way that you're used to going about things. I was going to say maybe not being like, for some of you, you could be kind of non-committal with this, but with Saturn in your 5th with Neptune, I don't know if that's going to go very well in the end, or if that's going to really stick. But, for some of you, it may be worth a shot. So, but for others of you, I think it could definitely just be you are really changing things up in your relationship dynamics. There could be a lot more like desiring of excitement and like more interesting conversation, or learning pursuits that you're going on with your partner or something, things like that. Now, moving on, the next big thing that I want to go over is Jupiter then moves into Leo on June 30th. Now this starts this whole freaking saga that really starts making 2026 feel like a whole new year right in the middle of the year. So from June 30th till July 20th, once Jupiter moves in Leo, it's going to immediately start opposing Pluto in Aquarius. This is a huge, huge transit. Like, this is a powerful force happening in the cosmos that is explosive. That is like two immovable objects, basically two huge forces meeting and opposing each other. And so this is really big. This is like a really big explosive change, a really big explosive risk that could either be incredible or destructive for some. I think this is going to be change on a monumental level for many people, like this kind of jumping off point of this is, you know, like taking a really big risk or having faith in something and facing a fear that would normally terrify you. But I think overall, with Jupiter in your 9th and Pluto in the 3rd, this could be an awakening of sorts of the mind and of what you believe. I think this could really start changing the way that you've been perceiving and seeing the world, whether it be locally or nationally or worldly or whatever. This could definitely be like you seeing kind of this higher perspective on things, or you coming into this higher perspective or higher vision on certain fears, or for some of you realizing that, you know, this could be kind of like a light awakening or a dark awakening. It kind of just depends. Like for some of you, this could be like you realizing maybe there's a lot of dark, underhanded shit going on in your town or in your city, like more than you realized. For others of you, maybe this is like, you know, realizing that it's really not that bad. It's really not that scary. It's really not that deep, and it's time to rise above. You know, like it could be different for different ones of you, but either way, there's some kind of huge shift in your perspective that's really coming around this time. And it could involve traveling or, you know, travel pursuits, learning endeavors, your belief systems, etc. But there's really some kind of big kind of cracking open that's really happening at this time. Now, the other thing is that on July 26th, the nodes are then going to also move into Leo and Aquarius. The South node will move into Leo and the North node will move into Aquarius. And this is really going to bring up where you have been kind of high and mighty with your perspective, with your views, where maybe many of your beliefs about the world or about other people or your own spiritual beliefs or religious beliefs or your worldly views or whatever have been a bit egotistical, or where you've been stubborn and kind of, you know, up on your high horse thinking that you know it all in some way, in some category in life. Now, as I'm saying this, I know many of you may be like, that's not me, or I don't do that, or I don't feel that way. But just wait until the transits shift, okay? Because they have a way of surprising you and bringing shit up. So, and this is just one of the ways. I'm going to go over other ways too. But some of you may take a lot of pride in your beliefs and what you think you know and your higher intelligence. And when the nodes move, this may hit your ego in some way. Maybe people aren't listening to you as much. Maybe people used to come and listen to you preach or listen to you, you know, go on about all the things that you know or all the things that, you know, you're confident about. But when the nodes shift, maybe a little bit less about look at me and everything that I know and everything I've done and all the experience I have. And it may be a little bit more about relating to people and fitting in and realizing like, I'm not that special, or I'm not all that, or it's not all about me, you know, like, and that's basically the Leo Aquarian axis, you know, it's like, you know, we're special, but we're not at the same time. It's less about being the sun and the one and more about being the constellation, you know, it's like about being a part of a beautiful picture rather than being a portrait. You know, like it's like you're the flower, one of the flowers of many flowers in a picture rather than just a portrait of your face, you know, like, and so that's kind of what we're likely going to see a lot of with this axis coming in. You may find that your academic studies or all the things you've learned, all the experience you have really doesn't mean a whole lot, and it may unravel in a way where you start realizing that basically it's not that like you need to just not care about yourself or what you've been through. It's more about like a rewiring of like, are you saying things from the heart, or are you saying things from a place of, oh, I just know it all, you know, and you just should listen to me because I know shit and you don't, you know, like, are you trying to help or add to the greater good, or are you just basically causing more issues, more fear, more devastation, more whatever, just to feed your ego, you know, like these are some of the questions that we may be contemplating around the sun. We all will in some way. This is going to play out for you in the form of higher intelligence and knowledge, your beliefs, what you teach on or what you learn about or your travels or your experience or whatever, kind of the bigger picture stuff versus the smaller picture stuff and how it all really connects and relates. Now, on the other hand, or maybe you realize that all of this like big picture stuff that is so popular, or, all the, whatever knowledge is trending and popular right now really isn't your thing. And maybe you find that you just want to spend more time with the actual people in your life, or spend more time getting into unconventional weird shit that no one cares about. And that's fine. Okay. So this could also be, instead of worrying about participating or being seen as participating on some big scale in the world, like, I don't know. Okay, here's an example. This is just the first thing that's popping into my head. Maybe online or just in your life in general, you're known as someone that is always posting about or participating in or being very loud about things that are going on politically. Okay, you're always, saying things about it, giving your opinion, putting your opinion out there. Should be very Leo in the 9th house, right? Like very confident in what you believe and putting your beliefs out there. Now, when the nodes shift into Leo and Aquarius in 2026 and the North Node moves into Aquarius, you may find that there is less people agreeing with you, or there's less people that are liking your post or seeing your post or, agreeing with your post. And it may bring up, you may kind of get pushed to this sense of, okay, well, instead of just sharing my opinion, why, like it may make you start kind of contemplating, going deep and growing outside of what, you normally do, and asking yourself, why did I do all this? Like, why have I been passionate about this for so long? You may realize that some of it has been out of just pride and ego, and some of it has been because you really do care about what happens to people and happens to the world. And so then you realize that the core root of what you're doing is really in a care for other people and a care for society. And then you realize, well, what actual change can I make? Right? Like, what actual change can I make in society? Like, maybe I can't make it on this big global level, because no one's seeing my post or anything anymore, but maybe I can make it on a smaller level in my town or in my city or in my state. And so Aquarius 3rd house would be that, right? It would be like, okay, like, let me start talking to the people around me, or let me start going to protest, or let me start like donating to, places or whatever. Like, let me start maybe a support group in my area, or whatever the case may be. You are going to be able to influence people with your message, but not from a place of pride and ego, not from a place of, I'm better than you, I'm superior, you're not, I know it, you don't, but from a place of, I am just like you. And I truly, genuinely, like, when your heart's in the right place and you just want to help people, and that's why you want to get your message out there, that is where you end up rocking this mother effing nodal transit, okay? So that is basically the nodes and Jupiter moving and all of that. So let's go ahead and move on here. The next big thing that we have happening is the first solar eclipse in Leo on August 12th. And so this is really, really big. This is going to really kind of kick us off in this Leo Aquarian energy, if we hadn't been already, which we probably definitely already had been. But this is also really starting this like massive karmic new beginning here of really showing you where some rewiring needs to be done about what you believe about the world. I mean, for some of you guys, this could also be like, maybe you saw the world in a certain way. Maybe you saw the world in a way of like looking at it through this lens of like, oh, like everything is, how do I want to say this? You saw it through a way of looking at authority figures or certain authority figures or some authority figures in maybe a higher way. And this transit may kind of rip off some rose-colored glasses in some way, where maybe authority figures or idols or gurus or certain teachers or whatever that you used to, put on a pedestal, kind of it's no longer, you no longer see them the same way in some way. Like, but anyways, the solar eclipse here definitely is going to bring up those themes of that Leo 9th house of higher knowledge, higher intelligence, travel, your beliefs, your philosophical views, teaching pursuits, educational pursuits, and how you kind of, your worldviews and all of that. So that's going to be really big. And then a couple weeks later on August 28th, we have the Pisces lunar eclipse in your 4th house. So this is going to be an interesting eclipse cycle. Solar eclipse in your 9th, lunar eclipse in your 4th. So definitely starting to change the way that you see the world and how you see yourself in the world, but then also changing, releasing, changing and integrating some things, some other last things from your family life, your past, your roots, and what needs to be let go of there in your personal life and your private life. And so that's really going to come up for this Pisces lunar eclipse at the end of August. So then everything flips on its head because Venus goes retrograde in the sign of Scorpio on October 3rd. And this is really a dramatic, insane, unhinged, psychopathic transit, honestly. I'm kind of exaggerating, but I'm kind of not. But anyway, this Venus retrograde in Scorpio is so just intense and dramatic in all kinds of ways. So number one, Venus doesn't like to be in Scorpio. A Venus retrograde is already a time of recontemplating a reversal on a lot of the things that we've been doing out of comfort, out of love, or, to be nice or whatever, kind of this recontemplation on what we love, what we like, if we're in the right situations, all of that. But in Scorpio, it brings up a lot of deep secrecy, trust issues, scandals, things that are really shady. And then on top of that, she's going to be squaring Pluto, which is even more shady. And she will be squaring Mars, which will be in Leo around right here at the time. And so this is going to really be a crazy transit, crazy plot twist transit that brings in a lot of drama this fall in 2026. And it's happening in your 12th house. So anything that you are repressing, anything secret, anything that you are shoving down or into the unseen, or any unconscious self-sabotaging, toxic behaviors that you are doing behind the scenes will likely come out to light. I am just warning you. I would not be shady, obviously, but I would not be shady in that first part of the year up until this point, and even at this point, because it's all coming out. There's something coming out, and for some of you it could be old subconscious stuff from the past. For others of you it could be something that you've been doing behind the scenes that you didn't want anyone to know about, and now they know. It could be a lot of different things, scandals, and some of this could be related to maybe some strong opinions or some strong messaging that you're putting out there with some of the stuff we've already went over. Some backlash to that, and Venus will eventually retrograde back into Libra, which is your 11th house of groups of people and social networks and stuff. So you could be maybe triggering some people's opinions or wounds, or they could be triggering yours as a cause of some of your opinions, beliefs, perspectives, all of that. So that could be something happening, or this could, be something that you're doing behind the scenes that is then, really, you're realizing not really going with your morals or your virtues or your values. And so it's time to really reevaluate this. Either way, there's something going on here that can be very intense. Once Venus moves back into Libra on October 25th, things will calm down some because Venus rules Libra, so she's more comfortable there, and she'll no longer be squaring Mars and Pluto while she's in Libra. So it will be more about truth, justice, and fairness and compromise at this point, and whatever is in alignment with those things. And so, very interesting Venus retrograde, messy Venus retrograde in fall 2026. And then on top of all of that, last but not least, Mars on November 14th will be coming into its conjunction with Jupiter in the South Node and Leo in your 9th house. So pretty much right after Venus goes direct in Libra, this conjunction will happen in your 9th house. So it's like Venus goes direct, and it's almost like this realization that maybe you were wrong about some things, or maybe someone else was wrong about some things, or maybe it's not about being right and wrong, or maybe you are kind of realizing, okay, it's time to drop my sword and stop being, maybe confrontational about something, stop fighting this thing, and just allow there to be peace. Either way, there's something that you're coming to terms with here about your beliefs, your perspectives, your views, right around the 14th of November. And then Venus will be completely done with her retrograde cycle on the 16th of December. So that is what I'm seeing for you guys, Sagittarius. Let me know down below if that was helpful and how you could see some of these things playing out for you in 2026. I'd love to know what some of this may be hinting towards for you. And then also comment down below, sexy Sagittarius rising. If you watched till here, I appreciate you guys. If you'd like more, see the description below. I am booking readings right now. And yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Capricorn Risings, welcome to your horoscope for 2026. I'm not gonna lie, I've been doing this all day, so I am getting a little tired at this point, but we are gonna chug right along because we got to finish this, okay? We got 3 of you left, so we're not we're not stopping now, all right? So we're trying to make the best out of it, but I'm gonna go ahead and bring up your chart here so we can get into it and look at what is coming for you this year, okay? So last year, very interesting year. Let me know how it was down below. The first half of this year is going to be very similar to last year, especially the first half of 2025. Not much is changing in the first half of 2026. Jupiter will still be in Cancer. We will have Saturn and Neptune moving back into Aries like we had in the first half of 2025. Pluto still in Aquarius, and yeah, Uranus will still be in Taurus in the first half of 2026. So basically, pretty similar to the first half of 2025 in a lot of ways. There's a lot of relationship lessons that you've been learning here. North Node has been in Pisces in your 3rd house of location and friends, relatives, family, siblings, but also transportation and kind of your day-to-day activities and what you do on a day-to-day basis. South Node's been, oh, that's Scorpio, not Virgo. I don't know what I'm doing. The South Node's been in Virgo. You've been really reevaluating what you believe, what you know, your faith, your worldviews, etc. And also going through a very evolutionary time in terms of your love life and relationships. So it's been quite a year in 2025, but now as we move into 2026, like I said, there will be some similarities for the first half of the year. Neptune and Saturn will be officially moving back into Aries pretty early on in 2026. So Neptune will move in January, on January 26th. Saturn will move in mid-February on February 14th. So they will be cuddled up there in your 4th house of Aries and officially solidifying a new paradigm for your 4th house of home, family, and your private life. So there's definitely a lot that could come up with this. You could be building some kind of new future, new goals, new foundation for your home and family, for your private life, or even if you live alone, this could be like you're moving on to a higher vision for your home life and where you want to settle down, your roots, etc. Especially after the last year with the nodes in your 3rd and 4th, or 3rd and 9th, I mean, it's definitely been a time where you maybe have considered other areas, other places, other environments, other options to settle down in or to live in. And so with Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries, pretty early on in this year, by mid-February, this is really solidifying that new era of home, family, and roots, and what you want to do with that, the vision that you have for that, whatever that vision is, and how you want to anchor it in. Okay, and so that's going to be really big throughout this year. This could mean growing your family or taking on more of a responsible role or more responsibilities with home and family in some way, shape, or form for a higher vision or to create the vision that you have for this area of life. This could also be really getting in touch with your roots, where you're from as well. For some of you, getting in touch with ancestry, making amends with family, really kind of mending family rifts, family conflicts, etc. Maybe maturing out of old conflicts or old issues that you've had with family from childhood, or kind of also potentially realizing that you don't have to do it all alone, or if you're going to do it alone, like make the best out of it, one of the two. So this is really what I'm seeing for you with this Neptune Saturn conjunction and transit moving through your 4th Aries, just to keep it kind of short and simple, or not Aries, Capricorn in Aries, I meant. I'm, like I said, getting a bit tired here, but I think I went over this in a lot more depth in the 2025 horoscope. So if you want to go back and visit that, also see if I was right, you can do that. But anyways, so moving on. The next big thing that we have is the solar eclipse, the first solar eclipse that we'll have happening in Aquarius on February 17th. Now, the nodes will not be in Aquarius and Leo yet, but this will be our first solar eclipse in Aquarius, giving us a preview of what is to come later in 2026 and all throughout 2027 mostly. So basically, this solar eclipse is going to be in your second house of finances, resources, attachments, the things that you treasure, that are important to you, the things that you value in life, or that you feel you need for your comfort or for your survival in some way, shape, or form. The things that are close to you in some way, or the things that you really, again, value in some way. So basically, with the solar eclipse happening here, this is a massive new beginning coming into this area of life for you right around February 17th. Maybe new doors or new opportunities or new changes start to appear to do with your financial life or financial matters, resources, assets, the things that you own, or at least what you want to do with this area of life. You may have a new vision for your future in terms of finances. You may have a new vision in terms of what you want to do for your resources or with your resources in a new way here, especially with Saturn being the ruler of this and being in your fourth house again by this time. It seems to me that a lot of Capricorn risings will want to be more maybe self-sufficient or live in a more unconventional but independent way. I could see a lot of you guys maybe living on like homesteads or communes, or just living on your own, but living unconventionally, like naturally, or living off the land, or whatever you want to call it, living off grid. Could see a lot of you guys doing some of this, or at least revolutionizing and really changing the way that you're living to some degree, or changing your finances to some degree, and that somehow is affecting your home and family life and your vision for your home and family life. So those are some examples of how it could play out, but basically February 17th, we're getting a preview for the second half of the year and into 2027. Now, on April 26th, March 3rd, actually, we are going to have the Virgo lunar eclipse happening in your 9th house. So this is going to be a chapter closing in terms of your worldviews, your beliefs, travel pursuits, educational pursuits, spiritual, philosophical beliefs, things like that. So this has been a hot area of your life over the last year. With this final lunar eclipse in Virgo, it may be kind of maybe ending an educational pursuit or closing a chapter on an educational pursuit. You may be realizing that some of your beliefs are changing around this time, or some of your worldviews could be changing around this time. This may be subtle for some, may not be for others. It may more so be apparent later in time when you look back on this time period. But either way, there's something kind of closing out, ending, or being integrated here, a new perspective, or us kind of realizing something to do with belief systems and to do with our worldviews and all of that. So, and I think it's interesting, like your 2nd and 9th house is going to be kind of a part of this eclipse cycle. So I think it is really interesting. It's like maybe your old views on what you used to think was important or a priority, or your old views on what you used to think control looked like, or being in control looked like, with it being Virgo in your 9th house and being in control of your life or your beliefs looked like, is really closing out here. And you're also starting to kind of get this new beginning of learning about what you actually can control and what you actually can produce and control in your life with your own resources, money, assets, etc. So those are the topics that you could likely see coming up around that time for some of you. Now, moving on to April 26th, Uranus is finally moving out of Taurus and into Gemini. Did briefly go into Gemini in 2025 for a few months, but now we are getting the real deal. And so Uranus moving into Gemini as your 6th house is going to really revolutionize and change things up, shake some things up with your work life, health, and day-to-day routines. You could notice a lot of changes at your job. Maybe your job starts embracing a lot more technology, or a lot more upgrades and kind of upgraded tech and stuff like that, AI. This could also go into your health. Maybe you really start focusing on mindset. You start focusing on learning more about your health, your mind, and your mental state, and how that affects so many things in your life. Maybe you really start changing the way that you go about your health, your body, your wellness, your job, all of that. Maybe if you work for yourself, you kind of explore different learning endeavors and explore using maybe technology, or maybe you do things unconventional for today's world. And, Uranus is a lot about freedom and independence and liberation. So it's like, what do you need to liberate yourself from in terms of work, health, and day-to-day routines? What boxes have you been limiting yourself with that it's time to break out of? And that's going to be a huge topic over the next several years as Uranus moves through your 6th house. You could find that, like some of you may work more in jobs that have a lot of tech. Some of you may work more in jobs that deal with the mind or communication. Or some of you may be doing a lot more things about independence, speech, etc. So just kind of be on the lookout for those themes. It'll affect everybody differently, obviously, but those are some examples. Moving on to June 30th, the Jupiter saga begins. So Jupiter will move into Leo on June 30th. And then as it moves into Leo, it will start to oppose Pluto. The exact opposition will happen on July 20th. So from June 30th to July 20th, we will have the Jupiter-Pluto opposition, which is one of the biggest oppositions of 2026, one of the biggest transits really actually of 2026, But this is huge. This is explosive. This is a big deal. This is like big change in a short amount of time. And it could be either very uplifting and inspiring or very destructive. It just really depends. But either way, this is huge. It's like taking a bunch of power and just amplifying it, taking a bunch of change and just pouring gasoline on the fire, basically, in a really big way, So anyway, so this opposition is going to be in your 2nd and 8th house, and it's really going to kick off this round of themes that's going to begin for the second half of 26 and into 2027 of your 2nd and 8th house, your finances. So basically what's yours versus what you give or receive from others, how you share with others, right? With your 8th house. Also fears around, energetic and financial exchanges with others, phobias, but also business, services, trade, things like this. This really looks like you may have some big idea to make a big change financially or, in terms of business somehow in some way, or in terms of, something that you want to change with your resources. Now, this again, because Saturn rules Aquarius, this could have also something to do with your home life or with what's going on at home. Plus Jupiter will be trining Saturn and Neptune in Aquarius as it moves into Leo as well. So this could be somehow all connecting to what's going on in your personal life, what's going on at home, you feeling like you want to make this big change, this really big, powerful change. And it could also connect to whatever's going on at your job and your place of employment, as Pluto is going to be trining Uranus. So there's a lot of connection here that's happening and a lot of change that could be happening in the financial department around this time, or with relationships with others and what the give and take is with those relationships around this time. Soul contracts, karmic contracts, agreements, commitments, etc. What you have to offer versus what someone else has to offer, debts, all of that. So with that being said, though, on July 26th, then the nodes are going to move in. And it's only 6 days after the exact opposition happens between Pluto and Jupiter. The nodes will then move into Aquarius and Leo as well, bringing even more of a huge focus on these two areas of your life starting here for the rest of 2026 and way into 2027. So this is basically going to be a time where you are feeling a lot more pulled to and a lot more concerned with using your own resources and assets for some kind of higher thing. That higher thing could be for you or your family, or it could be for others, or, a cause or a group of people that you care about in some way, shape, form. I think for most of you, it's going to be a family thing, or whoever you consider your family, or for yourself, or for some future vision that you have for your family. Because again, your Aquarius part of your chart is connected to your 4th house this year a lot. So, and Aquarius in the second is usually about your own individual resources, assets, attachments, finances, the things that you have and own. But with Aquarius there, it adds this social element to it. And with the ruler being in the fourth, I feel like that social element's going to be more about your family or more about future generations than it is about anybody else. But for some of you, it could be about other people. So just keep that in mind. It just depends on how your chart's interacting with all these transits. But either way, I think you're going to be more pulled into that and less pulled into doing things just to have some sense of authority, pride, ego, fame, fortune in what you do. I think that, you know, it's not like having wealth for yourself or for something that you're building is bad, but I think you're going to see wealth and the financial matters that you're tending to in 2026, especially in the second half, as a less superficial thing and a deeper thing. So it's going to be less about, oh, I have money, look at me, or I'm creating wealth, look at me, just for the sake of creating wealth and having fame and looking good. Like, you're going to see the superficiality of wealth. You may also deal with some authority figures or some people in power or some business partners or some financial people that you're involved with in a new light, to where they are more concerned with themselves, or they are more concerned with kind of superficiality or superiority, towards you're more concerned with distributing your resources, finances, assets between your family or between those that you care about, or for yourself or future or whatever. So these are some examples of how this can play out. Obviously, like, take some of the themes and, you know, plug them into your situation. But Aquarius is a lot about decentralization. Like, you know, this could also be like you becoming more techie with your finances and resources. I really can see the Aquarius stuff going a couple different ways, like becoming more technologically advanced, obviously, like AI, like, you know, the digital IDs, like all of that. But I could also see some of it becoming, because again, Aquarius is the conventional and the unconventional. So it's like the trend of where the world's going, but also the trend that opposes it. And so it could also be like people gearing up to live more unconventionally and without all the tech. So I could see you maybe getting into crypto and, you know, decentralizing some of your resources, or taking your investments out or your money out of the big, you know, banks or like the big corporate big dog places, and being more you know, doing something different with it. Either way, these are some of the ways you could see this play out, though, Capricorn Rising. So let me know if any of those feel like they may end up relating to you. The next big thing that we have is August 12th. We're going to have a Leo solar eclipse, our first one in the 8th house. It's really also going to really kick off this you know, nodal cycle as well. Massive new karmic beginning, where we are really rewiring, where you're really rewiring, you know, your contemplations of wealth and power, and, you know, how wealth is distributed and how you want to achieve wealth. And if you've been doing it in a way that feels morally aligned, or if you've been doing it in a way that actually feeds your true interest and desires and what you really want or not. So this is definitely going to be a new beginning of that. And then shortly after that, on August 28th, we're going to have a lunar eclipse in Pisces. And the lunar eclipse in Pisces is happening on October 25th in your third house. And so it's going to be a time of really basically just releasing, letting go, having faith, maybe trusting others around you. It could be bringing up topics to do with siblings, neighbors, cousins, extended family, friends, things like that. Short trips, short travels around that time as well. Could be noticing a lot of synchronicities, a lot of, like, you know, spiritual miracles kind of in the air, and just really closing out some kind of chapter in your life where you've been changing your environment, changing how you see, feel, and think in your day-to-day life in a lot of ways over the last year. So those are some of the things you can notice around that time. And then everything flips on its head for October 3rd, because Venus goes retrograde in the sign of Scorpio, which is not going to be fun, to be honest with you. Venus does not like being in Scorpio, but on top of that, she's going to be squaring Pluto in your second, and Mars, which will actually at the time be in Leo around right here. And so this is going to create a huge T-square. Now, Venus is retrograding in Scorpio in your 11th house of networking, friendships, acquaintances. These are likely going to be some kind of trust issues, some kind of relational issues, some kind of drama that comes up with someone in your life or that comes up with a group of friends, but it's starting to affect your financial plans and your financial goals that you've set into motion here, around July or August of 2026. So this is starting to really create some kind of tension, conflict between a network of people or a group of people or a social group of people or some friends that you have versus financial business, financial matters, business matters, matters to do with resources here in some way, shape, or form. Mars in Leo is courageously bold and fighting. But Pluto in the second is power, control, or powerlessness. And then Venus, in Scorpio retrograde in the 11th is I don't trust these people, or I don't know if I can trust these people. Venus will eventually go retrograde back into Libra on October 25th, and things will chill out for this part of the retrograde because Venus rules Libra, and she'll no longer be squaring Pluto and Mars once she moves into Libra. So this part of the retrograde is going to be a lot more about your career, your long-term goals and visions, and getting really honest and truthful with yourself and potentially making some big life decisions on what you truly want out of your life, which path you want to go down, who you want to join you in that, and what you really want here. Okay, so that is basically it for 2026 Capricorn Risings. Let me know down below if that resonated with you guys. I'd love to hear your feedback. I'd love to hear how this may have resonated. If you come back and watch this through the year, let me know. But also, if you feel like you could see what some of these things could be leading to in 2026, please let me know down below. Comment down below, Sexy Capricorn Rising, if you watch till here, and if you would like more from me, see the description below. Thank you guys very much. Bye. Aquarius Risings. Oh my God, we are almost done. I've been doing this all day. Okay, trying to hype myself up here and not turn into my Aquarian moon Saturn robot self because I am I'm getting towards the end of my rope here. But anyways, welcome to your 2026 horoscope for the year ahead, Aquarius Risings. I hope you guys are doing fabulous. Let me know how your 2025 went, and also you can go back and look at your 2025 horoscope from last year and see if it resonated and if I killed it or not. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and bring up your chart here. Chart on the screen. So basically, Aquarius Risings, when I look at this chart, the first thing that kind of came to me was that song, I got the power because of Pluto in the North Node coming into your sign, which won't happen until halfway through the year, but it's a big deal. Obviously, Pluto's already been in your sign, but the North Node will be coming into your sign halfway through the year. I feel like this is going to be at least the second half of the year, and moving into 2027 is going to be a massive, massive time for you. Massive. This is going to change, I think, who you are and how you see yourself potentially forever, for decades to come. This may be a time period that you look back on in your life and you're like, that was a powerful freaking time period. So much of this is about really finding your power, really finding, your depth, really finding what is deep and meaningful to you. As we move throughout this year, there's going to be a lot here about your social environment, your relationships, and kind of becoming a bit more disciplined in terms of your ventures, in terms of who you're hanging out with, in terms of where you're going, in terms of what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. You're an Aquarius rising, so you kind of already have this identity that's very centered around a little bit more than just you. That's very likely centered around, especially depending on where your Saturn is in your chart, but that's definitely, dependent around others in some way, shape, or form, dependent around what you do or your place in the world in some way, shape, or form. And I think this year that's going to be really relevant, but it's also going to be very relevant that you are embracing your authenticity, that you are embracing who you are on the deepest, realest levels, regardless of anybody else. Like, that's going to be so big for you this year. So let's go ahead and start. First things first, right as we move into 2026, Saturn and Neptune move back into Aries. This starts January 26th with first Neptune moving in, and then on February 14th, Saturn will move in. And they will cozy up in Aries together basically for most of this year. I mean, they'll both be in Aries all year, but they will eventually come into their conjunction this year as well. So basically, this is definitely going to be a time. I mean, this is happening in your third house. And so it is kind of a strange place for it. It may not be a place where you notice massive shifts right away. I think it will be something that you see more over time, like small things that you see over time. But with the third house, this can really start changing your perspective on your environment, your surroundings, friends, relatives, neighbors, siblings, and also bring in some situations or challenges to do with those topics as well. This, I think, is becoming more and more aware of your environment and also more responsible in how you move throughout your environment on a day-to-day basis. What you allow into your life, having more responsibility about, like, your lifestyle, basically, right? Like, what you do on a day-to-day basis. Do you just zone out and scroll all day, or do you allow yourself time to do the things that you really love? Now, this can also create a lot more creativity for you as well. With Neptune and Saturn moving in here, especially more so Neptune. Saturn may cause you to feel some procrastination or some limitation around your creative processes. But overall, I think that with Neptune in the third, you are going to want to get potentially more serious about creating the lifestyle, the environment, and potentially art or potentially something creative projects, learning projects, learning new skills, things like that may become more of a huge topic for you this year as we move into 2026. Now, you also may find that you maybe are going on more short trips or short travels, or maybe that you are there's something maybe changing with relatives or siblings or family members in your relationships with them. There's so many different things that could happen here, but a lot of you guys will be focused more on your local environment and what's going on around you, like right here, right now, rather than what's going on in the big wide world. It's going to be more about how can I create a difference or create a vision for what is important to me in my corner of the world versus how can I change the world at large, right? That's going to be more what you're focused on this year. Now, other than that, the next thing that we have happening this year is on February 17th, we're going to have the first Aquarius solar eclipse, giving us a taste and a preview of what is coming for the second half of the year and 2027. So the first Aquarius solar eclipse is on February 17th. It's going to be in your sign right at the end of Aquarius, right before the nodes shift. The nodes don't shift till this summer, late in the summer, but this solar eclipse is kind of giving us preview, even though it's, in a different sign than the nodes. It's close enough by degree. So the solar eclipse in your sign is definitely carving out some kind of new beginning of self-identity, selfhood, body, your physical vitality and appearance. So it may not be something that you notice or feel right on February 17th. Some of you could, but a solar eclipse is going to build. So over the next couple weeks, couple months, several months after that, until we get to our next eclipse season at the end of summer, you'll likely find that over that several month period, there's a lot that changes with you and how you see yourself in that time period. The next eclipse that we have is on March 3rd, and that's going to be in Virgo. And so in your 8th house. So a lot of deep transformation and deep potent stuff coming up to be let go of, especially regarding connections and attachments involving others, giving and receiving, debts, finances, anything that you have been kind of in, anything that you've been doing with others that just no longer feels aligned. This lunar eclipse can really put a close to that, where, you maybe let go of some things, or you maybe finally solve, some issues that you were having, or some financial matters that you were dealing with. Virgo can be very problem solving. Virgo can be very detail oriented and deal with control and all of that. So those themes could be coming up around this time to do with your financial matters and to do with your connection with other people, what you owe them, what they owe you. things like that. So be on the lookout for that right around March 3rd and kind of a little bit leading up to it. And then on April 26th, we'll have the Uranus moving into Gemini for good in your 5th house. This is really going to shake things up in your 5th house arena and really get you looking at, again, your creativity and what you want to create in the world, what you're intellectually stimulated by and interested in, and, you know, your interest, your hobbies, entertainment, all of that. So this is definitely going to be a time that is going to stimulate your creative production and your creativity and artistry, but also your mind, where you're going to want to learn a lot of new things. You're going to want to try a lot of new experiences or new interest, or maybe read new books that are kind of out of your usual usual kind of category, or do things that are out of your category, learn new skills, learn new facts about things. Also, this could be very electric for your dating and romance life. This could definitely be spicing things up in that department, electrifying things in that department, but also throwing you some curveballs. So just be aware of that. Okay, so other than that, moving on, the next big thing that we have for the year is the Jupiter saga, I'm calling it. Jupiter moves into Leo and then basically begins to oppose Pluto in your sign, and then not long after, the nodes move into Aquarius and Leo as well. So Jupiter moves into Leo on June 30th. From June 30th till July 20th, Jupiter will be coming into its opposition with Pluto in your 1st house. On July 26th, so only 6 days later after the exact opposition, the nodes then change into Leo and Aquarius as well. So that's why I've been just calling it the Jupiter saga for short. But basically, so Jupiter moves in first into your 7th house, begins to oppose Pluto in your 1st. This is a really big, explosive, powerful, and forceful transit that can be very inspiring and empowering, or very destructive and chaotic, depending on how we use it. So this can feel like, oh my gosh, I see what I'm capable of, I see my potential, or I'm ready to, I'm feeling my power, I've got the power, let me use it, I'm gonna unleash it, and it be like a beautiful thing, or it be a very destructive thing, again, depending on how we use it. You may have the opportunity to do something, but is it right? Is it moral? Is it in alignment? Is it in your integrity? Or someone may have the opportunity to do something to you. Is it right? Is it moral? Is it in integrity? This could also be, facing a really huge fear to do with other people or relationships. This could be really you kind of facing this death and rebirth with yourself and with others. This could have something to do with a significant other or other people in your life. This could also have to do with maybe friends or your social life and a group of people you've been kind of hanging out with, and really realizing that massive change needs to happen here, or something going on that you are powerless over. And so either way, or that you can't control in some way, because Pluto can deal with control and power. So I think either way, there's something really being seen here. There's a bigger vision of what's possible or what's not working that is being perceived here with this Pluto-Jupiter opposition. And like I said, on July 26th, then the nodes shift in there. And what this really looks like to me with the South Node and Jupiter in your 7th house, Aquarius Risings, is like being popular with other people may either come easy or hard to you around this time in 2026. So halfway through and then moving into 2027 as well. It may become very easy and natural, like everybody wants to be around you, everybody loves you, yada, yada, yada. Or it may start feeling like you are not really seen or not really noticed or not really appreciated in the way that you once were or once felt like you were. But I think overall, whichever path it comes down, the overall lesson or the overall vibe shift that's happening here is that being popular or being, fitting in or being, seen by other people may not be as important to you as it once was. I also see this, that's one way I see this, not all the ways I see this, but the other way I see this is this could be a very important time for relationships, where relationships maybe from your past come back up for you to see a different perspective on with Jupiter and the South Node here, for you to let them go or learn a lesson that you know, maybe didn't completely get in the past. So there could be a lot of relationship lessons, a lot of new relationship perspectives coming in here. A lot of letting go of maybe relationships that feel more superficial and less deep, that feel more show-offy or dramatic or grandiose, and don't feel like it gives you that deep connection that you're really looking for right now. With the nodes here and Pluto in your first house, you're really looking for some kind of deep connection with other people. You're really looking to belong for just being you and not always needing to be on and not always needing to be confident or on fire or seen or in the spotlight or put on some show for people to like you. Like, you are really just going to be leaning into your weird or not so weird Aquarian traits. Like, Aquarius can be conventional or unconventional. You know, it's kind of those two different sides of the coin here. But either way, I think that it's like, can I just be human sometimes and not be, you know, the one that is everybody else's coach with Jupiter in the 7th? Or maybe you feel like you're with somebody that's like always acting like they're higher than you or better than you or more superior than you or know more than you or whatever. Now, on the lighter side, this could also be that you meet people that have a perspective that really is contagious for you in a positive way as well. You know, there's so many different ways this can play out, both in light and shadow, positive, negative, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's not all bad and it's not all great. It's just more so all the different ways this polarity of this axis can really play out. With Saturn ruling Aquarius, your first, and being in your third for pretty much all of this year, I do think it's going to bring in those third house themes that we've discussed too, around environment, local environment, and what is going on around you. I think that, you know, Pluto is going to be trining Uranus and Gemini in your fourth, and Jupiter is going to be trining Neptune and Saturn as well. So I think that there's going to be this kind of mix of like figuring out not only where you belong socially, but where you belong in terms of your environment and your local surroundings, like what's for you, what isn't, the patterns, habits, and lifestyle stuff that you want to adapt and what you don't, and where you need to set boundaries. But also Uranus in the 5th house, you know, really bringing in this creative spark and this new mental stimulation that maybe, you know, is definitely much needed and really kind of gets you in a much more curious and playful mood. And so either way, I think this is a really, really interesting year for you as Aquarius risings. But let's keep going. So the next big thing that we have happening here is the Leo solar eclipse on August 12th. So it'll be the first solar eclipse that we have in Leo in your 7th house again. This is definitely going to start off those new beginnings of, you know, kind of rewiring some things in your relationship sector that we were just talking about. Friends or, you know, relationships in your life that seem superficial or not deep enough, or where there's a lot of giving and not a lot of receiving, or where you feel like you are the more wise one in the relationship, or maybe other people feel like that with you, or like it can be you or other people feeling like this when it's the 7th house. But either way, it's kind of a time where, again, it's like, okay, where do you shine in relationships, but also where can you just be human and be yourself? Where can you be authentic and heart-led and all of that in terms of your relationships? So moving on from that, the next eclipse is happening a couple weeks later on August 28th in Pisces. We're going to have a Pisces lunar eclipse in your 2nd house of finances, resources, money, attachments, the things that are personal and close to you and that you really value. So I think this is going to be a lot of releasing maybe some old belief systems and some, you know, perspectives on money, but also changes happening financially. And also with Jupiter being in Leo now and ruling that eclipse in Pisces, they're definitely connected. So this could also be, again, what you're receiving and giving in terms of the relationships in your life, what you're gaining from them, and all of that could definitely be a big topic around that time. Okay, so moving on from that, the next big thing that is happening is on October 3rd, and it is a very scandalous transit, Venus going retrograde in the sign of Scorpio, which is horrendous. Honestly, Venus does not like to be in Scorpio, let alone retrograding in Scorpio. But what makes it even more scandalous is that she's going to be squaring Pluto and Mars, which Mars at the time will be here in Leo. So Venus is going to make a huge T-square with Pluto and Mars. This is coming from your 10th house in Scorpio to your 1st and your 7th. There is some kind of career or future path that is, maybe you're not trusting, or maybe you're not trusting yourself and what you want out of your life. And it's starting to cause a lot of tension between who you are or who you've been in your life and your identity or your vitality or your body or your health versus your relationship life or somebody in your life. Either way, there's some kind of massive tension and massive drama that kind of starts here in fall of 2026. Venus will retrograde back into Libra on October 25th, which will calm things down a bit because Venus rules Libra, so she's a lot more comfortable there, and she'll no longer be squaring Pluto and Mars anymore. But this is going to definitely change the theme of this Venus retrograde more into compromise, truth, your worldviews, and decision making, potentially legal matters at this point as well, or travel pursuits, with it being the 9th house. But either way, there's definitely something coming up here that you want to watch out for in fall with this Venus retrograde. So I know it doesn't end it doesn't end too cute, and I totally understand that. I'm not 100% happy with that ending either, but that is what is happening. So let me know down below, Aquarius Risings, how you guys liked this horoscope. Comment down below, sexy Aquarius Rising, if you're still here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really truly appreciate it, and let me know if you could see some of these things happening, what you think some of these things might be referring to for you in your life in 2026. I'd love to hear about it down below. If you'd like more from me, check the description below. I love you guys, and I will see you in the next one. OMG, Pisces, I have been doing this all day long. I am finally at you guys. You guys are my last one. I apologize. I know I'm so tired by this point, and I know you guys probably feel like you always get that with readers that try to do all this in one go like I did today. So I'm going to give you as much as possible and still try to be as energetic as I can, even though I am tired AF right now, okay? So let's go ahead and bring up your chart for 2026. Let me know down below, how is 2025? And honestly, I truly feel like, you know, your horoscope for 2025 was probably really accurate. So if you want to go back and watch that, I would definitely do that. So let's go ahead and get into 2026, shall we? So the first half of 2026 is going to be very similar to the first half of 2025. The North Node will still be in your sign in the first half of 2026. The South Node will still be in your 7th. In the first half of 2026, Neptune and Saturn will move back into Aries pretty early on in 2026, which is where they were for the first half of 2025. And so a lot of things are going to be similar to the first half of 2025. I think I might have been saying 2026 accidentally, but a lot of things in 2026, the first half of 2026 will be similar to the first half of 2025 is what I mean. So, you know, that's basically the tea there. But, I think everything is going to really shift, and the year is going to change the most halfway through the year. So right around July, August timeframes, when the nodes switch, when Jupiter moves into Leo and opposes Pluto, that's when all the big explosive shifts and changes I think are going to happen. But for the first half of the year, I think we're going to see just a lot of similar energy that we had in the first half of 2025 and somewhat throughout 2025 as well. You have been learning with the North Node in your sign, Pisces, how to come back to trusting yourself and not being so damn critical or hard on other people or what other people think of you or, you know, what other people are doing, and to come back to being in faith, like existing and embodying a sense of faith, existing and embodying a sense of just compassion and, you know, relaxation, and not needing to be in like this hyper drive, I've got to fix everything mode for everybody else in my life all the time. And it's like almost like, you know, with the South Node in Virgo in the 7th house, I've done so many readings for Pisces Risings this year where it's like they almost have become that South Node in Virgo, where they're almost more like Virgos than they are Pisces, and they're like trying to get back to their Pisces, you know, natural state. And it's like, you've got to release, you've got to trust, you've got to let go, you've got to surrender. I know it sounds cliche, but that is the gateway to Pisces. Like, the more that you trust in that inner knowing that it's all going to work out, it's all going to be okay. There are some things that, yeah, it doesn't mean that you just wait for everything to come to you and you do nothing. And that's so often what people think when they hear that, but that's not what it is. It's like, you control what you can, but stop freaking worrying about the shit that you can't, because worrying about it isn't doing shit anyway. You're suffering more than once by worrying about it. So let it go. Trust in the universe and whatever you believe in, something higher than yourself, that it's all going to work out, because it always freaking does, or else you wouldn't be here. Okay? Figure out the things that you can figure out right now, if you have to figure them out right now, and let the rest go. That's simply really what it is. It's simple. It's not complex. So Pisces, you've been learning more about yourself, who you really are, how to trust yourself, how to get back to your creativity, how to get back to your own spiritual connection, how to get back to embodying all that and being the walking embodiment for that. Like, you're the walking embodiment of, like, you know, light and compassion and spiritual connection and trust and surrender. But if you don't trust because maybe you went through something and you had to figure it out and it's been really rough and you've been that way for so long, you just don't know how to lean back now. It's still simple. All you got to do is just lean back and find a way to trust again. Find a way to get back into your heart, back into what, do you believe in what you believe in or not? It's really that simple. And I think that that's really been so much of the Pisces lessons over 2025 for many people. But with it being in your first house, it's like literally about trusting yourself and embodying that trust, you know, trusting in your own faith, trusting in your own beliefs, trusting in your own internal compass. So moving on from that, in the very beginning of 2026, Saturn and Neptune are going to move back into Aries. This is all going to happen by February 14th when Saturn moves in. Neptune will move in January 26th. So pretty early on in the year, we have these big dog planets moving back into Aries and really officially starting this new cycle, this new paradigm shift in your finances. What do you want to create and build within your finances? And yes, it may come with more responsibility. So many people desire more money, more assets, more resources, but when they get them, how do you manage them? And that's what this is really going to be about. Yes, you may get them with this transit, but also, how will you manage it? Can you manage it? Can you learn from past lessons? Can you do something new this time? Do something different? And that is what I think Neptune and Saturn are really showing us as they move back into Aries. Can you solidify a new vision for your future of your finances and your resources and your assets? Can you trust more, but be realistic and make a plan and have things in order at the same time? You can do both. You can trust and have faith and also live in reality, right? It's not like one or the other. Like, if you trust and have faith, you're Delulu. And if you don't, then you're realistic and stubborn. Like, it's not one or the other, because, and truly, I think it's really the opposite. I think you're being more realistic when you trust and you believe, because everything that's ever been created started in the mind first and started with trust and belief and a vision that you couldn't see. And so I feel like that is going to be really huge for you guys this year, Pisces, especially with your finances and resources. Now, moving on from that, the next thing we have is the solar eclipse, the first solar eclipse in Aquarius, which will be in your 12th house on February 17th of 2026. This is giving you a taste and a preview of what's to come later in 2026 and also what will be coming in 2027. The Aquarius solar eclipse in the 12th house definitely is starting some kind of new beginning in the subconscious realm. This is really where you guys are, if you've been having trouble getting your woo-woo on this past year, they're going to be really getting it on in 2026, okay? And in 2027. Rewiring the mind, reprogramming the mind, the subconscious, like all that, sleep patterns, hypnosis. It's really, you're likely going to really get into metaphysical stuff regarding the mind and the subconscious and reprogramming the mind and all of that. in 2026 and in 2027. And I think that solar eclipse on February 17th this coming year is just going to kind of be the start of it. That somewhat gets the ball rolling, but you'll really, really see it taking off later throughout the year. Now, moving on from that, March 3rd, lunar eclipse in Virgo. So we'll have the last lunar eclipse in Virgo, I'm pretty sure. And that's happening in your 7th house. Okay. And this is going to be a massive time for closing out chapters on your relationship and with relationships. This could be a releasing, a letting go, something being integrated, something coming to light. You finally, maybe coming to terms with or accepting some feelings that have been kind of going on with you and your partner. There's some kind of karmic chapter that is really closing here in relationships. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to like break up and divorce and all of that stuff. Just means that, something's coming, some kind of cycle is completing in a relationship here. And it's likely going to have to do with a lot, like we were talking about, control and perfectionism, and where you feel like, you or your partner always has to be the one problem solving everything. And it's going to be kind of seeing where maybe a lot of those tendencies have been holding you back in terms of love and in terms of your relationship in general. Okay. So anyways, moving on from that, and it will likely also, because the solar eclipse will be in Aquarius and the lunar eclipse will be in Virgo, it'll likely also have something to do with the subconscious programming work that you may start getting into in February. You may start realizing your own subconscious cycles and habits and patterns and how that's been affecting maybe your relationships. Okay, moving on from that. The next big thing happening is on April 26th, Uranus moves into Gemini. Uranus is for some reason not in the right place. It's not going to be in Cancer. It's going to be in Gemini right here. So basically, Uranus will move into Gemini in your 4th house from Taurus. And this is going to be really big. This is going to be changing a lot in the home and family department for you, Pisces Risings, this year. It's going to be shaking things up. You may want to be trying new things, experimenting. Maybe you are painting the walls a new color, or you're renovating your house, or you are, gathering a bunch of inspiration to do something new to the home life. Maybe you decide to just up and leave, like maybe you guys are like, what, screw this, we're traveling, or we're moving, or whatever. Either way, there's going to be a lot of revolution and a lot of curveballs and plot twists and exciting, mentally stimulating energy going on in the home and family department, and really shaking things up there. You're going to want to feel more free, alive, and liberated in your home and family life and in your private life. Like, you're going to want to experience more, experiment more, do more, be more curious, try new things. And so I think allow yourself to kind of change and go along with that change is going to be really helpful. Moving on from that, on June 30th, we have what I've been calling the Jupiter saga starting. Now, what I mean by this is that on June 30th, Jupiter will move into Leo. It will pretty much immediately start opposing or creating an opposition, I should say, with Pluto in Aquarius. And then shortly after it finally creates the literal opposition, the nodes will then move into Leo and Aquarius as well. So Jupiter moves in on the 30th. The exact opposition happens on July 20th. And the nodes move in on July 26th. So basically for, about a month there, we have this massive Pluto-Jupiter opposition happening. This is an explosive amount of change happening. We are going to be feeling a massive amount of fire, power, potential in the air. It can feel very inspiring and empowering, but also very destructive, creative and destructive at the same time. Depends on how we use it. Some people could be using it for destructive reasons, to tear something down, to leave something behind, to cut something off, to, change something, to let something fall apart. Others could be using it to create something new. Either way, this is a massive, massive transit, one of the biggest of 2026. Again, it starts July or June 30th and ends at the end of July. But this opposition in general, really to me, looks like you're going to be really focused on what you want to expand in terms of your perspective in your job, in your workplace, with your skills, and also with your health and wellness and day-to-day routines, where you want to expand there, but where you have maybe these old subconscious fears, insecurities, attachments, addictions, habits, cycles holding you back. And I think that there's going to be this kind of push and pull between power and powerlessness, or control and lack of control. I think that you're really wanting to grow and evolve and be more seen in whatever it is that you do for work, or in your health arena, or with your body and vitality in some way. But I think there is some kind of big fear holding you back. And this could be a time of you really facing that fear and making some really powerful change here. But this could also be a time where maybe, the fear is too much and you don't face it. Either way, this is going to be big. Now, as the nodes then move in on July 26th, this is going to be even more of a big deal, as there really begins to be a lot of karmic lessons in being seen and being popular and being admired, appreciated, acknowledged, recognized, receiving accolades at work. And where you start to realize that becomes more superficial, or that becomes less important to you, or that becomes almost draining in some ways, and overwhelming potentially for some of you in some ways. And where you really start being pushed in one way or another to your inside world, and what's going on in your mind and in your insides and internally, and kind of maybe some cool, weird, unconventional interests that you have that you keep a secret, or that you don't always tell other people. I think that in 2026, once the nodes shift halfway through the year, you may find more of yourself in seclusion. You may find more of yourself, like, yes, it could be somewhat lonely, but I think it's going to be really important for you to have some alone time with yourself. Really work on the mind, really work on reprogramming the mind, subconscious patterns, subconscious habits. It's going to be really big for you as a Pisces rising. And it doesn't necessarily mean you won't be recognized, or that you won't do a good job at work, or that people won't like you, or anything like that. You could, all that stuff could come naturally to you, but maybe you end up realizing with the South Node here, there's something karmic attached to it. Like, it doesn't mean as much as you thought it did. Or once you actually get it, the pedestal kind of dissipates and you realize that it really wasn't all of that. And the South Node in Leo is basically like, look, you're not just worthy based on how much you can do, or based on how much work you can do, or what you can accomplish. That does not dictate your worth in any way. And I think this is where some of the being seen or recognized or accolades for whatever at work could become somewhat empty for you. Could feel like, all right, well, been there, bought the hat, bought the t-shirt, all of that. Now I'm ready to move on to a whole different game, and that's fine if you end up feeling that way, it's not about beating yourself up for it. Whatever. Sometimes it takes that for us to have that lesson. There's still going to be a lot of really powerful teachings and lessons and perspectives with Jupiter here. You're going to get, a lot out of this area of life, but it's going to be about really truly showing you that your worth is not tied to how much you can work, or how much you can prove, or the amount of work you can do, or how good you are at your job, or how recognized you are at your job, or the hot new body, or the hot new thing in health, or whatever. This is not a popularity contest with health and job, basically. And the South Node's really going to teach you a lot of lessons there. And it's also, the North Node in Aquarius is going to push you into really unraveling the secrets of your mind and the secrets of the subconscious, and what's going on behind the scenes, and how you may participate in your own self-sabotage, and release any burdens or any karmic baggage that is causing your continued suffering in your life. And so it's going to be a massive healing year for you still, Pisces. A lot of healing, a lot of going within, a lot of, maybe getting to the things that you thought you wanted for a while, and then realizing that you want something else. And isn't that the game of life though, right? Like we get to the thing we think we want, and then we realize 2 seconds later it's time to move on to the next thing. So it lasts like 2 seconds, and that's okay. You can be grateful and you can still desire, because we're human and that's what we do. But on August 12th, the next transit we have is the Leo solar eclipse. So we'll have the first solar eclipse in Leo, really kicking off a new beginning in that 6th house area for you. Likely when you will start noticing a lot of those themes I just mentioned of that Leo 6th house of recognition and acknowledgement and accomplishment and work and being seen and all of that, but also the lessons that come with that. Now, on August 28th, we will have the Pisces lunar eclipse in your sign. And this will definitely be kind of a shedding, a releasing of maybe a past version of you, or an integration of all versions of you, healing of the self, healing of the identity, healing of the body, coming back to who you really are, and an integration of who you are really happening here. And I think it's really interesting that it's happening in Leo and Pisces, because the ruler, your chart ruler Jupiter, will be in Leo for the solar eclipse and for your lunar eclipse in Pisces. So it's almost like these two eclipses are connected. It's like you get maybe realize some things in the work and health department that you'd been striving for, and then it also causes a healing process with who you are and an integration process with who you are and your identity, and to learn to trust yourself more. Okay, so moving on to, or from that, the final big transit of the year is a really big one. It is Venus going retrograde in Scorpio. This is a somewhat disturbing Venus retrograde, and I'm going to explain why. Number one, Venus does not like Scorpio. She doesn't like being in Scorpio. So Venus retrograde in Scorpio, not fun. But also she's going to be opposing, or squaring, Pluto. And she's going to be squaring Mars, which will be about right here in Leo at the time, and opposing Pluto. So this is going to be a very scandalous, disturbing, drama-filled Venus retrograde. This is definitely likely going to bring up what you really want and desire in terms of travel, learning, and education, how that connects with finances and your relationship with finances and your partner's finances, if you have a partner, but also how it is putting pressure on your subconscious fears, worries, and conflicts to do with work, to do with health, and to do with these subconscious patterns, habits, and belief systems that are holding you back. So this is like kind of being pushed against a corner and really having to decide what your true heart's desire is and really contemplate it. Venus is also going to retrograde back into Libra on October 25th, which is going to give us somewhat of a break from all the intensity, because Venus rules Libra, so she's more comfortable here. And then she's no longer going to be squaring Pluto and Mars when she moves in Libra. So then the retrograde will kind of shift more to compromising in relationships and with finances, truth and balance and harmony, and what the truth is and decisions are that you have concerning your truth for what your hearts truly desire in some way, shape, or form. So that's going to be really big. Venus will be done completely with her retrograde cycle in December, on December 16th. So it will all be kind of closed out. All the chaos should be done by then, and kind of decided and resolved mostly by then. And that is basically how we end the year. I know not on a very great positive note, and I realize that, but I think that either way, a Venus retrograde gets us very honest with our heart's desires, and by the end of them, we are a lot more aligned with our true selves and what we really want in life. And so I think it is definitely needed and will eventually lead to an alignment, but at first it can feel a bit challenging and difficult. So let me know down below, Pisces. Comment down below, sexy Pisces rising, if you're still here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me and watching this and hanging out with me today. I really truly appreciate you guys. Comment down below. Let me know if you can see some of these things I mentioned happening in 2026, what you think it's all going to mean for you. I would really love to hear your feedback. It'd be fun to come back and reflect on that comment anyway throughout the year, later on, all of that. Let me know throughout the year if this ends up relating. Come back, let your girl know. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And I am finally done with this video. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Thank you guys so much. I will see you in the next one. Bye.